Welcome to Atlanta, Georgia for the first stop of Season 2 of MLP presented by Margaritaville. We are in action here on Grandstand Court.
Quick trigger pull by Yates right there, going straight body. DJ Young getting out of the way of that one.
He's Atlanta Bouncers head coach Chad Edwards. I'm Dorian Kraft. Happy to have you with us here for this opening matchup between the New York Hustlers as Pesa Teoni sends it long.
Yeah, good speed up there from Yates right in the body of Teoni. Tries to counter, but catches that one a little too late.
Both teams overheating a little bit to start off here with men's doubles.
Well, and that's one thing about MLP and the rally scoring is it's a lot faster pace. Guys are going to take chances early on.
What a body shot by Yates. Wow.
Yeah, Yates definitely coming out and playing aggressive here this morning. A lot of speed ups going for body. Good attack right there into the body of Young.
Teoni coming up with the aggressive dink. That was a beautiful cross-court angle.
Yeah, took that early, set it up, really pulled that out. Caught Vic, kind of moving to the middle.
Wide open. That point so well constructed.
Yeah, and that's such a tough ball by Vic right there. If Teoni doesn't take this out of the air and it bounces, it pulls him off the court anyway. But you see, just opens that hole. Excellent aggressive dink cross court there by Vic.
3-3 early on. Oh, Young had it.
Yeah, just caught that one back behind the body. A little bit of hesitation on that overhead. The other thing, too, is it's a little cooler here in Atlanta, and you can already hear that this DUPR is playing much firmer.
Yates missed his, maybe cut it a little bit too fine there.
Yeah, just trying to pull Young out wide. Pushes it a little bit too far.
4-4.
Nice job by Teoni taking the only avenue he had. Yates was there but couldn't make the play.
Yeah, and he actually took a little bit of pace off this one. Yates expected it to come a little bit firmer, so he was out in front of it, missed it into the net. Good job by Teoni there, only around the post.
Oh, Teoni got a little bit big coming into the kitchen line.
Yeah, and I like that move there. I like the aggressiveness, just like you said. Got a little too big with the backswing. Caught that one even with the body, misses it in the net. But I think for the Mashers, they need to start putting a little bit more pressure on here.
Young's going to put that away all day.
Yeah, and that's good pressure from him there. A medium pace. You want me to talk a little bit lower?
6-5.
We're right next to the court. I'm already getting in trouble for talking too loud.
What else is new? The angle from Teoni, it's important to remember he's left-handed, so it's going to come off the paddle differently.
Yeah, and that's another good angle. He caught Vic earlier. This one, good aggressive cross-court dink there. Vic tries to catch up to it, pushes it deep on the around the post.
Right into the shoulder. Vic goes right at Young.
Yeah, Young tried to get out of the way of that one just a little too late. That ball came up a little too high off Teoni. Vic steps in and a good aggressive shot right in the left shoulder of Young.
Gives a new meaning to putting out on the shoulder as that goes right up the middle.
Yeah, well, that previous one is the quintessential body bag right there.
You keep talking, they might want to put you in a body bag.
I have to talk quiet. I have to use my inside voice.
Young going right at Yates.
Another good step in there from Young. Young is so dangerous. He has a lot of power. He has some deception. At times, he does get a little bit out of control with that power. But when he's under that controlled aggression, he is an extremely dangerous player.
Milwaukee Masters on top 9-7 here in the opening game of this first match between the New York Hustlers and the Milwaukee Masters. Oh, friendly net cord.
Yeah, that ball missed just a little deep.
Not by much. Is now the Masters with a 3-point lead.
Good speed up there from Tioni. Young just wasn't quite expecting this last ball. A little bit of miscommunication even.
Yates elevates it right into the body. Tioni couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, again, that's a really good ball. It's a medium-paced ball. It gets it elevated. Tioni's not able to get on top of it. Even if Tioni lets that ball go, it's going to shape in and drop inside the baseline.
Yates taking a rip and catches the top of the net.
Yeah, nice deep return there from Young. Pushes Yates back. And the Masters go into the end change up 11-9.
Chad, what's impressed you the most here in the start of this match?
Well, it's kind of what I had expected and anticipated, especially with MLP. I touched upon it early at the beginning of this one. MLP and the rally scoring is much more aggressive pickleball. It's very different than our standard formats where you'll see a lot more dink rallies. Here with rally scoring where every point counts, you're looking to force errors, you're looking to force mistakes. Yes, you are going to give up a point if you miss. However, putting that pressure on and accelerating it, it's always going to be a much faster paced pickleball here with rally scoring.
Coin toss a little bit different this year. Teams get to choose. New York chose to put out men's doubles. How important is it to start off the match getting the win in men's doubles? Yeah,
and with that new one, whether you choose between men's or women's doubles, you kind of, you're looking to definitely get your team on the board first. So with that, they're putting out what they feel like is their stronger team to try to get on the board. But again, it's still every matchup here counts, but it's always nice going into your second one. Ooh, that ball's close.
Unforced error from Tioni gives New York a point. And Tioni trying to go angle. It's a nice ball by Vic.
Yeah, Tony just trying to do a little too much on that one. Ball floated from Vic. He probably didn't have to go as much angle there, but he recognizes how fast Vic is.
Tioni puts it away for the point.
That's a better ball there, too. That ball jumped up off of Yates' paddle. Tioni just puts it to the feet of Vic. Doesn't overhit it.
Yates went for the speed up, couldn't quite bring it back down into the court.
Yeah, and he's a little off balance there too. The ball's behind him, but definitely too with this firmer ball, it's jumping off the paddle a little bit more than the last couple of days.
How long does it take to adjust to a ball that's jumping a little bit more?
They'll make their adjustments pretty quickly, but again, a lot of the practices have been later in the afternoon, and it's definitely warming up here as the day goes on. So when you're playing with a softer ball, you're getting more grab, you're getting more grip. When you come out first thing here at 9 o'clock and the ball's a little bit firmer, it's not grabbing as much, so you just have to slow yourself down a little bit more.
14-12 Milwaukee. Vic had the forehand but pushed it wide.
Yeah, again, just a situation where trying to do a little too much. Yes, you want to create the angle, but it doesn't have to be perfectly on the line there. Even if we go a foot inside the line, pull Tioni out wide and make him hit that ball. Now you've started the transition and movement.
It's nice speed up as Teone left that ball high.
And you saw that from Yates there. Didn't try to do too much, just created a nice angle. Teone was reaching for a couple of balls, got the pop up.
Out of Jupiter, Florida, originally from New York.
Young, again, elevating that ball, not able to get the top spin to bring it down.
Yeah, when you're playing against aggressive players like Young, if you can keep that ball down and have them attacking from below the knees.
Nice read from Teone. Yates got to it, but Vic was in the way.
Well, Yates was pulled out wide here. And he tries to come back middle. Vic comes across to cover middle as well.
It's one of the most off-balance Ernies you'll ever see. I think Teone was out there on 1 foot trying to come across.
16-14. Got men's doubles up first. Andre Vic, Robert Park, and Johnson Cole and Stefano Verne.
Teone getting big at the kitchen line once again.
Yeah, that's a good speed up there from Yates. Reads that Teone's sitting on the forehand side, so comes back middle body. Ooh, almost picks it up. Again, Yates has looked down at his paddle a couple of times. That ball's just not grabbing on the paddle right now. Tried to hit heavy top spin on that drop, but you saw it just float up. It's not getting the bite that he wants.
Good defense by Young, sliding over as Teone really ranging there out of the left side.
Yeah, that's very smart by Young there. He very easily could have overhit that one. Chooses to take a little bit of pace off it, just get that ball down.
Ooh, Vic targeting Teone.
Again, another good spot. Goes right into the left shoulder. Teone sitting forehand to try to cover middle there. I mean, a couple of those resets from Martinez, Vic there on the overheads by DJ Young.
New York wants to call a timeout as Milwaukee now getting within 2 points of taking this first game. Chad, what does New York need to do here to stop Milwaukee and try to get back into this game?
Well, they've had some success speeding up into the body of Teone, into that left shoulder. I think right now, need to go behind DJ Young a little bit. Have Teone step over middle, can pull him out wide. They've had some success there as well. But choose the right spots to speed up. They've gotten themselves into some bad situations or some difficult situations where they're speeding up from off-balance positions, and it's not giving them the ball that they want. Young and Teone being able to get on top of it. So move that ball around a little bit, get that ball down, try to find Young trying to speed up from the ankles or the knees as well, and those balls have sprayed. But we're getting down the line now. We do not have the freeze anymore. We are still going the win by 2 and on your serve.
Right now Milwaukee on serve, up 19-16. Teone tried for the score, couldn't get it. And New York gets the point.
17-19.
Oh, Vic going right at the feet of Teone, gets the point. It's a big one.
Yeah, and again, it doesn't have to be overly aggressive or overly powerful. Just that ball Doesn't have to be overly aggressive or overly powerful. Just that ball down at the feet. Tioni's kind of stuck a couple of feet behind the kitchen line.
Vic had an alley, sends it a bit long, and that gives Teoni and Young game point on their serve.
Yeah, Vic read that one, just got a little too big.
Teoni tried to finish it off with the forehand.
Yeah, I probably would have liked to see him drop from that position. He's moving into it a little bit off balance. Oh, the frack.
A smart decision by Young, though, to go right at the feet.
Yeah, it goes right at the feet of Yates there.
Milwaukee back on serve. Game point number 2.
So that's very good play there from the Hustlers. They developed the point. They didn't rush it. Eventually got that ball to pop up.
Yates cannot believe it. He thought he had it. Gives Milwaukee game point number 3 as the Masters up 21-20 here in this opening game on Grandstand Court. Young just misplayed it. That's an uncharacteristic error.
Yeah, tight right there. See him stand up on that backhand. Gets on top of the ball instead of staying underneath it.
21 all. Right at the hip of Teoni and earns New York game point.
Yeah, the counterattack here from Vic. Gets on top of it, makes the adjustment on the previous backhand that he missed deep. Gets on top of that one. And after going back and forth, New York.
The Hustlers have fought off 3 game points here in game number 1. Teoni Young maybe been a little bit less clean over the last couple of points. What's New York doing differently?
Well, they just slowed it down a little bit. They developed the point more. They've moved Young and Teoni around a little bit. A couple of untimely errors on a backhand from DJ
That's
Young. The
large.
forehand from Teoni, we're trying to do a little too much. And the big one now is without the freeze. Those are extremely important.
You have 22.
Game point for the Hustlers.
Time in. 22-21.
Just wrong again. That's where the sailing is coming into play.
Yeah, and he catches it a little late here. Good speed up from Teoni. Paddle just laid too far back for Yates.
Teoni tried to cut it a little bit too fine. You see Vic pointing to his head. Smart decision.
Yeah, he very easily could have sped a ball up in the middle of the point there. Chose to go a little bit softer. Teoni off balance. Drops that one in the net. Wow, Teone was in trouble.
Wow.
He was in trouble in that point there. Somehow gets the ball back down. And you see that last swing from Vic. He's hitting up on the ball, on a ball that's waist high.
Nowhere else for it to go but up. Teone that time catches the tape. Smart decision by Yates going back to that hip of Teone.
Yeah, again, another ball sitting just a little too high. Yates gets on top of it, gets that ball down.
Vic caught in the transition zone. Now we're tied at 24-all.
Vic does not need to rush that one. He doesn't have to get up there so quickly. Feet still moving in that situation.
And Teone, another error. That has been the Achilles heel for the Mashers here over the last couple of points as they've tried to close it out.
Yeah, good pressure there from Yates with the fake Ernie. Wow.
And New York comes back to take game one. They take it 26-24 after fighting off 3 game points.
Yeah, I mean, the defense there from Yates and Vic keeps them in that one. So we're already seeing taking the freeze away is big, because without that freeze, it kept New York in this match.
We've got women's doubles coming up next here on Grandstand Court. And Chad, we didn't get a chance to talk about it right before the men's doubles match started, but premier teams from last season, now challenger teams, everyone's been redrafted, reshuffled, so new look teams. We already saw one great game, but what are you looking for most in this match between New York and Milwaukee?
Well, I think, the big thing going into it is that, yes, we have the premier teams. Yes, those are the top players. So a lot of people will kind of push aside the challenger players and say, oh, they're challengers. The play's not as exciting. That was pretty exciting, right?
Anyone who says that's not exciting is lying to themselves, because that was thrilling.
Yeah, and the thing too is, a lot of these challenger players, they're trying to earn spots in premier teams.
Good point, yeah.
We saw from season 1 here into season 2. Connor Garnett was a challenger player, is now up in Premier. Pablo Tejas was a challenger player, is now up in Premier. Hunter Johnson up there. I'm sure I'm missing a couple.
There were 6, yes.
Off the top of my head, those we could go through it all, but yeah, I mean, these players have something to prove, and they're out here to compete. And the team atmosphere really, it changes the dynamic. Right? You have your teammates on the side, you have your team owners, you have your coaches, you have everything. There's so many more people behind you to pick up the intensity and pick up the energy. And that's what we saw there from New York. New York hung in. They kept fighting back. And then that momentum changed, that switch changed. And you just see how quickly it can happen in these matches. I'll be looking for the same here from Sarah and Jillian with New York. Jill Braverman. I don't know if you've experienced Jill Braverman on a pickleball court yet.
I've watched a couple matches. I have a feeling, though, that watching it is not the same as experiencing it firsthand.
It's different. She will scream, she will yell, she will throw some intimidating looks in there and everything. So that's what is going to feed New York. For Milwaukee, you have two much more reserved and quieter players with Getcheva and Valdez, but they're just as aggressive, but in a quieter way. They're competitors. They're going to go out and they're going to compete. And so I'm watching a lady throw her hands up in the air here in the crowd, trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, I'm not sure if you heard on the court, Mike, but our lead referee, Bob Swisshelm, just said no F words. and
well, we did hear a couple. We did hear a couple. We just glanced past them.
We are underway here in game number 2, women's doubles. And Joe Braverman, nice little roll back up the middle. A 33-year-old out of Newport Beach, California.
1-0.
Chiva can't come up with the dig, and New York out to a quick 2-0 lead.
2-0.
Oh, wow.
Ansbury can't make it after she and Braverman were all over the court. But in the middle of that point, we saw some miscommunication. How does the reshuffle affect how teams are playing?
Well, and it's very, very different here in the sense that you're playing with people that you're only seeing maybe a week before MLP that you get in and you train with. So the communication is extremely important in these ones. Jill and Sarah have, or sorry, I should say, Ansbury and Braverman have played together before. So there is some communication that's already built there.
They left that up, and Valdez puts it away for the point.
Yeah, Ansbury just trying to move a little too much there. She's still moving through transition when that ball gets down. Extremely difficult to try to reset when your feet are moving.
Valdez, 26 years old, former All-American at Southern California. Took a hack at that. That's an easy put away for Ansbury.
Yeah, and a good reach in there and roll. Again, not trying to do too much, not trying to overhit it. Just gets on top of this ball, rolls it down through the middle.
New York up 4-2 early on. Milwaukee leaving a couple of those balls up, and it's been a field day for New York at the kitchen line.
Yeah, Getcheva reaching in there, and she's trying to do a little bit too much there. Speeding up from being fully extended, just not getting enough on that ball.
Trying to will that ball over.
Well, that's also Braverman there telling Ansbury, hey, I'm there, let me take that ball. A little bit of love off the net there for Getcheva. Braverman not even making an attempt on that one.
That pulls Milwaukee back within one, trailing 4-5. Oh, some tremendous defense, but Getcheva gets the put away.
Yeah, and excellent communication there as well. But Getcheva with a big backhand and then finishing with the forehand again, down at the feet.
Just misplayed off the edge guard by Ansbury.
Yeah, and Ansbury was a little tentative there. She didn't want to step over. Braverman has spoken a couple of times about balls in the middle, so. Too good.
And some tremendous defense by Braverman to even get the first ball.
Yeah, Getcheva and Valdez doing an excellent job right now. They're opening up the holes. They're establishing this point, using the angles.
Getcheva tried to speed it up a little bit low, catches the tape.
Yeah, and that's probably a ball where, yes, take it out of the air, but create an angle back. It's not the best speed up ball there.
You have it. Game one goes to Andre. Give it up to the
Oh, Ansbury threading the needle to get the point.
Yeah, and that ball through the middle there sets up that opening down the line. You see both Valdez and Getcheva try to take that ball there. Getcheva needs to stay put. That's a Valdez ball.
Getcheva an unforced error as that ball sails wide.
And again, the importance in rally scoring, every point matters. Can't try to go for too much.
How do you know where the line is for going for too much?
So, you know, a lot of it comes down from court awareness and how much time you've spent on the court, but also, you know, recognizing obviously a faster player is going to make you go for more, and that's where Braverman kind of makes players go for more because she gets so many balls back. They try to push it wider and not wanting that ball to come back. A lot of it comes into the mindset of, hey, I don't want this ball to come back, rather than I'm going to make them hit another ball and create a larger opening through the middle, rather than trying to go for a smaller percentage wide ball.
9-9.
Similar to playing a Swiatek.
Yeah. Ball's in.
Beautiful angle by Braverman for the put away.
Yeah, and see, again, right there, Valdez and Getcheva will push back at the baseline. Braverman is still putting balls through. She puts a ball in the middle to create that wider ball. If she tries to go wide straight off, then there's more chance of missing that ball.
Just caught off balance, and New York heads into the end change up 11-9.
And Braverman with the first scream of this match.
What's the over/under on the number of screams from Braverman?
It's early. It's early. I'm going to say at least 5.
Okay, so that's one. We'll keep a tally.
Yeah, so I'm going with 5 for this one. For total match, ooh. Once we get to mix, there may be a little bit more, but yeah, I think she's good for at least 4 more as we get closer to the end of this one.
You said a player like Braverman forces opponents to go for too much. If you're Getcheva and Valdez, how do you dial that back and try to play within yourself moving forward for the rest of this game?
Well, again, it's just adjusting your target from sideline to maybe a foot inside the sideline, or going for a little bit more middle, trying to pull Braverman and Ansbury to the middle to then open up that sideline so you're not feeling like you're going for as small of a target, with Braverman being kind of established in the middle of her half.
Cirkul, official hydration sponsor of Major League Pickleball.
Braverman, with some prior success on the MLP Tour in San Clemente, named the MVP of that event. He's picked up a silver medal in women's singles at the 2021 Nationals. Oh, right into the body, but Ansbury handles it.
Yeah, Getcheva is actually early on this one. Not as of aggressive speed up on the backhand side there from Ansbury, but a good setup going cross court and then down the line.
Ansbury can't believe she missed it.
Yeah, tried to do a little bit too much there and rolls that one off the paddle.
I think that's the buzzword phrase so far today.
Yeah, don't try to do so much.
That's why you're a coach. Getcheva again tries to speed it up. That's the second time we've seen her catch the tape from that specific spot.
And that one's a little bit better ball than the previous one. It was higher, but she's coming in flat with that paddle. The paddle face is completely closed off, so when she attacks, it's just in a linear motion. She has to come up the back of that ball from underneath to get a little bit more roll. Ambitious around the post from Braverman right there.
You're saying you don't advise an around the post from near the baseline?
I mean, it can be done. It can be done.
We're going right at the right hip of Braverman for the point.
Yeah, and Braverman trying to go a little too deep here. Getcheva, quick step up, goes back into the body on that left hip.
Time Getcheva catches the net.
Yeah, and again, she tries to add too much spin onto that one. She's trying to get that ball to really dip and dive. Just take that ball, get yourself up to the kitchen line.
Valdez going for too much, sends it long, big swing.
Yeah, you see her whole body rotate on this one. Trying to put a lot of power into that one, but catches it late.
Getcheva called it long.
So we may have a challenge here from Braverman.
Now Braverman immediately questioning the call.
You are challenging the outcome. I want to confirm you guys are maintaining the outcome. Okay, so we have a challenge.
All right, our first challenge here today.
New York that is challenging Milwaukee's outcome. As the rally stands, we have side out 15 or 13-15. We will now proceed with the video challenge.
I think that ball's out. I'm just going to say it right now. Yeah, we can see space between the ball and the line.
Just a little
I think it's a good call.
Gray.
Now, every time I say that, I will say this. The referee standing right in front is going to turn around and say, no, that ball was in.
Our video referee, Tom Wilson, taking a look. And so, Chad, you agree with the call. You think it should stand the ball's out?
So when that ball came off the paddle as well, it looked like it was going to sail much deeper. It did drop down, but I think it was a good call of that ball being out. I think we can see it right there on our screen. We see space.
Now looking for the little bit of gray. This is our lead ref, Bob Swisshelm. Anisha Smith conferring with the video referee, Tom Wilson.
After video review, the call stands. The ball was out. So New York loses a video challenge. They don't want to get 3 video challenges.
So the call does stand. It makes the score 13-15. Milwaukee serving.
15 seconds.
When New York loses a video challenge.
Time in. 13-15.
Valdez couldn't do the pickup.
Yeah, it's a good ball there from Braverman. Gets it down, keeps it down to the feet of Valdez.
The error.
Ansbury tries to roll that one a little too much and kind of does the same as we saw from Yates in the men's doubles matchup. She's trying to rub off that paddle. Get a little more grip.
Braverman, little misplay, gives Milwaukee the point.
Yeah, it looked like that ball just slid a little bit on her. Didn't come up like she was expecting. Good ball there from Getcheva.
15-16.
Well-constructed point by Milwaukee.
Yeah, and that's a better job there again from Getcheva. A good aggressive dink out wide gets Ansbury and Braverman kind of out of position.
Getcheva again, going for too much.
Yeah, it doesn't have to go as big there. Shorten up the backswing just a little bit. Take that ball out in front a fraction earlier. It'll get that ball to drop inside the baseline there. We get that ball back deeper. We don't get as much spin or as early spin.
Gets it that time, gets the pop-up, puts it away.
A little bit of hesitation there from Braverman as Ansbury's coming back up too. She's all the way back at the baseline. Getcheva kind of rolls that ball, gets Braverman to lunge.
Valdez can't come up with a backhand on the big swing from Braverman.
And there was a much better ball on the backhand side there from Braverman than her overhead. Her overhead, she hits straight down into the kitchen. That ball bounces up, and it's easier for it to come back. Braverman goes with heavy topspin.
Will not do a deflated or degraded ball during. Basically, you cannot challenge it. No.
So no, nothing would happen.
No. Okay.
A conversation between Getcheva and Swisshelm about the ball.
Yeah, so as far as if there's a crack in the ball or the ball compresses a little bit too much, Valdez was saying, and Getcheva was saying that ball didn't come up.
Miscommunication again between Ansbury and Braverman makes it 18-all.
Yeah, Ansbury coming over on the backhand side there. Braverman saying, hey, I've got this on my forehand. That ball in the middle continues to be issues for Braverman and Ansbury, but Getcheva misses that one just a little wide.
Every time Getcheva and Valdez get close, it seems there's an unforced error. Have not been able to take the lead in this game.
19-18.
Ooh.
Getcheva coming up with some dirty slices during that point. Wow.
So now Braverman's saying, no, you got to change that ball. It's definitely coming off. That was not the ball. That was how much spin Getcheva put on that one. She actually hit it, just brushed straight up that ball, caught the edge guard, and it killed that ball, and that's why there was no bounce.
There was that one, and then the return that she hit deep also on the forehand side undercut it.
Yeah, that was heavy, heavy spin. It cleared the net maybe by half an inch.
Well, credit Milwaukee. There have been times during this game that it looked like New York was going to run away with it. The Mashers have been able to hang in. It's tied at 19-all here.
Oh, she hesitated. No, I was going to say, you saw everything slow down there from Getcheva. She thought about speeding it up, and then she's like, no, I'm going to push it cross court.
Gives New York game point.
Let's turn it up. Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. Frisco Pan is leading 1-0 in games, 11-9. Jason Phillips. As we switch at half, the score is over.
Oh, the ball.
Tremendous defense, though, from Braverman.
But the ball again in the middle there. Braverman pulled all the way out wide, tries to come back over in front of Ansbury.
20.
Just don't try to do too much.
We're going to keep a tally on that today.
That is extremely good pressure there from Jill Braverman.
It earns the Hustlers their second game point as they lead 21-20 on serve.
21-20.
a 2-game lead over the Milwaukee Mashers.
Yeah, and a good adjustment there from New York down the stretch. The Mashers came all the way back, put themselves in contention, but a couple of mistakes and then some good balls from Braverman, really applying pressure, getting those balls down and creating angles. We're going to take a short break here as we go through and figure out our mixed doubles pairings. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Grandstand Court as we get ready for mixed doubles in this opening match between the Milwaukee Mashers and the New York Hustlers. I'm Dorian Kraft. He's Atlanta Bouncers head coach Chad Edwards. New York has already taken 2 games. They lead Milwaukee 2-0, and it will be Kyle Yates and Sarah Ansberry squaring off against DJ Young and Rihanna Valdez.
0-0.
Yates goes into the net.
Yeah, and it's a good attack there from Yates, but an even better counter from Valdez. Goes back behind him after he moved toward the line.
Valdez comes up short. Is there a difference for women or whoever, because we have the changing format this year, but going from playing gendered doubles to mixed, is that a difficult adjustment?
I mean, these players are used to it, yes, but it is an adjustment. As far, you're going to see a lot more of these cross-court rallies here between the females. The guys are going to take their opportunities to step in.
Just like that, as Yates places it deep in the court for the point.
Yeah, good ball there from Yates. Adds some topspin to it on the backhand side there, but a good speed up from Ansberry. Catches Valdez a little bit flat-footed.
Valdez comes up short into the net.
Yeah, Valdez needs to adjust the balls here. You're not going to see Ansberry moving a whole lot on that right side. She kind of plants those feet and stays in that cross court.
Young able to get a ball to put away, but how about the defense from Yates during that point?
Yeah, good adjustment for Yates with that ball off the net right there. But a good step over from Young.
2, 3.
Wow.
Young going right at Yates. Yates with a little nod, like, okay.
Yeah, it's a good job from Valdez on this ball here. Young steps over, then kind of steps back. She was ready for it, though.
Yates just an unforced error there.
Yeah, a little pancake volley right there. He just pops on it, doesn't extend through it.
Young catches the tape, tied at 4.
It's a little too quick on the finish there from Young. Pulls across with that left hand.
How much of that is due to the fact that Milwaukee knows they have to have this game?
Well, there's definitely pressure from Milwaukee here. So playing a little bit tighter.
There's nothing tight about that forehand from Yates. Just goes right down the line for the winner.
And it's a good job from Yates taking that ball out in front. Very easily could have jammed him up.
Going right at the feet. Valdez owns the point.
That's a tough spot for Ansbury to speed up from. She's transition area on the backhand side. Doesn't put a whole lot of power on it.
Young not able to handle it. Valdez getting a little bit big, and she's talking to herself immediately. She knew she could put that ball over.
Well, and she needs to take a step forward. So the adjustment in women's doubles here, especially when you're playing with an aggressive guy, and I'll finish it after this point. Ansbury throwing the finger up there.
Sorry, I'm not sorry.
So yeah, good drive there from Yates. What I was talking about, Valdez is playing back away from the kitchen line to allow Young some movement, but when she needs to take a step forward, and then when she senses him moving, take a step back to give him the room. She can't get stuck a foot, 2 feet behind the kitchen line.
That's a nice put away at the line from Valdez. Going back to the conversation about these are players that you've only played with for maybe a week, how now important is that communication again?
Oh, communication is incredibly important. Not only with these matches, but just in general, and that's where, you know, even throughout the year when you're seeing partnerships change all the time, there's not that familiarity with, you know, I know that they're going to take this ball, or they're going to be there when I hit this ball.
Yates just wide.
7-10.
Game number 2 goes to the Frisco Pandas.
Young coming across the middle to put it away.
Yeah, good speed up there, right into the left hip of Ansbury. Creates that pop-up. See her sitting a little bit more backhand down the line. Wow.
Oh, well-constructed point to get the easy put away.
Yeah, and the inside-out forehand there from Young. Fully commits to it, is aggressive with it, pulls Yates all the way out wide. Nothing he can do other than try to flick that one back. Oh, it's in.
Everything going the way of Milwaukee over the last 4 points.
Well, Young has now changed the gear. He's stepped up. He's being a little bit more aggressive, taking more balls, and he kind of feeds off of that. When he gets into a rhythm. Right there as well. Young stepping over Good forehand counter as Ansbury tries to find the left hip, and it's Milwaukee who is again up at the end change here.
Milwaukee leading 11-10. You said that Young has been more aggressive over the last 4 points. What can New York do to counter that and take away some of the momentum? Well,
that's kind of, going back behind him to take him away from the middle of the court, going a little bit wider to Valdez, that if Young does step over, then he's really out of position. Right now, they're giving a few more middle balls. That last speed up there from Ansbury where she's trying to go at the Valdez left hip. She has been able to do that early on, but Young wasn't moving. Now he's moving. Now you have to kind of go a little bit more body. The risk that you take there is that if Valdez gets out of the way, you're attacking short court. So you need to go behind Young on the backhand side, keep him pinned out a little bit more away from the middle to be able to isolate Valdez again.
There we go, come on now.
Point, 11.
New York able to side out.
11.
11 all. A service there off the paddle of Yates.
12.
Let's go!
Yates is fired up coming across for that overhead put away.
And a good finish there from Yates. Jumps a little corner at the kitchen as well.
Young able to get behind that with some power.
13-12.
I am loving that. Rookies are up for that. Major League Pickleball. Team atmosphere. New Jersey 5. Frisco Pandas. Game 3. This is exactly what it is all about. Major League Pickleball.
Nice decision from Valdez there.
Yeah, good speed up there from Valdez. She's forced Ansbury to move her feet a little bit more. She wasn't going as consistent to the same spot.
Yates continuing to punish balls that get popped up in the middle.
Yeah, and another good step over here. Ansbury's still coming forward after the return. Just gets that ball down, creates the pop-up from Young. Again, Valdez getting Ansbury on the backhand side there. Goes down the line, creates that push for Yates to stay set, and then forces Ansbury to have to step over.
Yates went for the speed up, catches the tape.
Yeah, tries to do a little too much there. He's standing tall, so when he hits that one, he comes on the top of the ball, pushes that one straight into the net.
Oh. Young misread the pop-up, couldn't get back to it in time for a tweener.
Yeah, so Yates with a little offensive volley there, and with the step to the middle, Young wasn't able to push off to get any height on that.
That's a ball DJ Young would certainly love to have back.
14-16.
Yeah.
Valdez again going after the backhand of Ansbury.
Yeah, and they've had some success the last few points with that middle ball. And it was a good setup there from Young. Just dropped that backhand with some side spin down the line. Forced Ansbury to come in, and then when she had to come back to cover middle, she was out of position.
There we go. Come on.
Deep ball there from Yates to drive Milwaukee back.
Yeah, another good offensive lob there from Yates.
New York trailing by 2. That middle ball again, Milwaukee just picking on that side.
Yeah, Yates needs to take that middle ball more. He's not consistent with the middle balls that he's taking. So Ansbury's kind of being left out to dry there on the backhand side.
Nice backhand.
Way to be aggressive.
Little mini Ernie.
16-18.
Great hands from Young going to the backhand side.
Yeah, good control. Moving Ansbury around again. New York's going to take a timeout.
Hustlers trailing by 3 here, getting late in the first of 2 mixed doubles games. And Chad, you mentioned success in the middle. What is Milwaukee seeing that's allowing them to exploit that?
Well, again, Ansbury, when she's on the right, she does exceptionally well when those balls are kind of within her radius, where she is a one-step and dink, one-step and attack. Once you get her moving, then it's a little bit more difficult for her to recover. They've gone behind Yates, kept him kind of on his side, and then pulled Ansbury out a little bit wider, and then forcing her to have to kind of come back middle, and she's late. So that's where Yates needs to come over and take a few more of those middle balls. Even if he takes a step back and then comes over to give himself a little bit more time, he's moving better. It's easier a little bit easier for him to cover. Or, for Ansbury, she has to kind of keep it out of the middle of the court on the Young side, or push Valdez into the body.
That's a foot fault from Yates as he was going for the Ernie.
They might be right foot right on the kitchen line.
The foot fault gives Milwaukee game point up 20-16.
20-16.
And the backhand error from Yates. Milwaukee now on the board as Young and Valdez take it 21-16 over Yates and Ansbury.
And a good ball there from Young. Yates takes a step to the middle to try to cover a little bit more, put some pressure on. Just does a medium pace ball out wide. So this very easily could have been a 2-1 in Milwaukee's favor, or even a 3-0. Milwaukee was in all of them. Remember when men's doubles that Milwaukee was up?
They had
3 game points. New York fights back. Milwaukee had chances in the women's doubles.
Jill Braverman asking Yao Mei if he's hungry. You gotta love the enthusiasm that Braverman plays with, though. So Jill Braverman and Yao Mei Vic will be taking on Krista Grecheva and Pessa Teoni. Chad, what stands out to you in this matchup?
I think what it's going to come down to here is going to be Martinez Vic. He's not as accomplished in doubles as he is in singles. Definitely his game is improving on the double side, but I think what it's going to come down to is how composed he can stay. Braverman is going to be aggressive, and I think Martinez Vic still needs to be aggressive as well, but he can't overdo it, try to overrun balls or overcommit. And it might be interesting here to see too, going up against Teoni and Grecheva, whether Martinez Vic stays on the left or they put Braverman on the left. So then it's the girls can go cross court against each other. The guys are going cross court rather than kind of going, guys head-to-head, girls head-to-head. So it'll be interesting to see what they choose for New York coming out of here. Braverman is very good on the left-hand side.
All right, ladies, bring the balls in, please.
But we'll see for Teone and Gecheva. I think Gecheva can control the points. She can put Teone into good positioning, but again, she can't do too much.
Right.
Right. We saw her in women's doubles where she tried to create too large of an angle.
Well, Milwaukee dropped the first 2 matches as New York took both men's and women's doubles. Masher's able to get on the board, taking the first of 2 mixed doubles games. If Milwaukee wins this, it will force the Dream Breaker in this opening match here on Grandstand Court. Day 1, Season 2 of the MLP presented by Margaritaville. It almost feels like the first day of school. Like you can feel the excitement around the facility. There's been a lot of buzz over the last couple days.
That's MLP. It's one big party.
There's nothing else like it, right? That's why it's a slogan.
Exactly.
0-0.
Milwaukee to serve first.
Uh-oh.
And there's a Braverman scream to start.
Oh. I think my over-under of 5 is going to be in trouble
We
right
only
now.
had 1 in the women's doubles match.
Yeah.
That's 2.
Yeah, that was 1 within 1 point.
The speed up by Gecheva goes long. 2 screams, 2 points.
It's a very enthusiastic out call, but she's doing that to try to get into your head.
Let's go, let's
Teone,
go.
a little bit of indecision there, and once you second guess yourself, there's not much you can do to come back.
Yeah, you're in trouble. And a little bit of added spin off of the net cord there threw him off as well.
Teone going right back at the body of Braverman, and Teone letting out a little yell.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Braverman saying that she couldn't see. She just got a verbal warning, trying to get Bob Swisshelm to repeat what she said.
Let's not add things on top, okay? All right, 1-3.
Let's get it high.
1-3.
Ken, Eric, outside, you guys.
There we go, come on.
Nice deep ball there from Vic to earn the point.
Yeah, and that's where Vic needs to be. Stay composed, stay within himself. He hits that ball with heavy top spin.
We're so excited, and I'm a little nervous on the next one. I need to go have a break. Margaritaville back. Let's go.
Pushes the ball wide.
2-4.
Going to the side switch. Fabio, she allows a heart lead, 11-10. Delta Big, 7. Let's go.
7. Time in. 11-10.
Oh, how about the backhand from Gecheva?
And that was extremely well done from Gecheva. She pulls Martinez Vic out wide. For some reason, Braverman took a step down the line as well, anticipating that Gecheva was going to roll that one down the line. Just leaves a big opening.
Go. There we go.
Teone trying to do too much. The kitchen line getting big again.
Going a little bit more body there on Braverman. He had some success going into that right hip. He tries to do just a little too much on that one.
As Vic goes too much, sends it long. Do you like the decision by Teone to try and target that hip of Braverman?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good shot for him going into the body. He just can't try to go too much with the power.
12-12.
Oh.
Point 13.
It was a nearly disaster, and Getcheva pushes it long.
Yeah, the miscommunication in the middle there, and that's part of the new partnership, right? And playing with a lefty as well. You've got two forehands in the middle, so Getcheva's saying, well, that's my forehand too, and he's saying it's mine too.
Braverman can't get it down in the court. When you have two forehands in the middle, whose ball should it be?
Sorry, I'm laughing at Tioni. Tioni is the quietest person, but he's jumping back across the net at Braverman on that out ball.
Sometimes opponents just bring it out of you. Oh, easy put away for Braverman. Screaming, I'm too tall. Does that count as a yell?
No. That's a good reach in there for Braverman. Although I think anybody probably could have reached in for that one. The ball popped up. But, no, going back to your question of whose ball is in the middle, it's all situational. A lot of the time we'll look at that cross-court ball.
Deep drive from Teoni, but on that point you could hear Getcheva and Teoni saying mine, so that there was no miscommunication in the middle.
Yeah, and that ball there where it's a little bit more middle and a little bit higher, I think it's a good job for Teoni coming in with the overhead.
There we go.
Some hesitation there from Getcheva.
New York on top, 8-6.
8-6.
Big timeout right now.
Beautiful decision from Vic to go right at the feet of Teoni.
And a good counter there from Braverman. I like that setup there from Teoni and Getcheva. Teoni, good speed up there on the right hip of Braverman. She drops down on her knee just to try to reset. And then Getcheva goes straight in the same spot.
No! Come on!
Off the net cord, Getcheva tries the speed up, can't bring it back in.
Yeah, again, a little too late just making that decision. Ball sits up a little bit higher off of the net cord. By the time she makes the decision to speed that one up, it's already dropped too far.
Yeah!
Getcheva, a little something more behind that one.
And Braverman saying she can't see it again. They've gotten her on that right hip.
8-10.
Joe Braverman, another yell as New York goes into the changeover up 11-8.
All right, we're at 4 now.
4?
Yeah.
We've heard Braverman, though, on this side of the court say she couldn't see. Is there anything that you see that would impact her ability to pick up the ball?
The only thing that I am thinking is that there is a gentleman back there
in a white shirt.
Behind that circle. But also, too, I mean, the Mashers jerseys are white. There's a little bit more of the potential of that shade that's just on the right-hand side of the court on your screen, where that ball kind of jumps out of the sun into the shade, back into the sun.
Milwaukee, you're in your correct position. New York, you're in your correct position.
New York trying to close out this match by taking it 3-1.
But it'll be interesting to see if Teoni has the same reaction here on this side.
Speed up, and again, Getcheva has the unforced error.
Getcheva's tentative with the balls that she's hitting right now. She's worrying about leaving a ball too high, and in essence, she's just pushing them into the net. Commit to the shot.
Teone can't come up with the backhand, and New York out to their largest lead of the game, up 14-8.
Well, that's 2 more screens for Braverman, so definitely surpassed the the 5.
Getcheva going at the hip of Braverman.
Yeah, Braverman saying it's a perfect setup there from Martinez Vic. She just didn't get herself into position.
Milwaukee continuing to attack that hip, and I agree with you. Teone is very, if you know him as a person, he's very mild.
I like seeing it. I like seeing it come out of him. He's a competitor, that's for sure. Did a little too much there on that one, though.
Well, Braverman and Teone giving it back and forth here on Grandstand Court.
But again, that's what Braverman does, and that's the reason why she's doing this, is to try to get you frustrated and to overplay.
Telling Vic there just to calm down a little bit. New York still up by 4 here in the last game of this opening match.
11-15.
2016.
Speed up catches the tape.
Yeah, a little unlucky there for Vic. It was a dead dink from Getcheva sitting in the middle of the kitchen that brushed it a little too much.
Teone got caught in the transition zone.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why he didn't step forward and take that one. That's a good ball for him to be aggressive on. He was anticipating Getcheva was going to do something else with it.
Easy backhand put away for the point from Braverman. New York leading 17-12, and Milwaukee wants to take a timeout to talk it over. This was a tight match, or a tight game rather, at the end change, 11-8, but New York has taken control here. What's been the difference for the Hustlers over the last few points?
Jill Braverman has gotten into their head. All right, because I'm reading lips.
Okay.
And if the microphones were picking up what the actual words were being
Maybe it's a good thing they're not.
There'd be a lot of point penalties. So, but again, you know, Braverman is getting in their heads by chirping, by doing all this. And you saw on that last point there, Getcheva almost just gives up on the ball because you're teeing off and trying to now win a point off one swing or one ball. They need to get back and reestablish these points, work the point a little bit better.
Speaking of high jams, I'm here with Ryan Harwood. Ryan, how are you doing right now? What are you going to do game 4? I'm excited. I'm up to the back. You got to put the board. And you do not want to go from 2-0 to 2-2. That's the worst feeling in the world. So that's what we're going to have to do right now. Thank you so much.
Oh, there's a well-constructed point that gives Teone the easy put away.
Yeah, much better job there for the Mashers. Move that ball around a little bit more. Couple balls to Braverman, gets Martinez Vic to step to the middle, opens up that ball behind him.
Getcheva, that ball may have been on its way out.
Yeah, and she read it well. Just a little late getting on top of it, and that's the difficulty with these higher speed ups, because you're having to travel that extra distance to get it elevated.
Beautiful angle there from Teone.
Teone telling himself to fight back right here. Anything is possible with rally scoring.
14-18.
Oh, corks a passing shot.
Like, calling it out.
It called it out. Teone clearly thought it was in from his reaction.
So, yeah, Mashers are going to challenge this one. So our second challenge here with our VAR, our video assisted replay, provided by VS Sports. There's 8 high-speed cameras on each court, 4 cameras on each side, kitchen, baseline, and sidelines. We'll take a look here. Ooh, I think that one caught the line.
I would agree with you. It's a great shot coming right down the line. There's no gray in between the line and the ball.
Yeah, we're not seeing any separation.
I'm going to talk about painting a line, though. If this call gets overturned, you can't cut it any closer than that.
A relatively quick decision here by our video replay referee.
Review. The out call was overturned. The ball was in. Therefore, New York, that was 2 seconds.
Little momentum going toward the Mashers now.
For the match. We will resume play with Milwaukee serving at 15-18.
The Milwaukee trailing by 3 after winning the challenge.
Get ready. Always
15-18.
Game 4, New Jersey 5. Will they keep the momentum up? Make sure you put some sunscreen on, go to Cirkul, get some water, stay hydrated, because we're going to be in it. It's going to be a great one. We are not laying up. Let's keep it going.
Oh. Oh, she mishit it.
Referee timeout.
We're going to take a referee timeout here. You cannot see it, but Teone took down the signage,
nearly got the camera.
frames, the cameras.
I love how I put my hands out like I was going to do anything. But you cannot fault the effort there. That was some tremendous defense from Milwaukee to stay in that point. Unfortunate for Gacheva that it ended that way.
Look at that. We can see it right here, and the camera is completely sideways.
Yep.
Got to line this thing back up down the line for our video replays and our challenges.
They're going to check.
You're supposed to stay on the court, dude.
The line. Telling Teone he's supposed to stay on the court.
15 seconds, please.
There's a job. I can't see the sign. I can see the other State Farm signs over there. I think it's a State Farm sign in front of us there. So somebody said like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Good decision there from Teone.
Yeah, a good spot. They're still not out of this one, trying to fight back.
Come on!
Wow, Teone somehow staying on his feet though.
17.
Sideline ball in the middle. He had actually slipped a little bit there in that point.
Milwaukee playing some inspired defense, trying to make a comeback. Braverman able to put that ball away.
Yeah, Gacheva with the miss hit there, but also the dead dink to the forehand side of Vic. Just sat up in the middle of the court there. Game and match point here for New York.
And Vic able to come through as New York takes the game and the match over the Milwaukee Mashers.
Yeah, excellent job there from New York. Martinez Vic stepping up the last couple of points there to put the pressure, but Good job from the Mashers as well. Look for them to make a couple of adjustments as the day goes on. See if they can fight back here in pool play.
We had 4 closely contested games. Chad, what impressed you the most across the board here between Milwaukee and New York?
Well, ultimately for New York, they were a little bit stronger as far as mentally and physically down the stretch. They made their adjustments, they kept themselves in it, and they closed it out. Milwaukee had opportunities in men's doubles. They were close in women's doubles. But it'll be interesting to see how New York progresses through today. They are a very strong team, and you can already tell that there's some camaraderie between them.
So New York starts off Group A pool play with a win over the Milwaukee Mashers. Don't go anywhere. We have more action coming up in about 30 minutes here from Grandstand Court as we move to Group C. It will be the SoCal Hard Eights squaring off against the Seattle Pioneers. Welcome back to Grandstand Court as the Seattle Pioneers getting set to take on the SoCal Hard Eights in women's doubles. I'm Dorian Kraft alongside Atlanta Bouncers head coach Chad Edwards. Chad, what should we expect to see in this matchup?
Well, again, I think we're going to see some fast play here. Pioneers are going to try to put some pressure on Yule and Rejkowska. So already Padiga Maite with a couple of third shot drives, one deep from Newell, one into the net from Rejkowska.
Oh, big swing on the overhead put away.
Yeah, that one's not coming back. Good angle there from Jana Newell.
1-2.
Padiga Maite trying to lean over to take it, catches the tape.
Yeah, just tried to rush that one a little bit. You sort of stand up in the mid motion there, hits the top of the ball instead of the bottom.
Fudge with the forehand put away. SoCal won the toss, so they decided to react. And it was Seattle that chose to go women's doubles first in this match. Great decision there by Padiga Maite, and you heard Fudge tell her to go. She recognized it was the right moment.
Yeah, and it was a good setup from Fudge. Creates the pop-up. Padiga Maite, big forehand. Newell was all over it, but took a little bit too big of a backswing.
That time Newell moving forward, can't quite come up with the shot.
Yeah, it's difficult to try to reset or even make a quality shot while your feet are still moving there.
Padiga Maite cuts it too fine on the cross-court dink.
Yeah, just tries to go for a little too much spin there. You sort of brush up the back, tries to accelerate through it, but doesn't catch enough ball.
Fudge maybe caught watching a little bit. That ball right into her hip.
Yeah, it's a good spot there from Rejkowska. Fudge stepping into the middle there. Takes one step to the line. Rejkowska just goes right into the middle of the body.
Newell with the easy put away. There's a lot of power in a small size frame.
She does have a lot of power, and it's a good compact swing as well. The difference in that firefight between Padiga Maite and the Hard Eights is the length of the backswing.
And not a lot of time up at the kitchen line. You have to keep it compact. Too big has been the phrase of the day so far here on Grandstand.
Yeah, trying to do too much or going too big.
Oh, some crazy points to start this off. Both sides absolutely firing.
Yeah, it's good pressure here from the Hard Eights. They've now gone to Padiga Maite as their main target, and they're coming out on the top of these firefights.
You hear Megan Fudge say better.
Yeah, Padiga Maite took those balls a little bit earlier, put some pressure on Rejkowska. Rejkowska tried to roll that one a little bit too much, trying to rush.
Newell was hunting that foot of Megan Fudge, but got the tape instead.
Yeah, we'll see the paddle go just a little too far back behind the body here on the forehand.
Ladies and gentlemen,
hits down on top of it.
Court, match 2. It's time to learn about
7-all.
stepping onto the court. First up, we are going to introduce the St. Louis shot, GM Ross Chaffetz. First up, from Spain, now living in Louisiana, we have Judith Castillo Galarabalago.
Go!
Next, we got Margaritaville.
That's a great effort there by Padiga Maite, but couldn't quite come up with the backhand dig.
Yeah, the double bounce on the top of the net there created some issues. Brought that ball even closer to the net as it dropped down.
Next up, we got Jeannie Arokina. Right now, California, originally from Moscow, Russia. And we got first overall pick, Challenger League.
Fudge thought it was out. Looks like the call is in. And she's asking the referees if they saw it.
I think they're going to challenge this one. I did see Pat Smith on the sidelines there say, yes, that ball was in to his teammates.
So when your own teammate is telling you that the ball is in, you feel like you can trust them a little bit more?
Yeah.
So it will stand as in 9-7 SoCal.
We got first up, Brooke Buckner. Ann Arbor's finest, originally from Cleveland.
Padiga Maite pushes the dink wide.
Yeah, again, good pressure from Redzkowska. Goes to the right foot.
We got somebody special. Young gun.
See a switch here.
Gabriel Tario. Tell me what's going on. Let me know the skinny because we got something here. His name is Jordan Kinney. This guy living in Knoxville, Tennessee, originally from Wisconsin.
Fudge able to get the point. Do you like the decision here by Seattle to switch up Fudge and Padiga Maite?
Yeah, just to give a different look to kind of get SoCal out of their rhythm, their cross-court rhythm, going, if they do try to go at Padiga Maite, they're now going in front for Redzkowska.
Redzkowska finds Padiga Maite as SoCal takes an 11-8 lead into the end change.
Yeah, I think the difference here has just been the consistency for Seattle. A couple of missed balls, but the majority of time they've been putting the pressure on. For SoCal, not Seattle. For SoCal, putting the pressure on Seattle and Padiga Maite in particular, moving her around, throwing off her timing. I think we'll see Fudge and Padiga Maite potentially make a change here, because we can switch sides during a timeout or an end change. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't put Fudge on the left, Padiga Maite on the right.
Is SoCal seeing something in Padiga Maite's game that they're trying to exploit, or are they trying to stay away from Megan Fudge?
Well, a little bit they're trying to stay away from Megan. And initially it was they were trying to stay away from Megan Fudge, because Fudge is much better defensively and consistently. Padiga Maite has the power, but she has to get an elevated ball or an extended ball. When they were going for that, then they found that Padiga Maite was off a little bit. So interesting that they didn't switch sides. They just chose to stack and come out of it.
Radzkowska rips the winner.
Brandon, how do you feel about this match?
Yeah, and then this ball here again from Padiga Maite. She gets jammed up. Good speed up from Redzkowska.
A bit of a hometown tournament for Radzkowska. Lives in Atlanta. As Newell caught in the transition zone, couldn't do anything with it.
So the Pioneers coming in and out of the stack, switching up Padiga Maite and Fudge on the left and right.
The St. Louis Shock won the coin toss. They chose to react. First off, we got women's
Good decision there for Newell. You could hear her saying, bounce it, as Padiga Maite sails it long.
Yeah, hand's just too good for SoCal right now. Padiga Maite is really having a tough time fighting these balls off.
Fudge finds some room cross court for the point.
Yeah, it's a good change of direction there. Good change of direction there for Padigamite.
Seattle still trailing by 3. Padigamite, the ball didn't come up the way she thought it would.
Yeah, it looks like it caught a little bit of the line, but also with how heavy the top spin was from Radzikowska right there.
We've got in the crowd right now, Julie Johnson.
And SoCal leading 14-10 in the opening game of this Group C match between the SoCal Hard Eights and Seattle Pioneers. SoCal will face the St. Louis Shock next. Radzikowska just all over those balls at the kitchen line.
Yeah, another couple of good shots there from Radzikowska. She jams up Padigamite, going tight into the body, and then follows Padigamite's movement.
And Noel comes up a little short, trying to drop it in the kitchen. Fudge forces the error from Newell.
Yeah, Newell just a little early on that counter punch off of the drive from Fudge.
Newell trying to speed it up and ends up catching the tape.
Yeah, 2 errors back to back for Newell. That one, body's moving to the left as she's trying to hit to the right.
Fudge can't get to it. What an angle from Radzikowska.
Yeah, too good of an angle there. That ball bounces almost in the kitchen. Or in the kitchen.
Exploiting the middle. It's now a 4-point lead for SoCal.
Yeah, take a timeout here from the Pioneers. And it's a good timeout, but an excellent shake and bake there from the SoCal Hard Eights. Radzikowska comes up. Newell drives it right into the body of Padigamite.
Right now, this game being dominated by SoCal. Chad, what does Seattle need to do to find a little bit of rhythm here and work their way back into the game?
Well, one thing is Padigamite is getting jammed up. She's either taking too big of swings or she's letting that ball get too close to the body. Again, where she's at best is when she's extended, but
Here we go, player.
I'd like to see her kind of, try to reset a couple of these balls rather than trying to counter, because anytime she's countering, she's not getting a good swing on it. She's giving an easier ball back.
And there's something to be said for making your opponent play another shot.
Game 1, time in. 0-0.
So Fudge and Padigamite making the full switch now. Putting Fudge on the left.
You like the decision by Fudge and Padigamite to switch here?
Yeah, I do. I think Fudge is going to get more balls with her staying on the left.
Newell with the error.
Point.
14-17.
2-0.
Oh,
Yikes.
painting the line. Wow, Newell.
Pocket Rocket, Mighty Mouse, whichever one you want to go with.
I think all of them are effective. Wow.
Point.
Absolutely punishing those balls. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, just too good from Newell right now. And the errors that she's made is when she was trying to go a little bit softer. When she's feeling and she's aggressive, like those last 3 shots that she just made there.
How about the hands for Newell, though? Seattle. She is everywhere.
Yeah, and an excellent reset in the middle of that point. The ball was down. She didn't try to attack it from down up. Got herself back into the point, or got them back into the point.
Seattle able to fight off 1 game point.
Yeah, that's where Padigamite is dangerous. It's the balls that she can get extended on. That's where she gets her power from. Once the balls are into the body, it's much more difficult for her to put a good swing on.
Point. Two, 5.
Seattle earning another point off the forehand wing of Radzikowska. Still with work to do, trailing by 4 here in game number 1. Fudge comes up short. Have to win on serve. Seattle continuing to chip away here against the SoCal Hard-Eights.
Yeah, good pressure there from Padigamite. The freeze is gone. Do still have to win on your serve.
7-3.
Big forehand through the middle from Padigamite.
Yeah, that's a good spot right there. Neil gets a little bit too far behind and a little too extended on the backhand side.
Seattle trailing now by 2.
4-7.
Great decision there from Newell to go right at the feet of Fudge.
Newell and Radzikowska facing with a game point here again. They just need to stay under control.
5-7.
Third time's the charm for Newell and Radzikowska as they take the women's doubles game here in this first game between the Seattle Pioneers and the SoCal Hard-Eights.
Yeah, just too strong there from SoCal. Newell and Radzikowska found their target early on in Padigamite, really put the pressure on, jammed her up, went into the body, didn't allow her to really get extended on any balls. Fudge and Padigamite made the switch to put Fudge on the left later on. They kept it close, but were never able to really gain enough momentum and enough traction to even put a whole lot of pressure on SoCal right there.
SoCal jumps out to the early lead going up against the Seattle Pioneers here in Group C. Men's doubles on deck next. Chad, who do you like in this particular matchup?
Yeah, I think my X factors for both here for SoCal is going to be CJ Klinger. He's been playing really well the last few months, but what it's going to come down to for Klinger is how active he can be and whether he's going to step in and speed those balls up. For my X factor for Seattle is going to be Pat Smith. He's been playing well as of late as well. He's got a little something to prove. He was not originally in the Seattle Pioneers. He was picked up after Brandon French was out with an injury.
Pat Smith playing with the remnants of a little bit of an injury himself. Slipped on court at TOC 5 weeks ago, suffered a concussion. Still working his way back, said prior to this match. Still has a little bit of neck stiffness, but feeling well.
Yeah, and it's always a tough one, especially one with falling on the court, but two, receiving a concussion from it. you have a tendency to move a little bit more tentatively. And I actually made a joke to him. I said, hey, you got to stop moving so fast on the court. And he's like, yeah, 39, that doesn't count for me. Anyways, he's like, maybe 15 years ago I was moving fast on the court.
Well, this day one of season 2 of MLP presented by Margaritaville here in Atlanta, Georgia. In our opening match on Grandstand Court. It was the New York Hustlers that topped the Milwaukee Mashers.
I had the opportunity of being on the call for one of Todd Folt's matches in San Clemente. And I have to say, he impressed me there. He was ripping balls and super aggressive, but everything was landing in. So it could be an interesting partnership here with Folt and Klinger for SoCal. And then Burrows for Seattle Pioneers. He'll surprise you as well. Got some extremely fast hands.
Burrows, 36 years old, out of Costa Mesa, California, makes his current home in Los Angeles. And CJ Klinger, one of the younger players on tour, going up against Burrows and Smith, both in their 30s. Does age and experience play a factor here?
Typically, I would say yes. With CJ Klinger, no. Klinger has been around pickleball, I think, for at least 6 years now, 5-6 years.
Traveling around in the Vida tournaments.
Yeah.
Going the homeschool, or did the homeschool route.
Come on, Pat.
17 years old. Time in on game number 2 here in men's doubles. Burrows going right at the body of Fote to start off.
Yeah, good step in and drive there from Burrows.
Start out, point 14.
Pat Smith's ready to go.
Yeah, I like that speed up from Folt right there. Got it elevated, but a good job from Smith getting on top of it. Gets it behind Folt.
Fote able to handle.
Yeah, nice and smooth there from Folt. Short, compact swing. Oh, that's disgusting.
Friendly net cord off of the backhand slice.
Heavy backspin, and then catches even more backspin catching the net cord. Yeah, that's what we'll be looking for from Klinger there. Good step in. Big forehand finish.
Smith went to speed it up, caught the top of the tape instead.
Yeah, good job from Folt there in the middle of that point, coming through transition, just blocks the ball down at his feet, gets it down.
Start out, point 8. 8-13.
Great defense by Smith, turns it into the inside-out forehand winner.
Cool, calm, and collected there for Pat Smith. A few years ago, the ATP defense, you would say, oh, it's amazing they get 1 out of 6 back.
Another winner up the middle.
That ball just a little too high off the inside out from Folt. Doesn't give him enough time to recover back middle. Good job from Burrows finding that hole.
Klinger goes long off the paddle. As now Seattle doubles up SoCal 6-3.
Yeah,
Oh, Smith finding every single spot on this court for points.
Yeah, he doesn't try to overhit that one. Kind of medium pace, heavy topspin, gets that ball to drop inside the baseline. Was close, though.
Coat couldn't quite get what he wanted with that shot.
Yeah, there's some hesitation there from Fote.
Oh, Smith down the line for the winner. How well is he playing right now?
Oh, he's not overhitting. You know, it's all at 60-70%. Staying nice and relaxed. He's been in these positions before. As soon as we say something good about him, though, he jumps up and puts one deep.
So whose fault was the broadcaster jinx, yours or mine?
Both. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take onus for it.
Point. Cute. Timeout stop. 12:15, 1 minute.
Another heavy backspin. This time Burrows can't get the friendly roll.
Yeah, good pressure there from Fote. A couple of inside-out forehands, pushing that ball wider.
Eric, how are you guys doing today? We're doing real good. Oh yeah, heating up, but you know what? We love this heat. Heating up on court 2. Let's go. Court 2, but also championship. Yeah!
Smith tried to speed it up, can't get it over the net.
Yeah, and that's a tougher ball when it's right in the middle of your body. The paddle head drops straight down. And you try to change direction, it's a little bit flatter.
That was a healthy rip from Smith.
Klinger trying to step up and put some pressure on, but just not in the position to be able to do anything with it.
10-6 Seattle.
15 seconds. Yeah, come on.
It's a miscommunication in the middle, makes it 11-6 Pioneers at the end change.
Yeah, a little, whoa. Hey, Megan, that didn't hurt our ears at all. Megan Fudge walked into the court mic right there. She was going out to give high fives to her teammates.
So we've had a player get into the court mic. We've had Teone get into the signage and the cameras already.
Yeah, I mean, these players are just trying to take the court apart right now.
Seattle out to an 11-6 lead. Chad, what's impressed you most about the Pioneers so far?
I mean, they're just staying under control, but they're being aggressive, but it's a controlled aggression. They're putting pressure on, but they're not, you know, in reality, getting up above that 60, 70, 80% max as far as trying to hit with power. Right now, it's just it's calm, it's cool, it's collected. There's a little miscommunication between the SoCal Hot Eights in the middle right now.
There's an easy put away for Klinger as that ball elevated a bit.
Yeah, Smith saying my bad right there. They're probably not the best spot for that speed up.
No.
Smith forehand sails long.
Yeah, and the same with that one. Fote hits a heavy topspin ball here. Smith trying to volley that with an open face.
3 consecutive errors out of the end change by Seattle makes it a 2-point game. As SoCal battling back here in the men's doubles. Make it a 10-11 as that catches the tape.
Yeah, a little momentum shift here for SoCal.
What's been the difference for SoCal in the last 4 points?
Well, I was going to say they're the ones putting the pressure on right now. As we see Fote and Klinger continue it. Another good drive there from Fote. And what's so difficult about it, it's got late movement. It drops down below the net. If you catch that with anything but a flat paddle, that ball's going to go up. And Burrows trying to do too much there on the backhand side. So a good timeout here from the Pioneers. Trying to slow this momentum.
SoCal has ripped off 6 straight points to take a 12-11 lead. It's their first lead of the game. Chad, you mentioned that SoCal a little bit more aggressive. They're applying more pressure. What does Seattle need to do to counter that?
Well, exactly what they need to do is counter down. They try. We've seen a couple of the counters. One from Burrows there go out wide. Smith had a counter where that paddle face was open. The balls have floated on him a little bit. Just go with that flatter paddle. Doesn't have to be heavy pace, but just get that ball down to the feet of Folt and Klinger as they're trying to come forward.
Big point there for Seattle.
Yeah, and a good setup there from Smith. Pulls that ball out wide to the backhand side of Klinger. Creates that pop-up, finds the hole in the middle with that next forehand.
Burrows was there but couldn't make the play.
Burrows was anticipating Klinger trying to attack into the body there. He was sitting a little bit more backhand.
That's a rip by Burrows right into the body of Fote.
Yeah, that's a tough ball to pick up there. It's only maybe an inch above the net cord.
Smith, the overhead winner off the net cord.
I think a couple of balls there may have been going out, but those guys were so dialed in.
That ball back. It's why the hardest skill in pickleball is actually determining what's in and what's out, right?
Yeah, it's tough, especially in those hands battles, to let those balls go.
Burrows pushes it long, but did you see Smith change hands in the middle of that?
The little lefty reset there.
That was
from
ridiculous.
Pat Smith. Might have been a better drop than with his right hand.
Smith's starting to assert himself here at the kitchen line.
Yeah, good pressure again there from Seattle. SoCal trying to fight it off. Just not able to get a ball down.
Unlucky net cord there for Smith. Leaves an easy put away for SoCal. 1 point game. Tied at 16 after the error from Burrows.
Yeah, that's exactly what I saw from Folt and San Clemente. It's that heavy drive that just dives over the net.
Going right into the hip of Burrows for the point.
Yeah, good attack and a good 1-2 combination there from Folt. Reaches in, quick flick with the backhand, sits backhand, and that short punch again. Yikes.
Burrows with a big Ernie.
A little selfie right there. Pushes that behind Klinger and then moves, puts that one away.
If you want something done right, do it yourself.
Time in. 2019.
Oh, Klinger just catches the back of the line.
A little miss hit there from Klinger. Actually worked out well. I think if he hits that, catches that one cleanly, a ball goes out.
Smith evens things up, going back into the body of Fote.
Yeah, too good there from Smith with a little inside out, change of direction. A couple of times he's reached in, rolled that ball out behind Klinger's backhand. This time reaches in, makes it look like he's going to go cross court again. And just a sleight of hand into the body of Fote.
Error from Fote makes it 19-18 Seattle as the Pioneers trying to even this match up at 1 game apiece.
No!
Klinger hit an out ball, drove his out, and now SoCal wants to take a timeout as Seattle with game point.
Yeah, just a couple of untimely errors there for SoCal. Catching those balls a little late.
Hard Eights looked like they were on their way to getting blown out of this match, trailing at 1 point, 11-6. Chad, what has impressed you most about their ability to fight back here and make this a close game?
Well, I mean, you can't count it. You can't count out SoCal. They're a good team, and they've gone on some good runs, especially with Fote and that drive and how late of a dip it has once it gets over the net.
Game point. Fote able to fight it off. Point SoCal.
Again, a good reach in there from Fote, using that backhand flick. I do not like that speed up there from Burrows. He's hitting off of a back foot, weight going back. So that ball's elevated.
Through the wickets, Klinger gives SoCal game point.
Burrows hit an out ball right there.
I noticed.
But excellent job from Klinger. Two points in a row. He's had a nice reset and drop into the kitchen, allowed them to get up.
Fote with the reach in, maybe ill-advised there, was apologizing to Klinger.
Well, in that situation, you know, 2 forehands in the middle. I think Fote lets that ball go. Klinger has more reaction time.
Fote tries to speed it up, but catches the net.
Yeah, that one was flatter than the previous reach-ins from Fote.
Gives Seattle game point number 2. Seattle evens this up at 1 game apiece as Pat Smith and Wes Burrows take down Todd Fote and CJ Klinger 23-21.
Yeah, it's a good fight there from SoCal. They had their chances. A good ball there from Burrows at the end, going right into the hip of Todd Fote as he's trying to come up. Jams him up with his feet still moving.
So the match between SoCal and Seattle tied at 1 game apiece after the Hard Eights took women's doubles. The Pioneers come back and take men's doubles. And we're going to take a break for just a few minutes as we get the mixed doubles lineup set. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more action coming up here on Grandstand Court. It's the MLP presented by Margaritaville. Welcome back to Grandstand Court as we are less than a minute away from the start of the mixed doubles games. It will be Megan Fudge and Wes Burrows for the Seattle Pioneers taking on Todd Fote and Yana Newell for SoCal. This match even up at 1 game apiece. The Hard Eights took women's doubles. The Pioneers taking men's doubles. He's the Atlanta Bouncers head coach Chad Edwards, who's having some issues with his headset.
I just smacked myself in the face with the freaking headset as I was trying to put it on.
I don't know what that was. That was someone else with the court mic, I think.
Hey, stop knocking over our court mics out there.
So, Chad, this match tied at 1 game apiece. What is this particular game going to come down to?
You know, for SoCal, I think it's going to be Yana Newell. We saw how good she is in women's doubles with that short, controlled, compact swing and how much pressure that she can put on. That ball lands in as well. Burrows is going to attack her. It's how well she can counterattack and stay in it. And look for Fote to use that heavy topspin drive.
Fote able to come up with the around the post. Fudge was there, but Fote just better.
You know what? I think Fudge moved there to try to throw him off, because there's no way she was going to defend it from that position.
Fote pushes the forehand wide.
Yeah, good spot there from Burrows. I probably wouldn't test that one too much. Fote just a fraction late there.
Nothing but fireworks, nothing but fast hands. Let's see another clinic.
Fudge went for this speed up but makes the error.
Yeah, Fudge a little late there on the forehand side too, potentially just a little too big. Fote, slight change of direction, just drops that paddle head down on the backhand side, pushes it over.
Couple of net cords, some miscommunication. That point had everything.
Yeah, I would like to see Newell take that one. Fote wasn't quite in position there.
Fudge too big on the forehand.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to speed up there as well. Going at the right shoulder of Newell, that's going to head into the short court.
Newell going for the forehand rip, finds the net instead.
It wasn't quite set up early enough there. Definitely rushed on that third shot drive.
Fote just absolutely teeing off on the overheads.
And me it is. Good spot right through the middle. And it's a good deep ball. And that's the difference with a lot of these overheads that come back. It's either get on top of it too much, hit it straight down into the court, so a lot of the pace gets taken off. The good ones either have the angle or deeper, and it kind of slides through the court. But a good speed up there from Burrows into the body of Newell.
Beautiful setup from Newell earns Fote the winner.
Yeah, and she recognizes that her fourth shot is going to sit a little high, so she anticipates that attack. Excellent job counter-attacking, getting on top of it.
Fote tries to speed it up as Seattle able to side out.
Yeah, he was originally going to reach in and take that ball cross court. He decides to change direction with it and flick it down the line.
Misplayed by Burrows. That ball did not come up as he was moving through the transition zone.
It didn't come up, and it looked like it kind of slowed down a little bit as well. Seen a few points in both this one and our previous match.
Burrows getting big at the kitchen line as SoCal extends their lead to 3. And how good is SoCal right now at the kitchen line?
Yeah, I mean, good pressure and good hands. They're staying nice and controlled, nice and compact.
Deep ball by Burrows. Newell can't pick it up. It's the second time that Burrows has apologized. I don't know about you, but if I'm winning the point, I'm not apologizing that much.
He's a nice guy.
Good hands by Megan Fudge in the middle of that rally to earn the point.
Well, that's what Fudge is exceptionally good at, is just resetting balls, keeping in that point. Newell knew that speed up was coming from Burrows' fault. Lost the lead tape on the side of his paddle.
Megan Fudge has talked a lot about really enjoying this moment, 35 years old. She said, I may not get as much time as some of these younger players.
Left foot from Jan and Newell. Just a little too far forward. Yeah, I've heard that same comment from Simone for like the last 5 to 6 years.
You'll believe it when you see it?
Yeah. Simone's now 44.
If it wasn't in the press packet, I would say probably not thrilled with giving out her age. Newell able to paint the line.
Said it plenty of times.
Nice decision there from Burrows on the backhand.
Yeah, good control there from Burrows. Didn't try to overhit. Change spots.
Oh, Newell, the easy put away. Sends us to the end change with SoCal up 11-9.
I think that one for sure was going out, but Newell's like, you know what? I'm just going to get on top of this one and make sure anyway.
SoCal leading Seattle 11-9 here in the first of 2 mixed doubles games. The Hard Eights took women's doubles to start things off 21-18 before Seattle battled back in the men's doubles, taking that game 23-21. So this one has been pretty closely contested throughout. Chad, who do you think has the advantage overall, regardless of the fact that it's 11-9 right now?
Well, right now I'd give a slight advantage to SoCal. They're doing a little bit better job as far as putting the pressure on and not overhitting. There are times that Burrows has played extremely well, but there are other times where, trying to do too much, getting too big with the swings. And I think if Seattle's going to stand a chance, he has to kind of rein it in just a little bit.
Hard Eights on serve, up 11-9. Fudge really forcing Newell back with a couple of those backhand flicks.
Yeah, good flat balls there from Fudge.
Vogt just ripping that ball.
Yeah, and Fudge got pinned back at the baseline there when Burrows got all the way up to the kitchen. Tough ball for her to come forward, though, on that forehand side of fault.
Side out point, 12.
So taking something off of that, just rolling it down the middle.
A good reset. An even better roll there from Fote.
That's something we haven't seen from Fote very often, those slower balls. A lot of it's been grip and rip. Fudge long on the forehand.
We heard Fudge asking Coach Dave Fleming, should she press there? Ball was up high enough that she can be aggressive, just needs to pick a better target.
Point. 7-12.
SoCal wins the point as Newell goes back up the middle. But if Fudge is going to press, Chad, where does her target need to be?
Well, that previous ball where she missed deep, I would have liked to see it go behind Fote or into the body. There in that situation where she's going cross-court with Jana Newell, she needs to move that ball around a little bit more. She's just going forehand to forehand, and Newell didn't even have to move her feet. Hit 4 or 5 balls cross-court there, and then that change of direction back through the middle.
Newell, 25 years old, initially out of Vladimir, Russia, lives in Kansas City, Missouri with her husband Ben Newell. Says her dream is to play pickleball with Roger Federer, but it looks like she's playing pretty well right now with Todd Fote.
I think everybody wants to see Federer out on a pickleball court.
I'd take that. I'm sure the backhand would transition well. SoCal leading 15-10. 16-10 after Burrows sends the return long.
You got
Another ball sails long, and now it's danger time for the Pioneers as SoCal closing in on this game.
Excellent job there from Jana Newell, applying the pressure and then letting that ball go.
Timeout, LA.
Good angle there from Burrows. Fote not able to track it down.
We got a big timeout right now. 15-9. Emmerich Nunnery leading it. I'm sitting here right now.
Nice construction, easy put away for Fote.
Just too big with that forehand there from Fote. And he hooks that ball, he lays the wrist back, gets on top, and just rips.
Awesome action. Can't believe it, actually.
No.
Good decision by Fudge to let that ball go.
And a good counter from Burrows as well. Fote again being aggressive. Burrows counters it right into the right hip. Fote gets jammed up.
Fote just catching the line with the put away.
And Fudge trying to do open face drop right there.
19-12.
Right in. 59.
Oh, Newell just flips it down with the forehand for the winner.
Yeah, giving way too many options there to Newell.
Right out point. 10.
That brings up game point for the Hard Eights, up 20-12 here over the Seattle Pioneers in the first of 2 mixed doubles games.
Jana Newell
Doing everything.
get out.
Yana Newell coming up big as she and Todd Fote take down Wes Burrows and Megan Fudge. At times this game felt closer than the final score, but really dominated start to finish by SoCal.
Well, I did say Yana Newell was going to be my X factor for
I'll give you credit for that. Yes, you did.
Fantastic job there from SoCal. Burrows setting up some really nice balls, and then Yana Newell, she changed her spots down the stretch, staying in that cross-court dink, and then a couple of speed-ups through the middle, speed up down the line.
SoCal taking the 2-game-to-1 lead as we head into the final mixed doubles match. It's going to be Pat Smith and Lena Padigamaite going up against CJ Klinger and Ava Radzikowska. Radzikowska able to take the women's doubles with Yana Newell.
We may end up with a dream breaker here.
You think we could go to a dream breaker?
I think we may end up with a dream breaker here. I may give the slight edge to Smith and Padigamaite.
Why?
Just because of the control of Smith in the middle of the court. But what it's going to come down to is if Padigamaite gets targeted like she did in women's doubles, she needs to be able to shorten up the swing, stay more compact to be able to fight off some of these attacks. If she gets big, then she's going to be in trouble.
If this match indeed does go to a dream breaker, it would be our first dream breaker here on Grandstand Court of Season 2. The first match was taken 3-1 by the New York Hustlers over the Milwaukee Mashers. I don't know, Chad, there is such a thing as a broadcaster curse. Is there a broadcaster speak into existence?
Nah.
No?
Nah. Whatever I say doesn't come true.
I am so glad then that you're here as the analyst explaining why things are important.
Well, sometimes they listen to that. I'm saying my predictions of who's going to win.
Radzikowska and Newell very in control of that women's doubles match. What is Radzikowska's biggest skill set that's going to apply here to this mixed doubles match?
Well, right here, she's going to be going cross-court with Pat Smith. So she has to be right on point with these backhand rolls. She rolls that backhand a little bit more than hitting an open face slice dink. If that ball stays up just a little bit, Smith is going to go on the attack.
Smith had moments of dominance in the men's doubles match, he and Wes Burrows. Topping Todd Fote and CJ Klinger 23-21.
Oh, wow, sorry.
Smith, the replacement for Brandon French. As we mentioned, not initially drafted, with a little something to prove here. And Chad, you talked about this earlier, but all the players here on the challenger level with something to prove, trying to play for money, trying to play to move up to the premier level. There's a lot on the line, more than just matches.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, everybody wants to play premier.
Premier matches will start tomorrow here in Atlanta. Day 1, all challenger play. After this match, the SoCal Hard Eights get an hour off. They take on the St. Louis Shock, who are in action over on Championship Court right now.
So I was just thinking, if I say Premier with an Australian accent, nobody would understand what I was saying. Because we say Premier.
I would understand you, but that's because I've worked with you before. I feel like I've seen enough advertisements.
It's the Premier League.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like I've heard that enough when it comes to soccer.
Yes.
Yeah, I would know. I got you. Am I your Australian to English translator?
Yeah, there we go. Which I have had a couple of times.
We'll just get you subtitles to go out.
Oh, the subtitle never understands what I'm saying anyway. It's almost like the speak to text on the phone.
Oh, I can imagine that would be disastrous for you.
Especially with an R. Doesn't quite work.
Seattle to serve first. Radzikowska trying to slide out of the way, but got caught on that hip.
Yeah, good drive there from Padigamate. I'm going to say Radzikowska is probably going to see a steady stream of aggressive drives coming at her.
Ball left up too high for Klinger.
Do not like that from Padigamate, though. Not a good place to be speeding up from, and not a good ball to speed up.
Side out, point 21.
Radzikowska going right after Pat Smith, saying, I'm not afraid of you.
Oh, a couple of good resets there from Smith, but he had a steady stream of balls coming hard at him.
Radzikowska puts that away for the point.
Yeah, Padigamate not able to get these balls down. It's a continuation from women's doubles. Almost every ball she tries to reset there. Paddle face is open. She's popping it up.
Radzikowska got a little big there at the kitchen line. Point Seattle.
I missed an easy one there. A little bit of Busta Rhymes going on in the back.
I heard it.
I'm not going to even attempt to sing it, though.
No one wants that. Maybe the people do in your Australian accent. I don't know.
No. Oh.
Smith goes right into the body, literally, of Radzikowska.
Yeah, good step over there and a good spot. Radzikowska trying to get out of the way. Nothing she can do. Takes that one straight off the chest.
Targeting the shoulder. 3-all. Little miscommunication between Smith and Padigamate. Seattle trying to force a dream breaker here on Grandstand court. Padigamate on the forehand side drops it in the net.
Yeah, there's too much foot movement there for Padigamate. Not set while she's trying to hit.
Smith starting to get into it, and if you're SoCal, that's not the person that you really want to be engaged.
No, and it's a good step over there from CJ Klinger, but just needs to do a little bit more with that forehand. Ooh.
Just long.
Was it?
There's not any argument from SoCal. 5-all. Klinger able to put that one away. You can't leave a ball like that up for him.
Yikes. Yeah, that was not the best beat up there from Pat Smith.
Klinger stuck in transition, can't come up with a pick.
There's a lot of communication going on between you guys the entire night long. What about this partnership is working so well?
Oh,
got him.
How about the vision there from Klinger to get the point?
But Smith moved just a little too soon here. Crashes hard middle. Klinger's like, no, I'll take that from behind me and just roll it back.
Little yoink action.
Yeah.
Yoink. Got to do it with the effect on the voice.
Just like that, 2
Smith says, thank you very much. I'll put it away.
Yeah, it's a good oh my goodness gracious. That is a good spot speed up there from Pat Smith.
I can't translate that for you.
That one not so much. Padiga Maite fully extended, off balance. Just feeds an easy backhand there to Radzikowska.
Radzikowska not going to miss many of those. Gives SoCal an 8-7 lead. Oh, Padiga Maite let it go, but Klinger drops it in. Nine, 7. Smith finding spots to get points, really targeting that hip of Klinger.
Yeah, it's a good spot there from Smith. That left side from the left hip to the left armpit.
Right into
Number
the body.
2.
Yep. There have been a lot of body shots in this game already.
Well, when you leave a ball up like this one, not much else that you can do there if you're Radzikowska.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first mixed matchup. The LA Mad Drops. We're going to hot hand, figuring out game cardio.
Radzikowska trying to get a little bit too fine with it, moving away, and makes the error.
She tried to clear herself, sliding to the left. That elbow was already back behind the body.
Another point for Smith. 10-9 was Seattle's first lead since it was 1-0 to start off this game.
Yeah, good adjustment there from the Pioneers. A couple of good spots on the left side of CJ Klinger's body and a couple of good balls into the body of Radzikowska.
We go into the end change with Seattle up 11-9. Padiga Maite was the person that you mentioned coming into this game. Thought she would see a lot of balls. She has. What does she need to do when she's facing that onslaught coming from SoCal?
Take those balls out in front a little bit sooner. Once the ball gets close to the body or it's down at the feet, those are the balls that are popping up for her. When she's able to take it out in front, just block and reset. Those balls stay down, give them a chance. The good adjustment that the Pioneers made toward the end there were going into the body of Radzikowska, not giving her anything fully extended that she can pull Smith back out wide. Being able to kind of keep those balls a little bit more middle. It's given Smith the opportunity to attack both Klinger and Radzikowska.
Smith, backhand flick winner.
Radzikowska can't try to go back cross court with that ball once she's pulled out wide.
Where does Radzikowska need to go with that ball?
Yeah, it's either into the body of Padiga Maite, even a little bit more middle ball, and Smith takes it. But trying to go that wide with the cross court just opens up the middle. Smith was all over it.
Can't believe he missed it.
1-1.
Padiga Maite pushes the forehand wide, and now SoCal back within one.
Oh, good
Klinger, are you
move.
kidding?
Good move there from Klinger. You see Radzikowska goes right into the body of Padiga Maite. She doesn't clear herself, doesn't get that ball out in front.
Padiga makes another error as now SoCal taking the lead here. 13-12, trying to close out this match.
Side out, point 3.
Razakowska just puts it away off the forehand.
Yeah, you can see the pressure from Padiga right now. She's tense. She's tight. You're seeing those balls when they get close. She's trying to roll them, but they're not doing anything. They're just sitting up.
After trailing at the end change 11-9, SoCal coming out, applying more pressure. What's worked for the hard eights here over the last couple points?
Well, they've gone back to targeting Padiga, getting the balls into the body, in between the feet, and she's not able to fight them off.
Seattle needs this game to send this match into a dream breaker after SoCal won women's doubles. Pioneers came back, took men's doubles. Hard eights won the first of the mixed doubles, trying to close it out. Start off Group C play with a win. Padiga getting a little bit of payback going right in the body.
Good speed up there from Padiga right into the belt of Razakowska. Smith's off balance on that drive. Needs to do a better job setting his feet up.
15-13. Unlucky tip off the tape for Smith. Makes it a 3-point advantage for the Hard Eights.
Standing a little too tall there for Smith. Oh. Sliding that one down the line behind Pat Smith.
Point.
Just wide.
SoCal is going.
Well, they've got 3 challenges. You're at this point, you might as well.
Padiga called it.
But I definitely think it was not even a challengeable ball with how wide it was. But I could be wrong. I'm wrong quite often.
Side out, point 9.
Well, I mean, it's a challengeable ball.
Challengeable ball. I mean, technically can't anything be a challengeable?
Well, I thought it was much wider than that. Yeah, I mean, it's still wide, but I thought it was much wider than that.
And the margin's so slim here on Grandstand Court. Padiga called it out. Razakowska said she wasn't sure, but Klinger said we have 3. You might as well use one here.
Yeah.
Doesn't really hurt you if you lose.
Side out, point 10.
Where's the ball bounce? Right there. Whew, that's close.
That is close. Video ref Bob Swisshelm conferring with lead referee Anisha Smith. And
he just stepped on his sandwich too. Bob, what are you stepping on your sandwich for? Oh.
The call will stand. The ball was out, so SoCal loses a video challenge. Seattle on serve, trailing by 3.
Side out, point 11, timeout, 1 minute, 15, 11-8.
Radzikowska just...
Padigamite got away with one right there. That ball sat up way too high. Radzikowska hits the top of it.
Good decision by Klinger to get that overhead out wide. 18-15. Another easy ball to put away for Klinger. And SoCal closing in on the match.
Klinger right there. Both feet off the ground, hitting that forehand. Oh, Smith gets called for a left foot violation.
Violation gives SoCal match point up 20-15. Smith sends it long, and SoCal takes the match over the Seattle Pioneers as Klinger and Radzikowska win the second mixed doubles game 21-15.
Well, my prediction was wrong, but in reality, I just wanted to see a dream breaker.
Can only ask for so much stuff.
Now, well done there by Radzikowska and Klinger. Padigamite and Smith had the advantage and the lead going into the end change, but Radzikowska and Klinger playing clean, playing consistent, creating the pop-ups, and we're able to close this one out.
SoCal takes their opening match over the Seattle Pioneers. They start off Group C with a win. They will face the St. Louis Shock next. Coming up next here on Grandstand Court, it's the Las Vegas Night Owls taking on the Austin Pickleballers. That match still ahead. Don't go anywhere. There is plenty more from day one of season 2. It's MLP presented by Margaritaville.
Welcome, everyone. We are here at MLP Atlanta, brought to you by Margaritaville. My name is Brandon Insekpong. I will be bringing you this action on Grandstand Court. We've got Austin Pickleballers taking on the Las Vegas Night Owls. They are starting with a women's doubles matchup. As you see, the great forehand volley there by Susanna Barr, who is joined by Emily Ackerman here for the Las Vegas Night Owls. They are again taking on Emrich and Rain for the Austin Pickleballers. A big overhead there by Rain, as I think Ackerman thought that ball there was a little bit wide and slightly hesitated, and that's all the leverage that Rain needed to finish out that point. Tough miss there by Rain. The ball here back to Barr and Ackerman.
Cam Blackwood. Breaker, powered by Toyota Prius, is about to happen. First out, LA Mad Drops. The bulletproof Bandito. Gabe Cardio going one-on-one with Rob Nunnery. 4 points.
Oh, that was a great combo there from Susanna Barr as she hit the 1-2 there on Rain and started the firefight, which resulted in an out ball there from Emrich.
This is what pickleball is about.
Little off on the third there from Barr.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
15 seconds, players.
Some confusion here as Rain expressing to the referees that the ball may be a little lopsided. She's asking Barr and Ackerman if it's okay to substitute that ball out. They've agreed. We will have a quick ball change here. For the Austin Pickleballers, this is an ownership group that consists of co-founder Melly Price, Austin City Limits Festival, C3 co-founders Charles Attal, Charlie Walker, Charles Keeley, Steve Alley, and New York Times #1 bestseller Brene Brown.
Here we go.
Ackerman fired up after that dink rally. I think that's a strategy for Barr and Ackerman that they'd like to see. Slow it down at the kitchen line, elongate these points. What a dig by Susanna Barr, who is known for, I mean, she just has incredible defense, and you saw it there right in the middle.
I got it.
And the scorpion there from Susanna Barr, as watch this, she squats low and pushes this ball down at the feet for the winner. It's just a huge drive from Ackerman from the baseline.
Side out, point 2.
You got it. You.
2-1.
Oh, the ball clips the tape for Ackerman and still goes over, and then Susanna Barr finishes it off with this overhead here.
Okay.
3-1.
Yours.
Great job from Emrich to just stall that attack there from Ackerman as she went to the 1-2. And maybe that previous play got Emrich going a little bit as she goes there for the two-hand backhand and gets the error off Ackerman's paddle.
Side out, point 2.
couple loose errors there from Ackerman on the backhand side. She really wanted to roll that ball to apply pressure. Could not get it over. And another here from Ackerman is Austin Pickleball is doing a great job applying pressure. They stopped the early run here from the Night Owls and brought this to within 2. Emmerich is playing really well right now, just sound. She's utilizing that two-hand backhand. And they're really targeting Ackerman at the moment as she's made a couple errors here. Such a veteran in Susanna Barr. She covers a little more ground there, slides to her left to the middle, and makes sure to finish off that point. That's a big forehand volley there from Emmerich. A little too high on the dig there from Ackerman and Barr. Sound play at the kitchen line from Ackerman. Is she made sure not to do too much with those last 2 volleys, just get them down with a good amount of pace. Oh, what a play from Rain, as now you've got Susanna Barr questioning, did she cross the plane before she hit? And while she did, that play looks legal because she actually did hit the ball when she crossed the plane, but they are having a discussion here with the referee. And looks like referee has affirmed that as well, that that is a legal play from Rain. I mean, she's got to have an opportunity to hit the ball, right? She crossed the plane, hit it back into the kitchen line. Austin Pickleballers feeding off that momentum there. Night Owls got to be careful here, not let that get inside their heads. It is a 10-10 game here. Yeah, great put away from Susanna Barr. She emphatically lets everyone know that that ball is out. Don't think they were happy about that previous call, but look, they started out well here in this game. They had an 8-2 lead early. Austin Pickleballers weathered the storm. It's one of the most important things to be able to do here in this MLP environment. You're going to get hit in the mouth a few times. How are you going to take the punch? You're going to be able to come back and be able to really get this game close to where you're able to pick it up. Got Wes Gabrielson here coaching his team up on some strategies here. Let's talk about the Night Owls for a second. Night Owls, they were formed in 2022. Their ownership group consists of Tom Brady, Kim Kleisters, Nighthead Capital, Caitlin Kerr, and Callie Simpkins. As they are looking to make a mark here in this Challenger League here at MLP Atlanta. Early error there from Rain. Just great play all around there from Emmerich. She slid to the left to take a few more balls off the one-hand backhand and really just inserted herself in that play and then finished it with the overhead. Yeah, the big drive from Rain. from the baseline, just the wrong angle as it opened up a spot for Ackerman to go behind Emmerich.
Side out point, 12.
Oh, some confusion there from Emmerich and Rain as they had leverage on that play. Great defense from the Night Owls. Just a chemistry concern late in that point. I love the way right now that Emmerich is controlling the kitchen line. It almost seems like there's two of her out there right now. She's sliding all the way to the middle tee to take some of those balls.
Side out point, 10.
And that's a couple big backhands there from Emily Ackerman. Watch this first one, powerful, and then the second one just angles it outside. Too much for Rain to get to.
Side out point, 15.
Put away there from Rain. As I'm impressed with how they're dictating at the kitchen line. Now they're still down a couple points here. I think that is something they can lean on to get back in this game. And everything lined up there for Barr, as possibly the defense from the pickleballers made her do a little too much, ends up missing that there in the net.
Side out point, 11.
Emmerich goes for a little bit too much. We talked about her covering a lot of court. You can see she was all the way at the tee here on this ball, and Ackerman found some space behind.
12, 16.
I think for the pickleballers, they've got to assess, does it make sense for Emmerich to get beat a couple times behind her if the aggression leads to 4 or 5 points in their favor?
Point.
You?
12.
Me.
Side out point, 13.
And just a great play all around from all these ladies on the court. Offense to defense resulted in Rain just shorting that dink a little bit there. Now we've got a missed serve here from Ackerman. Tight game down the stretch.
14, 18. Side out point, 19.
Such a great recovery there from Ackerman. She left a ball up early in that rally, kept herself in position, stayed calm. Emmerich went for too much on that last volley, ends up missing.
Side out point, 15.
Come on!
There's just a lot of power there from that Emmerich forehand. Might be a spot for the Night Owls to stay away from. That's great pace there from Rain as she used the first volley as a setup, caught Barr off guard, and then finished on the second.
Point game match. Final score 21-15.
Susanna Barr doing a great job. She just held and paused her paddle before she hit that attack, and it caused Rain to just second guess where she felt like it was going to go and put her out of position. Just a great, we talk about the veteran experience of someone like Susanna Barr, played plenty of tournaments, tons of gold medals on tour, and you're kind of seeing that experience here. She's staying calm in a tight game down the stretch. We have just a 1-point lead here from the Night Owls, and they are really trying to use their strategy of get to the kitchen line, let's slow things down, let's use some ball manipulation at the kitchen line to kind of get them off balance, and then we can find some avenues behind Emmerich or behind Rain as well. For Emmerich and Rain, I think they just need to stay aggressive. Emmerich covering a lot of court. It has worked well for them so far, but they're going to need more of it here.
Most experience here on this team, going up against Dave Hardy, of the best single player.
And again, Emmerich talked about the aggression. What is the ROI on it? That's 2 times that they've been able to go behind her. De La Rosa on her team encourages her, keep it up.
Really cleaned up, and we was going to fight that last ball, and yeah, we just worked hard and got through it.
And how much does it show how much fight the Shark has? You already have the 2-0 lead, they come back in, but you're able to close it out there.
Mentally tough, but the team stuck together and we were fighting, and I mean, that's pretty much the last point. But the team effort, the team, what? I don't know that word. The team chemistry, it was just awesome, so I think we're going to watch it now.
And the Night Owls finished this one off 21-18 off of the missed dink from Rain. Looks like she second guessed, wanted to go down the line, wanted to go wide, and that caused the error. The Night Owls take a 1-0 lead in this matchup as we get set for the men's doubles portion of this match. We will have Daniel De La Rosa and Ben Newell from the Austin Pickleballers taking on Spencer Smith and Yates Johnson of the Las Vegas Night Owls.
But come right back because we have more Major League Pickleball. We have Florida Smash playing the California BLQK Bears. This is going to be it. It's going to be exciting.
We will most likely see a lot of firepower in this matchup. Ben Newell and Daniel De La Rosa, some of the fastest hands in pickleball. They've got great anticipation, and also they've got chemistry. They've been playing together for at least 2 to 3 years in tournaments, and now they are getting to showcase that talent here for the Austin Pickleballers. I expect them to come out aggressive. I expect them to come out confident. And they'll have to counter the style of Yates Johnson and Spencer Smith. Yates, a guy that loves to speed up, loves to attack. He is a great singles player as well, so you will see him cover a lot of court. And he's paired with a really good partner here in Spencer Smith. Spencer Smith, one of the most steady players on the tour in the game. He usually isn't going to make a ton of mistakes. You're going to see him probably speed up half the amount of times as the others on court. It'd be interesting to see how that style prevails against a team like the Austin Pickleballers. 15 seconds left to go for this matchup. Austin Pickleballers really need this one, as you don't want to go down 2-0 heading into a mixed double scenario, putting more pressure on your team. We talked about them, their aggressive style and nature. I'll be interested to see how they start this game off. Do they start off with that confidence? Do they wait and let the game come to them so that they can settle in? Remains to be seen, and I think that'll be a crucial part for them on their road to trying to secure this victory here. And we talked about the start for Austin Pickleball. They are coming out aggressive here. Couple drives, leads to the error there from Yates Johnson. Spencer Smith, nice and steady there, forces the error from De La Rosa. Big overhead from Daniel De La Rosa, as I am joined in the booth from a guy that just got done from a couple dream breakers. Adam Stone, welcome.
Hey, what better receiving me to this court than a Daniel De La Rosa overhead? Let's go.
It's a good spot there from De La Rosa, as Yates Johnson thought that ball was out.
Yeah.
Bounces in.
Well, when Daniel's hitting it with the Ace of Spades paddle, I don't blame him, but he dropped it in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. We have a short break. Hope you got some Michelob ULTRA. Another matchup.
It's great defense. I mean, Ben Newell's defense combined with De La Rosa's offense on that side makes it a tough cookie.
Ladies and gentlemen, BLTK Bears, GM owner, Big Richie Talzon. Give it up. Maybe not. From Alabama, born and raised, living in Alabama, we got the man, Marshall Brown. Round them up.
Nice exchange from the fellas there. But just to touch on that De La Rosa, he's done such a good job. He was so linear coming from racquetball, almost all high risk, high reward. He's done a great job of finding some margin in his game and become a real pickleball player.
Yeah, he's definitely smoothing it out. As you see, his ranking has increased in the last 4 to 5 months. The error there from Newell. Oh, and Smith got everything he wanted after that big drive from Johnson.
And Smith, a phenomenal backhand. Not only to create, to put away. He wants that one back for sure.
That's got to be one of De La Rosa's favorite shots, just off the mark there. He loves to really just slap that forehand from the baseline.
She played on the Florida Stack before, doing it again. From Southern California, living in San Diego, we got Michelle Guttaball Escobar.
And this is two teams that are very shake and bakey, meaning they both have good drives. They both like to crash the middle and use their athleticism.
Brendan Long. From West Hollywood, California, give it up for none other than Dominique Schaefer. Got the young gun specialist, Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
Just some great all-around hand speed, the exchanges, the defense, but leads to an out ball there from Smith.
Two-handed forehands from Yates Johnson in that point.
I'm loving the movement right now from the Night Owls. They're still down a couple, but watch this. You see Yates Johnson trying to slide to his right. You see Smith sliding to his left. They're locked in right now, Adam.
Yes, it's a lot of action. There's a lot of movement and a lot of athleticism on court. And I love to see it. I like those quick points. And they do too.
The missed dink there from De La Rosa. Those dinks, the balls are heavier in a matchup like this, right? You know that every ball that's up an inch or so, they're waiting to crack that from the other side.
Very nice from De La Rosa. Yeah, and to touch on what you said, Brandon, when you're playing an offensive team and you always know that there's a chance they're going to pull the trigger, there is some extra tension, and it kind of forces you to be perfect and hit that very small window, and that can create a lot of errors.
Just a great play from De La Rosa. He knew that third shot looked great, closes the gap really fast there.
Yeah, and
quick player.
And it clipped the tape, but like you said, I like it either way.
Yeah.
Either way, that's a good pattern for him and one that's going to favor the pickleballers.
It looked like De La Rosa second guessed what he wanted on that shot, and in this type of game, you second guess, it could be it.
That's the cardinal sin of pickleball. You do not hesitate, you do not waffle back and forth, because when you do, you lose.
Almost a great pickup by Smith, but it's just good pressure applied from De La Rosa as they headed to the changeover. Up 4 here, Adam.
Yeah, and he's confident in his hand speed in that matchup straight ahead, and he hasn't necessarily hit earth-shattering initial speed-ups. He's just starting the fire and knowing and feeling that he has the advantage on the subsequent shot. So a nice job by De La Rosa putting on max pressure.
Yeah, and this is a dangerous spot here for the Night Owls. As you watch this game, it feels like they've been right there. They've been playing good pickleball, but you look up, you're down 4, right? And for the Austin pickleballers, they're probably saying to themselves, we're not even playing our best pickleball yet, and we're already up 4 points. What can the Night Owls do to kind of come out on top of a game like this?
It really is disheartening. So when the scoreboard doesn't match up to how you feel, but right now, I think they have to put some more balls on Ben Newell. The firepower of De La Rosa is just really on point at this moment. So kind of switch spots, target Newell, and see if he can come up with some of the same things that De La Rosa is.
And right on cue, Adam, they take the first 3 or 4 balls to Newell's backhand, and then Johnson sees an opportunity, speeds up to De La Rosa.
Man, that spin on the forehand is incredible from Yates Johnson.
Smith with the miss. I mean, that's just close. Top of the tape there.
Right, and we heard nice try from Johnson, letting him know I have no problem with what Smith did there, just got to execute. Crisp first volley from Smith, a little easier on the second. Nice attempt from Newell to dig it out, just couldn't do it.
De La Rosa trying to use some kitchen manipulation there, but just a little off on. That's one of the tougher balls, to reach with your forehand on the right side and pull it all the way back to the left.
2-1.
And Newell goes for the Ernie. Thought that ball was probably out. Spence played it either way, as you see here. And then De La Rosa comes up with a big forehand.
Set it up, clean it up, Brandon. That's the blueprint.
We need to trademark that?
Yes, we do.
Wow. What a get from De La Rosa in the middle of that play. But Smith stays focused and able to put away with the forehand.
That's what it takes these days. You know, nobody's hitting one good shot and winning.
The margins of last year aren't this year. Oh, and that ball stays in, and I think Smith thought about that previous Ernie attempt that was long, and he ended up hitting. And so this one he tries to let go out, and it's actually in. Tough spot there. Some slight confusion there from Smith as he wants some time to talk this one over. Just looked like he second-guessed again where he wanted to go with it, and that ball got too deep.
Yeah, and that's that point. That's a little more what I would expect from these two teams. Big fireworks early in the point, and once they get to the kitchen, a little more grindy. So they didn't really allow it to get into that pattern because DLR's Daniel De La Rosa, that is, his offense was so on point early. But I expect some of these, once you weather that initial barrage, some of these points later in the match to be extended a little more at the kitchen.
Yeah, and a point like that really challenges the chemistry of the team, right? You've got some of the confusion. These points, there's a millisecond of thought that has to happen. And you've got on the other side with Newell and De La Rosa. They've been playing together for a few years now. They've seen all of those combinations.
Right, and that's this format. These are not standard partners, so it's very true, Brandon.
Yeah. Smith just long on that one after. Not the way you want to come out of a timeout. It's tough.
Always bad, but just a little bit worse out of the timeout.
Yeah, sure. Now they're going back to the original plan coming out of that second half, which is let's target Newell, let's see if we can get some opportunities and go from there. Just great point all around. As all four players stayed patient. De La Rosa saw an opportunity in there, used that one-hand backhand, and is able to come on top.
I'm just glad they had an extended rally. All my predictions on championship court were very incorrect, Brandon.
You talk about that ace of spades paddle with a lot of pop on it. That ball a little long there.
And I know it's not his preferred shot, but I would like to see Spencer Smith occasionally with his backhand dink redirect that straight ahead to Ben Newell to see if they can get in the Yates-Johnson-Ben Newell cross-court dink battle.
Yeah, you see Smith tried to force it there, but maybe not on the right ball. That ball had a lot of pace from De La Rosa.
I agree, and that is what I wanted him to do, just not on that specific ball, Brandon. Like you said, that was just a little too much junk and English from De La Rosa.
Yeah, Newell almost came in with some great defense. As you saw, Yates, Johnson, and Smith switch there, right? Mm-hmm. You've got Johnson on the left side now as he wants to get in more of that action there with De La Rosa cross court.
Just a low position and just surprising him taking his time away. Spencer did the right thing of sliding over to counter with the backhand. He's just a half step too late because the offense from Daniel's so good.
And the big backhand from Johnson almost recovered well from De La Rosa. That ball about 6 inches wide. Interesting setup, too, with Smith used to playing on the right side.
Yeah, he's had a long career, and he's had quite a bit of play on both sides, so I think he's comfortable with both. Played a lot with Tyler Leung, where he was playing left, but more recently, like you said, Brandon, he has been more of a right side player.
Wow, what a get from Newell. Some great defense as they finish out this match, or this game here, and tie it up 1-1 in this match here. That's just a great win for, we talked about earlier, De La Rosa and Ben Newell. It seems like they were playing kind of average pickleball by their standards, but they were always up. They're up 4 or 5 points the entire game, and Johnson and Smith fighting to play perfect pickleball just couldn't get to that level.
Right, yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, and yeah, DLR, he was really the difference. I got to stop saying that because it's just fun to say DLR, though. Daniel De La Rosa. So Ben Newell, he didn't overextend, do anything crazy. He knew his partner was playing a solid game and picking his spots. So, sometimes you need to gear it up as a right side player, but sometimes you just lay off the gas and let your boy do his thing, and that's what we saw there.
Yeah, great play from both sides there. As we're going to take a quick break here and get set up for the mixed doubles portion of this match. We'll see you soon. All right, we are getting set up for a mixed doubles matchup here. We're tied 1-1 in this match between Austin Pickleballers and Las Vegas Night Owls. For the Austin Pickleballers, we're going to have Daniel De La Rosa and Tammy Emmerich against, for the Las Vegas Night Owls, Susanna Barr and Spencer Smith. Early predictions in this matchup here, Adam?
Well, I do not. One of the rare players I do not have a lot of experience watching is Tammy Emmerich. So I'm excited to see what she has in store for us. And I think we have a clear-cut veteran team in Susanna Barr and Spencer Smith. So Tammy, obviously a bit of a wild card early in her career, but can the offense and the takeover ability of Daniel De La Rosa kind of lighten her burden and let her play her game?
Yeah, and it makes sense to put the wild card with Daniel De La Rosa, right? Kind of that, like, the ship that can steady, and De La Rosa, he can almost cover the entire court by himself at times. He's going to need that here because this is going to be a tough out in Susanna Barr and Spencer Smith, some of the most steady players in all of pickleball.
And Susanna Barr is a phenomenal setter-upper of her male partner with her drops and her aggressive dinks.
And some early confusion there from Smith and Barr. Smith looked to get really aggressive.
Well, he stepped on her foot. That's what happened there. So got to figure that out, guys.
And I like this move from the Night Owls, putting Smith and Barr out there. It looked like Smith was maybe not as comfortable in the men's doubles match towards the end. This could be a good opportunity for him to move around, cover some court, loosen up a little bit, and get his game going.
I got it. Okay. Yours. Yeah. Watch
it. That poor ball, Brandon, that poor ball.
Yeah,
but in my MLP playing experience, I did not like a big gap. So to touch on what you said, Spencer gets to get right back on the court and assert himself there. And I think that that's important for him. Anytime that I went first and last, or maybe had a long game in between, it did throw off my rhythm a little bit. So I expect Spencer to step up and play really well in this first mixed doubles match.
And I don't think anyone is shocked that that ball is not round anymore after a few overheads from De La Rosa. Little extended there from De La Rosa. I think that's a play that he wants. Just put too much on it, clips the net, and it doesn't end up going in.
Nice job from Daniel De La Rosa, keeping Susanna Barr back. She was trying to sneak in there. He caught over to the sideline very nicely.
And Susanna Barr does that better than anyone else I've seen, where she can redirect that two-hand backhand dink and kind of get you off balance.
And you have to feel like the Night Owls want that pattern at the kitchen. The veteran Susanna Barr cross-court dinking with the newer player, and I expect them to try to avoid going away from that pattern once they get into it.
You got it. Nice.
The drop shot there from De La Rosa, maybe a little conservative on it. Didn't drop as short as he wanted, but he's ready for the next ball. And Smith ended up missing in the net.
Yeah, pretty solid deception. It wasn't the best drop shot, but well disguised either way. Yeah, you got to figure when you're Daniel De La Rosa, your opponents are going to be very far back when you get an overhead opportunity. So he has a little extra court to work with for the drop volley.
Yeah, it makes sense. As you see that ball there from Smith, called wide from Emmerich. The Night Owls talk it over. Now they want a challenge here.
Yeah, and I have a horrible look in real time, but I do think I saw a sliver of space in between the line and the ball. We'll just have to see.
As the rally stands, on serving 5-4, with video review.
Proceeding with video review here. Let's take a look.
Oh my goodness, her foot is right in the way. Unreal. Oh my, I mean, what?
Yeah, that's
unreal. I've never quite seen one like this before.
Great product placement there from Emmerich, right?
Yeah, right.
The shoe right in there. From that angle, that ball looks in.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking pretty far here and also looking through the net.
Yeah,
right? So
like with the MLP by Margaritaville, and then you got like 2-inch sliver to see it.
Really testing the vision there. But we'll see what the referees come up with. And looks like they say the call stands, which more than likely means not enough evidence to make a change. Almost an incredible get from De La Rosa as he stood in there instead of retreating, but just too much power from Smith.
A really nice lateral movement from Daniel De La Rosa, poking that backhand and then getting all the way back over to the middle to finish.
Yeah, Smith trying to create a lot there. Looked like he got a tad out of position. De La Rosa able to capitalize.
Yeah, that'll work. But yes, I mean, I've run into this as well in my mixed game. Smith is not one that totally takes over, and he just doesn't have the wingspan or the game for that. So we have to, we have to just check and monitor him. And he needs to be aggressive in the middle, but he can't go for too much. It's just not his game.
Got it. Watch it. Yours. Yours.
All right, and Tammy Emmerich. I just called one of her husband's matches out on championship court. They're both new to the sport, but man, she held up in that point, didn't she, Brandon?
Playing well. You can see the defense. She also hung in the dink rally there with Barr. And Barr looking to take out her offensive kit here as she attacks Emmerich. Great spot, though. Adam, you talked about that pattern being advantageous for the Night Owls, and you see it there.
Yeah, and it's tough for her because if she wants to pull a trigger, it's at the male Spencer Smith. So she kind of is forced to grind it out a little bit unless it's left high. Nice again there from Daniel De La Rosa. Susanna Barr well behind the baseline, no shot, didn't even make an attempt to run forward.
Yeah, great placement on that drop shot as he put a little angle on it, which makes it tougher for the opponent to get to. that'll be the challenge for Bar, right? She's going to want to stay in that cross-court dink rally with Emmerich, but just outside of the reach of this guy named Daniel De La Rosa.
Yeah, it's a fine line, isn't it? Yeah, she told herself to stop. She's got to be careful pulling triggers, especially in this specific heads-up matchup.
We got a side switch right here with somebody special. Number 8 alternate for the MLP. And amateur pickleball content creator Stan Curry. Stan Curry, what do you see out here? What do you like about making pickleball in a
Oh, and De La Rosa got everything he wanted, but put too much on that back. And I think he didn't expect the ball to be so high.
Mm-hmm. Too juicy. Yeah. Too juicy.
I mean, those are the burgers I like to eat. Those are the best ones. I like that combo from Smith, but he just didn't get it far enough to the right shoulder there, or the right side of Emmerich, and she's able to slide and counter pretty easily.
That's right, and the tough thing here for Spencer Smith is when he does attack straight up from the left side, he likes to put away the backhand cross court. So that is going right over to Daniel De La Rosa. So I still want him to look for those combinations, but let's see if he can start the fire and then put the ball away straight ahead as well.
Austin Pickleballers have a 1-point lead as we head into the changeover. And it seems as if they are forcing the Night Owls to play with this small sliver of the court available. There's this invisible spot of, hey, you can only go to about, 2 feet on the right side there in front of Emmerich because you've got De La Rosa's forehand, you've got a counter. And that's the tough part in mixed doubles, where you've got to get out of that. So how do they counter that?
Yeah, it's true. And what I would do, Brandon, is I wouldn't even try to put too many balls behind Daniel De La Rosa. I would just force every ball to the right side of Tammy Emmerich and force her to beat us. If Daniel really starts coming over and overextends, then maybe you change that up. But right now, stick with it. Force the kind of rookie player with the less experience to make the right decisions and the consistent shots.
Yeah, and you talk about that strategy. It's tough for a player like Barr, who is so good at moving that ball and manipulating it at the kitchen line, to just focus on one small spot, right?
Right, to lock in on one spot. Right. And even there, it worked out for him, but she's attacking the forehand to Spencer Smith. You got to feel in the long run that's going to be fine for the Night Owls.
Just some great defense from Daniel "The Wall" De La Rosa. Oh my goodness, Adam, that was insane.
Yeah, very nice point to get out of that scramble, get back to the kitchen and create some offense. Well done, pickleballers.
The poise in the middle of that point. And some great defense from Barr, as well, as they found a way to stifle the Daniel De La Rosa clinic that's going on right now.
That's right. These are some exciting points. Real hectic, a little frantic out there. Those are my favorite ones. I think that's the key for Spencer Smith right now. Stay on her. He is attacking one, and then somehow Daniel De La Rosa is getting in there. Keep that ball on her straight ahead.
we are providing Thursday. This crowd is energetic and lively. We can't wait for Friday.
Wow, it's some confusion on the night outside. I think they're going to go for a timeout here as the Austin Pickleballers are just...
Well, they should go for a timeout right here.
I think they talked to the bench. De La Rosa called that ball long. Emmerich went ahead with that two-hand back, and I mean it was tough to lay off of, right?
It's an awkward court positioning, so it's tough to, the court awareness needs to be there. It's tough to do.
And that's the pattern you talked about. Emmerich saw an opportunity, but they're forcing her to come up with something special to beat the two veterans on the other side, and not able to there. Another just well-positioned drop shot from De La Rosa. And when you have the cannon of an arm that he has and you force people to stay back, it is tough.
Yeah, tough luck. And it's also tough because Spencer Smith knows he needs to cover short for his partner, and that probably has him a couple feet closer to handle the power of De La Rosa as well. So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
There you see Smith. Adam taking your advice and actually going down the line to Emmerich. Emmerich got a juicy ball, wasn't able to put it away. Oh, and that ball just out. Emmerich was on it, but it hit the wrong part of the paddle and doesn't stay in.
Man, these points are great.
Wow.
Lots of scrambling, lots of digs, and just impossible spots, extending the point when we all think it's going to be over.
And the mental fortitude of the Night Owls is they were nearly for dead, waiting for a timeout. And now look, it's 16-16. They're right back in this game with the chance to win it. Oh, De La Rosa, it looked like he predetermined to go for the Ernie there, and Barr just didn't leave him enough meat on the bone.
Brandon, you can't Ernie Downey soft. That is not an option. So, yes, exactly right. And I think what you touched on a couple points ago, even some of the dinks, not just the attack, Spencer Smith has been pushing line instead of going back over to Daniel De La Rosa. And I think that favors them in that pattern. So a good adjustment from him, even though his preferred ball is cross court.
It looks like the bench for the Night Owls was correct in not calling a timeout while they were down 4. I mean, this was a 15-11 game, not even 5 or so minutes ago, and now look, they're up 2.
That's right, and you know, who better to have on the bench for a timeout than legend of the game and Pickleball Hall of Famer Wes Gabrielson for the Pickleballers. So you know you're going to get some encouragement and some nice tips when you do call that timeout. Let's see if they can squeeze back into this thing in the latter stages of mixed doubles match number 1.
Yeah, I think for the Pickleballers there, you saw De La Rosa take a chance for the Ernie. He's going to need to get more aggressive, probably on the right side. It dictates more of these points here for them.
I'm okay with it. Just got to make it. He lost his balance a little bit, stretched out to his left, but I like those shots and what he was doing earlier in the point.
Wanted that one just a little too perfect and not able to make it over there for De La Rosa. 2-point leader for the Night Owls.
Come away with the victory, but as I know earlier, doesn't matter how you start, matters how you finish. If Florida snaps, they come to play.
That ball just long, called long from the Austin Pickleballers as the fans and the team for the Night Owls begging for a review here. Adam, I was just going to say, we've been this entire match, we haven't seen a lob from Susanna Barr, and here we go.
And Tammy Emmerich looked like she didn't know what happened when that lob went up. So she obviously picked a good spot to try the first one.
I mean, we've played 37 points here without a lob, so you can't blame Emmerich for being shocked about that ball. But let's take a look here, see if we can get a replay.
And because the initial call from Daniel De La Rosa was out, and then he kind of wasn't sure, and then he went out again, and Tammy didn't. So there was a bit of waffling going on the call. Obviously, a close shot.
Yeah, you see so many players make that ball's going out call, and then the confirmed out call after.
Right. So that's just partner communication as opposed to an actual call. Yes.
Mixed doubles is about to start. But before that, let's just say it is pickle time. Grillo's Pickles, the official pickle of Major League Pickleball. Make sure you grab a bite for different specials. Enjoy fresh, crunchy Grillo's Pickle on the
We still looking for a shot.
Yeah, I think we're trying to get it lined up here.
They have some great swag to share. So get on.
Here we go. We're getting closer.
Pickle dance, because we got some great pickle hats. Let me see them. No.
Yeah, just
right on the back.
Trying to find the shot here.
Just the flow of the shot felt closer to in than out.
Yes.
But, we've got video review to help confirm that. She did get it close to the corner. Pivotal call here at
I think the initial reactions of the players say the most, and our initial reactions were out, in, in. So who knows?
Here we go, getting closer to it. Let's see.
So we have no video review. The cameras are not working. So the call stands, and there is nobody loses the challenge.
So we may have a first here where the referees are saying that there is no actual video review of the shot.
Right, but it's tough because the pickleballers can call it out, and then the Night Owls can challenge, but if they can't challenge, they might have changed their initial call.
Final decision, please. Final decision, please. We got to move on. What's happening?
Referees are saying we have to move on because there isn't any concrete video evidence. There's no review at all.
Yes, right. If there's no shot, if there's no look at it, there's no look at it. What can you do? But it's just tough that they made the initial call thinking that there was video review. Would they have made a different call not knowing that? I have no idea. But it's a unique situation, that's for sure, Brandon.
We will see how that affects both sides here as Austin Pickleballers are down 1. see the emotion there
here we
from
go.
Smith getting in the face of De La Rosa.
Here, this is good. Spencer said something, and Daniel De La Rosa did not backpedal to his spot. He had some words for Spencer. Let's get chirpy, boys.
And the Night Owls finish it up as De La Rosa wants no part of a handshake there by Smith.
Okay, so we have. Yeah, so there is some verbiage in the rules that it is at the discretion of the referee if the chirping or crap talking gets too aggressive.
And we've got De La Rosa in the face here of Smith.
It got physical. It got physical. There was a push.
Wow.
There was a push. Yeah. I've never seen this. Maybe let's just let it play out.
It looks like the referees are going to have to sort this out.
Yeah, that was wild, Brandon. That was wild.
I didn't see anything physical take place, but the way that the crowd was moving felt like something happened there.
I can't say specifically on what happened physical. I just kind of saw Spencer stumble back a little bit, so I don't know. It's all on camera, so they'll figure it out, but some fireworks, that is for sure in this match.
Look, we mentioned that call that happened earlier. There was a lob from Susanna Barr. Austin Pickleballers felt that ball was out. There may have been some slight confusion after the initial call. We go to a video challenge, a video review from the Night Owls. There is no video to actually review that specific ball. Caused a little confusion from the players, a little tension. Then you have the flare-up from Smith and De La Rosa, and Night Owls end up coming out on top of that.
Well, at least it's different players on the court now, so they get a fresh start, and they're cool and calm and collected, I think.
But I do think the referees have pulled a card. I think I saw a blue card out.
So that blue card is a warning. Okay, so Onisha Smith has let us know that we have a blue card for both teams. I guess it's kind of like double technicals in basketball, something along those lines. But yeah, we gotta calm those heads down. It's tough in these competitive situations when something like this happens to bring it back down to play your best game.
Yeah, 2 blue cards. That's the referee's way of saying, hey, just chill out. Like, everyone just stay calm.
Yeah, and I certainly didn't see all of it, but I'm not sure there was one huge instigator. It was definitely a little back and forth initially between the fellas, and then some of the teammates got involved. So it's not like there was a clear-cut instigator. So I believe the double blue cards is probably the right play here.
This makes this next game all the more exciting, right? I mean, this is 2-1 for the Night Owls. They want to close it out. They want to get off the court and take a W here. And then you've got the Austin Pickleballers. They would love nothing more than to see a dream breaker. And wouldn't that be exciting with the emotions that we have currently?
Yeah, so we have head referee Courtney Johnson coming over now to... All right, we're just gonna try to listen in a little bit and. So I listened in a little bit there, Brandon, and Tammy Emmerich is really upset with some stuff that went on when we had that huddle over on the sideline. I believe it was all within camera range, so there is some footage on that, but this is extra spicy, and we have multiple players on both teams unhappy with the situation. I mean, we're talking about swinging and dads defending players and stuff like that. That is not words and statements I've made in my pickleball career.
Right. Yeah, and it feels like the sense is some of the Austin pickleballers don't feel that 2 blue cards is enough, right? Like they think more should come. I'm not seeing a lot of the Night Owls in the discussion here. I think they're content with just playing on.
Right, but it did happen on the Night Owls bench or in front of the Night Owls bench. So there's just a lot going on. It's hard to break it all down right now.
Well, while we have a moment, let's focus on this next matchup that's happening. We've got, for the Night Owls, Yates Johnson and Emily Ackerman are set to take on Ben Newell and Milan Rain for a chance for the Night Owls to close out this match. What do you see them having to do to make that happen besides controlling their emotions to start, right?
Yes. And I think on paper this is pretty even matchup right here. So we have Ackerman, which I think is really developed a quality soft game in the last few months, so I expect her to be pretty supportive of Yates Johnson. And then we have Millie Rain, who she likes to pull some triggers, so we'll see how passive she is in mixed, or if she is occasionally looking to speed up and have her partner finish the deal.
Yeah, and you talk about Milan Rain. She's got a good setup here with Ben Newell being a lefty who will allow her to take some forehands as well on her side. He's got some on his side. Not the traditional format where you've got the female on the right. Kind of playing one side there.
And that's sets up nicely for the speed it up, clean it up with that lefty forehand in the middle and the female in front of her. So I expect Emily to be more solid, and I expect Millie to let it fly.
Early miss there from Ackerman. You mentioned playing a match or playing a game and then sitting for a couple games. All 4 of these players have done that.
And we don't have anyone on court of too accelerated of an age. That becomes more of an issue as you get older. So I think they won't be stiff and they'll be fine, but we'll just have to see. Yeah, and I think that is completely fine for Emily Ackerman to cross-court dink with Ben Newell, especially when she has her male partner in front of Ben.
Yeah, Newell loves to slide to the left a little bit, put him in that position where if the ball bounces on his backhand, there isn't an attack there, more of a neutralization coming.
Yep, fairly safe spot, yes. Ooh, that was, I mean, that's an aggressive drop. Lots of spin, forcing Ackerman into a tough spot. Well done, Millie.
We talk about a backhand from Newell. Newell's reminding himself that this is mixed. That's not Daniel De La Rosa over there playing men's with him. It's Milan Rain.
Yeah, I would probably next time in that spot choose a different shot selection.
Or maybe he was playing singles, right?
Yeah,
maybe he wasn't even thinking men's. That's a great ball from Newell.
Brandon, it's a safe zone unless you hit it chest high.
Right.
Then it is no longer
Right.
a safe zone.
Let's start with the ball bouncing.
Yes.
It has to bounce. Yeah, it's a big forehand there from Johnson.
Yeah, he's got some power and some spin over there, and he lets us know about it.
Might want to do a quick ball check. Might be lopsided there. They play on.
It's odd how our grandstand crowd has grown a little bit since the controversy, Brandon. Just shocking.
Few more bodies out there.
I'm not sure what happened there. Mishit from Millie. Happens at the pro level as well as the amateur.
Yeah, I think that is the setup for the Night Owls right there.
I've never seen a ball move like that before.
Huge forehand from Johnson.
I mean, Ben Newell, he's only 2 or 3 feet off the kitchen line, and he's making contact at his ankles.
Ackerman gives that shot a try. I think they want to leave all of those forehands to Yates Johnson. As you saw, the ball just bend a point before. Wow.
What a point, Brandon. And I was going to
great point.
I was going to comment, we haven't seen Millie speed a ball up yet after I said she might do so, but we got one to end the point right there.
The pace, the misdirection that she had Ackerman fooled. Just great play and poise at the end of what was a just frantic point.
That's all right. Good spot. Good drop, Melly. Here we go.
Yeah, it is a good spot. I heard that come through the microphone as Ben Newell was leaking to the middle.
You talk about how much spin that Yates Johnson is able to get on that ball, and you see it there. That backhand slice was heavy. I think Rain wasn't expecting.
Well, short serve from Yates Johnson.
Maybe too many rotations on that there. Dipped right into the net.
Just a little ahead of it, sailing it wide as Emily Ackerman had a very nice swing at the two-handed backhand.
And a great drive there from Newell as well, as he's no stranger to putting shape and pace on the ball.
You got to get in tighter to the kitchen. We're not unwinding the stack here in this format. You have got to beeline forward and make that first volley right at the kitchen line.
That's just an awesome redirect from Ackerman in the middle of that. Just put that ball behind Newell.
Yeah, it looked very Susanna Barr-esque, but the inside-out two-hander on point there.
Steady defense from the pickleballers. Johnson wanted little much at the end of that ball, at the end of that rally. Pushes it long.
So, yeah, the fade away two-hander up the line, I would say don't try that at home, but Yates Johnson can pull it off.
Yeah, he has a lot of attacks off the bounce here. As you see, we head into the changeover with the Night Owls up 1. And as we mentioned in this matchup, they're up 2-1. They were able to get the women's matchup. They got the last mixed matchup. And now they're looking to close it out here. But Milan Rain and Ben Newell have something to say about it before that happens.
Yeah, and we really haven't seen, I think the reason why we haven't seen Millie have opportunities to attack is because they have been mixing their dinks around. They haven't been just forcing it to her, which would give her more opportunities. So we'll see if she could possibly find some offense. We got a little chat here between Ackerman and Johnson. Oh, he says come. Yeah, so we're talking some strat here on the changeover. Let's go. Nice, and that's Millie starting the fire with Ackerman 5 feet off the kitchen line. Yeah. So her initial attack was not earth-shattering, but enough to get Ackerman to go for a power shot off the line.
Yeah, it's just there's some great resets there from Newell, but the challenge is each one of those resets are coming back with backspin.
Yeah.
And Yates Johnson is just loving that as he can just roll that forehand on top. Big serve there from Johnson. The lob from Ackerman looked good, but what an acrobatic play from Milan Rain to hit that ball at the feet from the backhand side. It's a tough shot.
Been on that one, and what he did there is close in tighter to not let the spin of Johnson get low on him. So if he's in the midcourt, those balls are going to be at his ankles. If he can get in tight to the line, he might catch at waist level and have a nice look at the counter, and he did that right there.
Rain saw an opportunity just a hair too late on that ball as Ackerman was able to get it down.
Yeah, don't hate it at all. Just when you make that choice to be offensive, you better commit and not waffle.
It was a great third shot from Ackerman. Johnson saw it and felt like he had an opportunity there, but not able to find a sliver of room behind Newell. Great ball there from Ackerman. Is it really just confused Newell and Rain? Two forehands in the middle there.
Right. Maybe that's why Millie hasn't been speeding up as much in this match. Ackerman loads up with a big forehand.
There's some power behind that. That ball called wide from Newell.
No, and I thought Yates Johnson was questioning it, but he was just telling himself, what is that? How many times did she say out right there? I don't know. It's like 7.
Johnson wanted to punish that last ball, but good play by Ackerman. Good communication.
And that is another way to be offensive for you guys at home. Yates Johnson squeezing the middle with his court positioning, forcing Ben Newell to go for too much.
Yeah, and it was a great third shot there from Ackerman, as she really did the short drive into the kitchen, and you combine that with the pressure from Johnson, force Newell, to your point. You want to do a little bit too much at that point.
Right. I mean, I'm just saying, when Yates Johnson is standing in the middle and you're hitting up on the ball, you have a very tight window to hit into, and often, errors creep in.
2-point lead here for the Night Owls. I think the Night Owls like that setup of dropping it to Newell's backhand, pressure from Johnson, seeing if they can start the play off there.
Yeah, it's pretty half-hearted speed up there from Yates Johnson.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to second guess, then felt like he's going to hit it and just recover.
Yeah, I think he went power, soft power there.
Yeah.
He changed his mind twice. That's hard to do.
And Rain wanting the opportunity to redirect that ball. That can be tough when that margin is pretty small there on Johnson.
And she kind of had the T-Rex arms really tight to her body. Got to get a little more extended for more control.
Wow. Big forehand from Johnson, but Newell slides in. Look, I'm convinced that Newell only buys used shoes. This dude slides on every single point. Great play from him there.
Right in the middle of that point, we went with the Yumi.
It was great communication from Ackerman and Johnson. I think he started to feel real comfortable in the middle of that. It's just called his own number, right?
Yeah, and Ackerman, she's calling things quick, right away, not waiting half a second to create that confusion.
Wow, just a great ball from Newell. He fades away and fires the forehand down the line.
But he knows when he fades and looks awkward spot that Yates is going to squeeze the middle. So unbelievable shot from Ben.
Yeah, it's great pressure from Newell. He's now taking a little bit off of that backhand and anticipating a 3-4-5 shot combo, as opposed to the one and done earlier that was getting him in trouble. And that forces a timeout here from the Night Owls.
Yeah, it looked like they were in a pretty solid position there after that missed lob, and then two quick ones for the pickleballers. And they have a little going on over on the sideline. So expect that energy from some of their fans and their ownership group to carry over for the last parts of this match.
Yeah, and I know the Night Owls looking to close it out. Adam, you've experienced a couple dream breakers already. We could be headed that route here if the Austin Pickleballers can find a way to complete 2 more points here.
Yeah, I mean, why not make it 3 for 3, right?
Why not 3 for 3? Heavy emotions in this matchup, so I'm sure that will be one to watch. Rain to serve. Some great discipline from Ackerman and Johnson.
And they were frozen too. They were completely frozen, and they got bailed out by the ball sailing 2 inches long.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Fromuth Smash. As I saw already up, down 6. Big comeback. That represents rally scoring. Gotta win on your serve. Battle of attrition. Every point.
Another out ball, and the Night Owls finish this off as they win this match 3-1 here. Just a great finish by them in this matchup here. Wow. After heavy emotions early.
Okay, all right. I was just gonna let it play out.
I see you looking at him. I see you looking at him.
It looked very cordial at the end.
Sure.
Between Tammy and Spencer, so I think we might have had the situation smoothed over, and that's great to see.
Yeah, well, like I said, great matchup. Both teams played well. The Night Owls end up coming out on top here. As they move on, we'll be back with another matchup here. We're going to take a break. Adam, thanks for joining me. We'll see you all soon. We are back here at MLP Atlanta, brought to you by Margaritaville. We've got another challenger matchup here set between the Frisco Pandas and Milwaukee Mashers. We're going to have a women's doubles matchup first here, correct, Adam?
Yes, that is correct. That's what they have decided, and Frisco won the toss. They decided to react to mixed, and the Mashers are putting out the ladies. So here we go. We just had one of our favorites, DJ Young, jump in the booth and tell us about his spectacular match point from the last match. Let's see if he can get another, Brandon.
Yeah, he's never one to shy away from telling you what he did, and sometimes telling you before he actually does it.
Yes.
Confident player. Excited to see him here today, especially in this match. But first, we've got Oshiro and Frantova against Gecheva and Valdez.
And we have some real fresh faces here, Brandon. 3 of the 4 ladies on the court are not very tenured in the sport of pickleball. Bobby Oshiro is the veteran of the 4. But Valdez, Gecheva, and Frantova a little newer to the game. So let's see how they handle this very big MLP moment.
Yeah, and Gecheva had some success with Dallas Pickleball Club in previous MLP. And you've got Rihanna Valdez, who had her first MLP appearance in the last event.
Yeah, and Gecheva, she is known more in her early career as a high-risk, high-reward player. She got a lot of pop in her paddle, big two-hander, but occasionally will sprinkle in some errors as well. I mean, that was a ridiculously good drop from Frantova, and Gecheva just carved it right off the line. Well done.
Such a nice slice, and you can see it looks like they're targeting Frantova early here. As you would expect, the rookie here on the court.
Yeah, and I had a Frisco Pandas match earlier in the day, and it was a similar situation in that ladies matchup. Yeah, I'm going to label that one a little too low. So I always kind of go in the middle there, but Frantova's got to put that ball back in play and look for a better opportunity to be aggressive.
What a get from Gecheva. Oh, and Frantova doubles back with another drop.
I always love the topspin drop shot. So hard to pull off. And poor Gecheva was on a string right there, wasn't she? Back, forward, and back again.
It's a great one-hand backhand from Valdez, and that's something that she's kind of brought here to the game. She's one of the few ladies with a really good one-hand backhand, actually prefers it over the two.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. It's time for more pickleball on championship court. It is my pleasure to bring back, my pleasure to introduce two teams here. First up, we have the New Jersey Fives from France.
Wow, what a ball from Valdez as she comes in with that one-hand backhand, as we mentioned.
I mean, you set it up, Brandon. You couldn't have done a better job, but you're exactly right. Most going with two. And I believe Valdez likes the two-handed drive from the back of the court, but she's pretty one-hand dominant up at the kitchen.
And one thing you'll see that Valdez does different than we would say traditional pickleball players is as her opponent's hitting the third shot, she doesn't even look back to see it. She is looking directly at her opponents every time.
Yeah, I don't do that. I look at what's happening. Maybe I'll have to monitor that. That's a good note, Brandon. I had not noticed that before.
From the city that never sleeps.
Teams just struggling to get in. Lots of 2 up, 2 back early in this match. Ladies have got to find a way to get to the kitchen line.
First up, we have the one and only Jillian Braverman, MVP.
See, they listened. They listened right there.
got there, and I think Oshiro and Frentova probably like that strategy. Oshiro loves to be consistent at the kitchen line.
Making his debut in Major League Pickleball, originally from Spain, now in Hawaii, Joami Martinez-Vick. Last but not least, this man, so many
What a ball from Kecheva as she just squeaks that ball through the middle of Oshiro and Frentova. That's a nice play, nice pace on that shot.
Yeah, and I talked about the big power on the two-hander. She has some deception as well.
who finishes and who gets to the team in just a moment.
Wow, great, just great point overall. You see heavy power there from Oshiro, and Valdez not able to get the last one over.
It's always nice when that strong left side player struggles to put it away a couple times, and then you just crack one from the right side. Be like, "That's you needed me there. You needed me."
Best paddle tap of all after that.
It's all good. I mean, that's her shot. She's stepping into it. I know she caught the net with that ball, but she has to continue to go for that shot in that spot.
Yeah, and it looks like both teams here kind of struggling to build some consistency to kind of take over this game.
Yeah, and there you see it from Valdez. She rips the two-hander from the back of the court and instantly takes that second hand off. Nice fifth shot drop, forcing the error from her opponents. And we are switching ends, Brandon. And yeah, not a crazy amount of flow yet to this match. Just a couple quick points here and there. So someone is going to have to find their footing and string together 4 or 5 in a row here.
Yeah, I think it's a 3-point lead here for the Masters. I think for Kecheva and Valdez, they seem to be the team that is playing somewhat towards their strategy. And then we've got the other side with Frentova and Oshiro. Seems like they're still trying to figure out what's going to work best against. You got Frentova playing a little bit more aggressive, and then you counter that with Oshiro playing a little conservative at times, and then vice versa. So I think they're going to need to figure out which one works best on their side for them to actually have a chance here in this game.
Yeah, we got Coach DJ Young over here awaiting his men's doubles match, and he had a earful for the ladies, coming up with some solid strategy, and I'm sure some encouraging words from their teammate.
Yeah, definitely a student of the game, DJ Young.
I mean, we are seeing a wide variety of shots here. We are ripping from the midcourt. We are throwing up topspin lobs. There is all kinds of stuff going on
and
here.
I mentioned Valdez doesn't look back on the third. She also doesn't on the 5th or the 7th or the 9th. She stays focused on the opponents. Oh, I like that speed up there from Valdez. Just a little bit different than what we saw the first half of this game.
Yeah, sneaky, and she had not tried that one at all in the first half of the game, so way to squeeze that one in there.
Wow, Valdez all the way over to finish off that. She just kept sliding left and left and left.
I mean, you don't see that too frequently from the right side player inching their way over and hitting forehands on the left side of the court.
Wow.
All the way from Chicago, Jeff and Abby, how are you loving it so far? How are you liking it?
Yeah.
Just a smooth ball there from Gecheva. And if we haven't figured out yet, her favorite shot is the two-hand backhand. She's hit the drive from the baseline. She's hit a winner off the bounce at the kitchen line, and now a volley as well. Score is 14-9. Valdez and Gecheva.
Yeah, missing the third wide there. Her reaction said it all, not pleased with herself.
It's a lot of power coming off that paddle from Valdez.
And she doesn't overswing either. So it's poppy, but it's controlled. And I think some players tend to go for too much and break form. She stays under control and hits it clean.
15-10 now for the Mashers. Oh, and the sound of that ball felt like it was going out. Valdez turns around and it's 2 feet in.
Yeah, it's a mishit. So I think it's the right call from Gecheva to call her off and let go with where the eye level was on that ball. Just her opponent didn't hit it clean enough to sail long.
And the one-hand backhand there from Gecheva, we haven't seen that yet. That looked pretty good. Just clips the net and stays in.
Ladies are tweaking. You know, they really are. They see a couple other ladies with the one-hander, and they want it too. Why not go back to the lab and work on that shot? Looks like they are, Brandon.
You see the miss there from Valdez. Score is now 12-16. Wow, way to stand in there from Valdez. She didn't move an inch when Frantova was cocking back to hit that forehand.
I would have backed up aggressively, Brandon, as Frantova can hit it hard on the forehand side.
And we talked about the maybe differing strategies within the Frisco Pandas team. Frantova going for a little bit much there on that forehand drive.
Yeah, and they're really targeting her on the third shots.
What a reset from Valdez as you see her power through the two-hand backhand and then just reset the one-hand backhand short in the kitchen and really force that pressure, and Frantova tried to do too much.
Yeah, exactly right, and Frantova just instantly drops the paddle looking for a timeout. A couple loose airs sprinkled in those last couple minutes, and she needs a minute or two to think about it.
Yeah, speaking of that, she dropped her paddle, felt like it was time for her to just take a quick break. What is kind of your strategy when it comes to taking a timeout on court, Adam?
Well, mostly for me, it was because I was fatigued, Brandon. But I think for a lot of these players, that is not the case. And it's a mix. It's a mix of stopping opponent momentum, and it's also sometimes for a mental reset for you. And I think that both have a lot of merit, and I think it was a good play from Frantova to kind of just gather herself, refocus, probably get some encouraging words from the sideline, and see if she can't get back into this match.
That's another great ball there from Valdez. You mentioned it. She has a short, compact swing, which helps with the consistency, especially hitting a volley out of the air.
Less can go wrong, Brandon. Yeah, it didn't come up.
And Valdez going for the ATP around the post. You can see she was reading the spin, thought that ball was going to come out a little wider than it did, and it just wasn't there.
Just didn't quite get there from Bobby Oshiro. And we also didn't mention that we do have a switch over on the Pandas. We now have Bobby Oshiro on the left. I like it.
That ball just a little bit long as the Pandas weren't able to really find a rhythm in this game. They fall 15-21 to the Mashers, who take a 1-0 lead in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think it was a little mix of, maybe some shot selections from the back of the court, but also the pressure from their opponent. So I think it was a little self-inflicted, but you also have to tip your cap, to the Mashers, who played a great game and didn't really give them too much.
Yeah, and we saw in that matchup Valdez and Gecheva able to really just work their way through the game, pulled the trigger when it made sense for them, just kind of manage the expectations. In this matchup here, we've got, for the men's side, we've got DJ Young and
Pesa
Teoni, who I don't see. Maybe taking a quick restroom break here before he gets started. And then we've got Andre Mick and Ryler DeHart for the Frisco Pandas. This one will absolutely be exciting. One thing, Adam, for you that we want to think about is when you talk about the ratio of attacking a ball to maybe resetting or playing a neutral ball, kind of give us an insight into what these players are thinking and when it comes to that mentality.
Yeah, and it's a lot of it is opponent dependent and your own personal skill set. So we have, while Ryler DeHart and Pesatione, the two left-handers, have plenty of firepower, I actually expect them to be a little more solid and soft. And then we have electric offense from DJ Young and Andre Mick. Andre Mick, incredible whip through the ball. He gets power and spin very comparable to DJ Young. So I kind of expect those right side lefties to maybe pull back just a hair and give those left side studs a chance to be offensive. Now, if we run into some issues with that, possibly those left side high risk, high reward players aren't playing their best game, then the left-handers can possibly step up. But until that happens, that's kind of how I see it, Brandon.
You would expect the right side player in this scenario to be a little more conservative, to your point, as the left side player a little more opportunistic. See if they can find some lanes here.
Yeah, and it's when we have one left-hander, it creates an interesting heads-up pattern. But when you have two, it's pretty much the same thing, even though those forehands are in the middle.
DJ Young and Pesa Teoni, a first-time partnership here.
And Pesa Teoni, he's got some tree trunks, man. Those are some strong legs. He is very athletic. He's very explosive, and I expect him to show off some of that athleticism in this matchup.
He can absolutely get to nearly every single ball. I expect this to be an athletic-paced game here. And that ball just wide as Teoni was on it. Mick saw an opportunity and flicked that backhand early. And Young doesn't even look back.
And what he doesn't know is that ball was only 2 inches out.
We talk about opportunistic. That will be the challenge there for Young to figure out when it makes sense and when it doesn't. That ball,
I mean, he hits the best third shot of the day and then goes for a slice attack from the back of the court. Yeah, he's very, very good with that shot. I would probably put DJ Young and Jay DeVilliers as number 1 and 2 at that deceptive drop volley.
Teoni off on the third there.
Yeah, no love, just catching the tape. Yeah, and you can see instantly Pesatione is stepping over to his right, so he is letting Mr. Young have free reign to be offensive in the middle. I expect that to continue.
Just great ball movement there from Mick. He likes that pattern as well. He's good with the backhand cross-court dink, moves the ball around nicely.
Yeah, the ball flight in the air between Andre Mick and Yates Johnson is very similar. That ball is tumbling down with an incredible amount of topspin.
Just a heavy overhead from Mick. Young looked to be in position, but that ball just got a little too wide.
It's hard to hit a wiffle ball that hard.
Wow.
Mick pulled it off.
What a get from Mick as everyone is stunned to see, did that ball roll on the ground?
He got it.
I think he got that ball. Wow.
That might be the best ATP defense I have ever seen.
Yeah, so we've got that crazy ATP defense, and then right after a tweener reset into the kitchen.
Yes.
Strap in, everyone. This is getting crazy.
I really would have liked to see what happened if that didn't catch the tape, because if he was able to pull off offense from right there, I would have been very impressed. Man, Ryler DeHart in absolute perfect position there. You can see from his reaction, he can't believe he missed that block.
Yeah, I think he was expecting Young to have more pace on that ball, and he didn't.
Still, though, back to that ATP defense.
Oh
I mean, I believe I've been playing for 8 years, Brandon. I've played quite a few tournaments. The best I've ever seen.
You had 4 players that stood straight up like, what just happened? Great pressure there from Tioni.
Yeah, anytime you force a right-hander to switch over to the left hand, you have done your job in that situation.
Good point.
Yeah, that's bad luck there. Throws off the rhythm. Just makes everyone look silly, doesn't it?
Right. It's great communication from Mick as he tells DeHart, that's your overhead. You can take it.
And that's right. Communication always important, especially with the 2 forehands in the middle. There's a little pump up. I like that.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of energy from either side here yet. Just kind of consistent filling out process. And Mick goes for a little much on that right side. That ball just a little bit wide.
Yeah, nice job from DJ Young coming in hot, knowing that Ryler DeHart could only do so much with that ball. He took his chances and he was rewarded.
As we head to the changeover, we've got the Mashers up 2 here. It'll be interesting to see for the Frisco Panthers. They've stayed relatively close this entire game. Right now you've got Andre Mick trying to create opportunities against what DJ Young is doing on the other side. Be interested to see if DeHart tries to start inserting himself a little bit more. You saw him with the backhand punch at the end of that game, or the end of that side out right there. Be interesting.
Yeah, and he's his optimal play style is just a little more solid than Andre Mick. So I think we have a verbal warning of profanity. So what I'm saying is that he wants to play those little more grindy, consistent points. So he's got to find a happy middle now that he's partnered up with Andre Mick, who looks to avoid those dink rallies.
Yeah, that's
the thing is if that's mid shin on DJ, he probably comes up with the shot. But it's shoulder high. He didn't know what to do.
Yeah. He doesn't like the easy balls.
Yeah.
Oh, and you talked about the deception, DJ Young. He gets away with it hitting the net, but that looked like to be a good shot either way.
Yeah, nobody's there. Yeah, some real frustration there from Andre Mick.
I like that setup from Young and Teone. Young with the drive and then slides to his left. A little too amped up. Miss serve. So now we've got a verbal warning for Milwaukee.
So we had double blue cards last match, and now we have double verbal warnings.
Yeah, this has got to be the spiciest court.
Yeah, I mean,
of the tournament so far here.
I had a look down at Championship Court, and I'll tell you right now, I'm happy to be right here, Brandon. The easiest one. Why is it always the easiest one?
Yeah, that's a tough ball there for DJ Young.
Got it. Got it. Watch. You.
Wow. Wow. I mean, just a great ball there from DJ Young as he held it to the last second and then fires it down the line.
I have nothing to say about that shot.
Pretty advanced.
Nobody wants to pull away, Brandon.
We've got the Pandas bench asking for energy here from their team. Let's see if they get it.
Yeah, and you can hear Andre Mick. I'm not sure if you guys can, but we did, saying put the ball away. So it wasn't the miss of the soft shot. It was a couple shots earlier that he was frustrated that he didn't get the job done.
Yeah, this is a dangerous spot as you see the Frisco Pandas taking a timeout. Right now, DJ Young is starting to feel more comfortable. You saw the two-hand down the line. You see there he sped up a ball fairly early, one that was neutral but expecting to win the rally. And that's just not a place that opponents want this guy to be in, who can turn it up a notch seemingly at any moment.
Yeah, absolutely right. And some real frustration from Mick, who I think he feels like he allowed DJ Young to get into a couple of those positions, whether it was not putting the ball away or leaving something a little higher for DJ to attack. So absolutely right. Just got to find a way to make DJ hit a couple more balls, and if you give him that opportunity on a silver platter, you know he's going to take it.
And it seems like they're treating this matchup as Andre Mick's creativity against DJ Young's creativity, and maybe not the best matchup for them. They might need to find a way to get the Hart involved or move the ball around to Teone.
Congrats to the Hustlers. Weapon X, a secret weapon. Now you have men's doubles with four. I got something special in my hand. You got to be the best glasses in the game.
There we go. It could just be one. Sometimes it takes one to get it going.
Sometimes that's all you need. A big ball there from Mick. They're only down 3 here. Wow. I mean, just that 2-ball combo there from Teone is otherworldly as he goes all the way cross court and then back down the line for the winner.
Disgusting.
Yeah, they should have him arrested for that. That was criminal.
One out of two, Brandon. Nice ATP defense from DeHart.
Yeah, it seems like that's become the norm now, and ATP just has to get defended.
I mean, not a horrible initial counter from Andre Mick, but DJ Young just right there. Kind of just standing straight up and just swatting flies, Brandon.
I mean, the replay will show he walked away before hitting the last ball.
Hell of a counter from Pessa Teone, just absolutely slapping that one-handed backhand.
Yeah, and that's a ball that Mick is able to get away with on some right-handers. Has to adjust here with the left-handed Teone over there.
That's tough because he made the right move well before DeHart had struck that shot. So I like what DJ Young did there, just couldn't execute the last shot. Nice punch first volley from Teone, not allowing DeHart to come up with it.
Wow, and that serve just skips off the line, puts DeHart in a tough position as the Milwaukee Masters take a 2-0 lead and sort of a stranglehold on this match early on. As we prepare to get ready for mixed doubles, we'll have both teams set up their lineups. We will be back shortly to talk about that one as well. We are about to get set for the third game of this matchup. This will be mixed doubles. Milwaukee Mashers have a 2-0 lead on this match against the Frisco Pandas, and they will have DJ Young and Rihanna Valdez taking on Bobby Oshiro and Andre Mick, who I'd presume is the #1 mixed team for the Frisco Pandas. They have to put them out there. They need this game.
Right, so I would say clear-cut 1 and 2 for the Mashers, and 1A, 1B for Frisco is kind of how I would divvy that up, and this is 1A right here. Like you said, Brandon, got to have it.
Go. And Mick coming out firing. Not happy about that last men's matchup.
It's 1 point, but that means a lot. He was very frustrated with himself, so just to right the ship right away is awesome.
Yeah, got the offensive volley, now the missed return.
Yeah, late getting in for Valdez. They are going to have to make sure they keep those returns deep, or to Oshiro, because Andre Mick will be driving everything.
Go. Wow. And hey, look, out of the 4 drives, they got 3 points.
Yeah.
I think they like that setup. Although they wanted all 4, of course.
Right in there, nice hands battle.
Too good from Young.
Yeah, I don't believe we're going to have a whole lot of structured play in this in this matchup.
You mean
right?
this isn't structured?
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but I like it. I like it. Also, the short hop drive that with the return landing on the baseline. I mean, the variety of shots we're seeing is just absolutely great.
Yeah, good power on that forehand there.
Yeah, well, I mean,
from Mick.
Spin's good, power's good. Why not have both? Much better job of getting to the line. So the contact point in terms of court positioning on the first volley, much better for Rihanna Valdez.
Wow, what a firefight as the Mashers come out on top of that one. And I think that's an important pattern there as Mick targeted Valdez. Valdez handled every single one of those.
Yeah, and a little too big on that last swing from Mick, sailing it wide.
And after the early hot start, now down 2 for the Pandas.
Yeah, he's got to keep those emotions in check. He is really all over the place with some of his reactions right now. I think she had a couple thoughts of speeding that ball up, switches back over to the soft decision, and it was not what she was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, veteran presence means a lot. Oshiro and Young, two of the longest tenured players on the court right now. But it just seems like so far the Mashers, Young in particular, has just kind of weathered this storm. I've seen it before. Let me just stay calm.
Yeah, and it's tough, too, for Oshiro because she has been getting frozen out in women's doubles. And when that happens, sometimes you're feeling your touches off. You're not getting a ton of balls. You're not getting a lot of reps. So sometimes you get in some awkward spots to find that comfort. It is funny to see just the explosive movement, and the Mashers are just very calm,
Correct.
just short strokes, doing their thing, just like you mentioned.
That is a great ball there from Oshiro. That ball was nearly at her shoelaces.
Yeah, that's a body bag.
Yeah, and I call that the 2-for-1. She hit DJ with the bag early, and he felt it, and now the second ball, he's got a little carried away on that slice.
Nice spot. The key there is DJ Young's spin. Andre Mick was expecting that ball to be waist level. It's much lower by the time it gets to his paddle. Great job of taking a little pace off and adding extra spin from DJ Young. Yeah, he knew it right when he hit that one.
Yeah, just too low, not enough margin on it to clear the net. And the big ball from Mick just missed, as got a little too emotional on it, wanted to put a lot into that. Doesn't make it inside the court. They're only down 2. All isn't lost here going into the changeover.
Right. He closed his eyes for about 10 seconds after that and took a big nasal deep breath to keep himself calm. Let's see if that can carry over after the end change, because I think that is what needs to happen. I don't want him to be passive. Just got to rein it in just a little.
Interesting point as we look at it. The Mashers relatively calm. They weathered the storm early. They're up 2 points. But for the Frisco Pandas, you came out aggressive. It worked. You were up 4, possibly 5 points, and now it's not. So for a team like that, what is kind of the recourse for them? What is plan B? Do they switch, or do they just stick and ride or die with what had worked before?
Yeah, and see, that's a great question. And the bottom line is we have world-class players here. You can't just hit through them the whole way through. So you have to tweak it a little bit, maybe find some form of rhythm, and then go back to the offense for a chunk of points. But just to steamroll it all the way through, these players are just too good for that.
Wow, work there. DJ Young a little off from the counter. I think both teams probably like that setup.
Yeah, nice load there from Rihanna Valdez. Everyone, including us and everyone in the stands, knew that Andre Mick was going to speed that ball up from the midcourt. So way to load up on the forehand from Rihanna and smack it. Yeah, and it's, I mean, that's just a good shot from DJ Young, because Oshiro has to hold. He has pushed that two-handed backhand up the line on several occasions. She has to hold line, and she needs him to cover in the middle. And I don't blame Mick for it. Just too good of offense from DJ.
Yeah, and he put the right amount of pace on that ball as well. He was going to stay in. Yeah, the Ernie there from Young, the finesse Ernie from DJ Young, and then Valdez cleans it up.
I'll talk about that. Valdez just scraping over the top of the net to reset a powerful shot. And once again, offense too good from DJ Young a few points ago. I don't think that the Mashers did anything wrong. You just got to tip your cap to Andre Mick on that specific shot.
Yeah, you have to just expect him to do that every time. Oh, looked like a good counter from Oshiro, but she was running out of margin there on that right side of Valdez.
Yeah, and she looks, she has a little bit, seems like she has some slight indecision on when to poach and what to do after Andre Mick drives.
Misses like that can help the Pandas inch their way back into this until they can find a groove.
15-10.
I was just going to talk about how consistent Valdez has been, and she has when it comes to the dink rallies, but there she saw an opportunity and just a little bit low.
She saw a very small opportunity. Couldn't come up with it. Hey, Can't always make the right decision, and she's made mostly very good ones. Just a great job from Valdez after a pretty good backhand up the line from Mick, just getting him to stretch out too wide on that second shot attempt.
And Mick going for a little much on that.
Valdez just tucking that right shoulder in. That was a pretty smooth move from her, just tucking the shoulder and letting it go out.
The Matrix style there from Valdez. You know, that third has been working for him all game, but here just did not get a good cut of that ball.
I mean, that is a weird shot coming from a weird spot, so it seems like it's just an easy leave for Valdez, but that's tough to let that ball go wide. Oh, we're looking for the ball.
Yeah, and it seems like the Masters now are almost baiting the Pandas to be offensive from the midcourt while they're standing at the kitchen line, which bodes well for their defense. Just a huge counter there from Young.
She got him once, didn't get him twice. But I'll tell you what, Rihanna Valdez, you know, not been playing for too terribly long. Very smooth on the soft stuff. She is really under control. Not a lot of wasted motion or flailing that we see from a lot of tennis players early in their career. Good for her.
Go.
She looked like she wanted to rip.
She wanted to rip that ball. I think she felt that Young probably would have rather her reset that one. But so far, to your point, she has made great decisions throughout this match.
Very nice, Mick. I'll have to say, the shot before the finishing shot, too, was very solid.
Love that misdirect with pace and power from Mick.
Yeah, I was able to get on the practice court with Mick for the first time the other day, and he caught me on that right hip a couple times, so I feel Valdez's pain, and smart time to take a timeout. But we see this pattern so much, Brandon. You get a lead, your opponents, we have nothing to lose. We're down 5 or 6. They let it fly. It squeezes back, and then you just go back and forth for several different sections of that throughout the match. It's just so hard to close.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to how skinny the margins are. And so any little emotional advantage or disadvantage can sway your probability of winning in a game like this. We had Young and Valdez feeling really good, confident in the middle of this game, seemingly taking it away. And then now all of a sudden you've got Mick and Oshiro saying, wait, I don't want to go home right now. I don't want to lose this game. Let me see what I got. And look, they're only down 2 with a chance to win this.
Just obviously, but absolutely huge point right here. Not only coming out of the timeout, but an opportunity for the Masters to get to 20.
Wow, just great play from both sides as the Masters handled level 1, 2, and 3 of that rally, but Mick came out on top on the 4th.
We actually
That is what I want to see. 2 points in a row where I saw Oshiro early in the match not quite sure what to do off of the Andre Meg drive. She knows exactly what to do these last 2 points. Great poaching from Bobby Oshiro.
And another big drive from Mick ends up in an overhead. And what a turnaround we've had in this game, where the Pandas now at 20 frozen with a chance to win this one. Didn't think we'd be here a few minutes back. Wow.
Yeah, what a spot there. Always looking to occasionally go behind the guy and mix, as Mick was crashing hard to the middle. Way to manipulate the wrist from DJ Young and put that ball right on Mick's backside.
And right now, Mick is just determined to stay aggressive. He's going to go out on his sword, is what he's telling everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, that sword's cutting pretty well.
See, it's just wild. The volatility is at such an all-time high. It's just, he literally will play a point like the best player in the world and then miss a drop by 10 feet.
And I think he wanted to drive that ball, but told himself no. Great ball in the middle of that, as Young hit a good reset and tried to charge in, but Mick cut it off and kept the ball at the baseline to keep leverage and pressure. A chance to close it out here for the Pandas. And they do. What a turnaround from being down as many as 5 to 6 points. The Pandas rally together to make this a 2-1 lead only for the Milwaukee Mashers. Wow.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we're not talking about, you know, a 10-minute slow turnaround. This is happening in 2 or 3 minutes, just comfortable, in control to losing, and that it happens that quick at MLP, and I love it. It creates just these high leverage, high intense moments, and you know, that's what we live for as athletes.
The Mashers will send out Pesa Teoni and Krista Gecheva against Ryler DeHart and Martina Frentova of the Frisco Pandas. Pandas looking to possibly get to a dream breaker here with Adam. You mentioned this is their 1B mixed team versus the number 2 mixed team for the Milwaukee Mashers. What are we looking forward to in this matchup?
For me, it's just all about the ladies. Okay, we have 2 ladies who probably have not completely figured out their soft game. Tons of talent, lots of power, and explosive play. But a lot of that type of play is more effective in gender doubles, women's doubles. So we're going to see who can play that supporting role, be solid for their male partner, and then use the well-timed aggression as opposed to just releasing on everything.
And there you can see why Adam Stone has a successful marriage with the kid. He's all about the ladies, as he mentioned. That is his #1 priority. There's one thing you take from that.
I was wondering where you were going to go with that. I was like, oh, okay.
Where is he going? Bring it back around here. But you're right. I think the consistency, and then when each of these ladies take the opportunity to maybe speed up, challenge the guy in front, will dictate this matchup. I think the other thing is Pesa Teoni. He's really trying to model his game to a mixed doubles player that covers multiple sides of the court, manipulates the kitchen line, moves the ball around. So I'll be curious to see how aggressive he is compared to Ryler DeHart, who typically stays a little more conservative, picks his spots a little tighter than other male players in mixed doubles.
Right, yeah. And Teoni is definitely the younger, more explosive athlete, but DeHart has the reach advantage by just a little bit. So I think how much court the fellas take is a big factor, like you said, and of course the ladies weathering that offensive storm that we know they're going to get.
Panda's looking to stay alive. Master's trying to close it out here. Getcheva immediately talking to Teoni after that miss from Frantova.
Yeah, I mean, what was that, a drop or a drive? You tell me, Brandon.
That was a drip. Whoever follows Zane Navratil, he'll tell you all about what a drip is.
Or how about a dunk?
Yeah. I'll maybe stay away from that one there, Adam, but I get it.
Yeah, but that's tough there. You see Frantova turn to the outside. Ryler DeHart was trying to give her a paddle tap, and she is frustrated with herself.
Wow, you see Frantova, who it looked like she second-guessed putting the ball away there and went with the drop shot, and then ends up making the error after a quick 4-0 lead here for the Masters.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, there's no reason to even try to go behind Ryler DeHart. You just stick to that target. Frantova gets it figured out, which she most likely will. Then you can adjust from there.
Ryler DeHart with the drive clips the net.
Yeah,
sometimes you need that.
But sometimes you don't let him hit that shot. So let's just push that ball over to Frantova.
It's a great ball from Teoni. That ball just stays in.
He's got that no tennis background deception, so he has some tricky stuff. Yeah, I think Ryler DeHart was trying to call off Frantova. I think that ball definitely was going to land in, but a nice volley from her to get the ball back over to her side.
Some insane defense from Teoni as you hear paddles scraping the ground, but Pandas come out on top of that rally.
It's a great look and setup from DeHart.
Frantova still trying to get dialed in here.
There you go. Just a couple quality dinks and a freebie from your opponent. That can start getting it going. I mean, we have a 1-point game here, Brandon.
And we know from history that means nothing at this point. Yeah, we saw that shot in women's doubles from Getcheva. She just loves that two-hand backhand, especially the volley. Able to get a lot of spin and get that ball down. And Frantova goes for too much on that backhand slice, just misses it wide. Probably feeling the pressure there from Teoni.
Yeah, exactly right. She's looking to go behind Teoni, who's squeezing that middle, but side spin as well. I think her actual target was okay, but that side spin pushes the ball wide.
And Teoni, you mentioned from a decision-making process, they should just keep each ball towards Frantova. He slices that ball to DeHart. DeHart with the ATP.
Yeah, it's kind of that practice game mentality. You kind of pick a spot, and then you just want to get everyone involved. So you change the pattern, but this is not practice, Brandon. You hit if someone is struggling or a pattern that you like is working well, you go to the well as much as you can.
Yeah, it's a good point. These players all know each other, practice, play against each other, but in this format, a little more cutthroat. And they are just creating error after error from Frantova, forcing her to tough, difficult shots.
Good eye there. And DeHart just whispering in her ear, letting her know that's going to sail along. So nice job. And you know, it seems like it's been a little lopsided in this match, but once again, it was 1 point earlier and only 2 point lead here for the Mashers.
DeHart thought that ball was wide. It ended up dropping in and gave Teone a nice forehand volley. They head to the changeover up 3, which is identical to the last mixed matchup where the Mashers were up 3 and able to win that match, or actually ended up losing that matchup. Apologize to the Pandas.
But they got it going in the second half. The Pandas did. I don't see in the first mix. I don't see why they can't do that again right here.
Yeah, if you're DeHart, you're telling Frantova, look, we haven't had a clean game so far, but we're only down 3. We clean this up a little bit, we're going to be ahead.
Yeah, and I like to see her on the third shots go with the drive and then the drop. I think a couple times when she's gone drive first, she has made that mistake. Just drive that ball, try to look for an easier fifth, and maybe that can get you forward. Nice. She's had 2 of those. Third time's a charm as she puts that one down in the dirt at Pessa Teone's feet.
Great low speed up from Gecheva with the 2-hand. DeHart was in position, but could not get that ball down quick enough. What a deceptive ball from Teone. The referee has called a foot fault on Gecheva.
And it was a great read from her. She, like, early on, she was looking for that Ernie. That's a heavy drop from Frantova, just getting into the grill of Pesatoni a little too much, couldn't come up with the dink.
You.
And we haven't seen that shot yet from Frantova. She's got a 2-hand backhand winner of her own here. Check this out. Wow.
She's just going to pull a Mick. Struggle a little bit in the first half and play big in the second. I'm pulling for her.
Got it. Go.
Nice job. They got out of it because Teone said me and Gecheva hit it, but he was able to hit a very, very nice backhand up the line. Nothing Frantova can do.
Go.
Up there, sit up there. Yeah.
7-7.
Good job. Great get. Great get.
Unreal kid. One of the best I've seen. And that, if that's not pickleball in a nutshell, I don't know what is.
And it looked like Frantova was still trying to get her bearings as that ball came back and then made a decision to speed up.
Go.
Side out, point, 8.
You.
Oh, that ball just wide. It seems like when Frantova's getting in trouble in this game, it's just going for a little bit too much.
Yeah, she's trying to hit lines, pick a bigger spot to target.
Oh, Frantova sniffed out that 2-hand backhand, but not able to put the ball over.
And it almost looked like there was a possible ATP, even more reason for DeHart to have to hold line.
Another Teone drive, just long. The way Frantova's struggling, you would expect him to maybe hit that 60, 50%, give it a chance, but it's tough when that ball's too juicy for you.
Tough, really good drive from Ryler to Hart, and I'm not sure if that had some funk on it coming off the paddle on a slight mishit from his opponents, but he couldn't come up with that 5th shot drop. Nice volley from Frantova after a nice adjustment from Teoni, who had missed a couple drives. He had a very quality drop.
And this is kind of that hang-around portion of the game where if you could stay in there. And she does hit a line. She's been aiming line all game. She gets one here. Nice in and out angle.
Nice dink from Frantova, forcing Gecheva into a decision point whether to bounce or take out of the air. She reaches too far, loses her balance.
Points right now at a premium here as we have a 2-point lead for the Mashers.
I'll tell you what, she's not stopping. She's not pulling back. She's not playing tentative. She is just powering through, and 1-point game, Brandon.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, it's a good volley there from Teoni. DeHart was expecting the volley to land in front of him, but it just kept sailing.
11-8. Set out, point 9. 9-11.
Wow, really nice dinking from Frantova, and not the worst speed up from Pesationi, and Ryler DeHart says no, no, no.
Lefty to lefty right there.
Lefty on lefty violence.
Yeah, that's what it is. You hate to see it.
Go. Go.
11-11.
Oh, wow. And Frantova she's bringing her best stuff when it matters, but just fell victim to that ball clipping the net. Mashers with the chance to close out this match.
You.
13-11.
I mean,
like,
yeah,
everyone got closer and closer and closer.
The depreciation of the ball in regards to the net was like, wow.
Got it.
Nice job there with a little side spin on the first shot, and then her favorite shot, the two-hander right at Frantova, couldn't come up with it. Nice play from Gecheva.
Mashers with another opportunity here to close this out. Gecheva goes for the big two-hand.
And that was a little shaky drop as well from Pesationi, as that was about head high to Ryler DeHart.
All knotted here. And Teoni went for a massive swing on that up ball, ends up missing it.
And maybe a couple times earlier in this match that he was unable to put the ball away, forced him to go for a bit much on the forehand, and you're exactly right, Brandon, overcooked it. And man, these closing moments of the last couple matches have been wild.
And you mentioned Frantova struggling most of this game early on, but the fighter in her, to be able to put her team, help her team get to a position like this, has to speak to her character, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course she showed a little frustration, with some of those errors, but she didn't just put her shots in the back pocket. She kept going for her game and her shots, and she's hit some really good ones the last 5 minutes.
And the Masters trying to avoid a second straight game where they've had a lead and give it away in the closing seconds.
Go.
15-15.
You.
Wow, and they finish it off. Frisco Pandas come from behind for the second straight game to take this match to a dream breaker.
Hey, good for her. Frantova, you played great at the end, and we were knocking you a little bit because you had some errors sprinkled in, and you really stepped up your game. You deserved that one. We get more pickleball, Brandon. Here we go.
You can never complain about more pickleball. We will let these teams decide their lineups, and we'll be right back with a dream breaker. All right, we've got these players warming up. We are knotted at 2-2 here. Let's talk about how we got here. Milwaukee Masters against Frisco Pandas started out 1-1 based on the men's. Actually, it was 2-0 based on the men's and the women's game. I apologize. Then we get to mixed. It looked like DJ Young and Rihanna Valdez were going to seal the deal, win it for their team, and then here comes Andre Mick just spraying balls everywhere, taking over for his team, and all of a sudden we're at 2-1. And then the last mixed matchup, the Masters have it seemingly down to the end, and the Pandas find a way to make this a dream breaker matchup. So interesting stuff. I will be curious to see how we start this off, the mental state of the Masters knowing that they had this sewed up.
0-0.
pretty good first one-handed, I don't know, drop, drive, whatever, maybe a little bit of both. Either way, Ryler DeHart, what an angle.
Incredible shot. Maybe a shot there that Young has to just remove from his memory. You know what? Nothing I could do there.
Ball back over. One apiece, and I believe on paper this is a pretty tight match on paper for singles. We all know anything can happen in the Dream Breaker, but no real clear advantage in my opinion.
Great shot there from Young, kind of the in and out forehand.
Yeah, he likes that inside out. He has great, I mentioned his wrist manipulation with an attack from the kitchen earlier. He really has it loose and can go to all the spots.
That's great anticipation and movement from Young there.
He's not in the best spot. He's not in the best spot there, but sure did he dig out of it. Well done, DJ. First go through. Very solid, as I believe Ryler DeHart has a slight edge in that particular matchup. Nice job, DJ.
Let's go!
Yeah, some real audible excitement from Andre Mick. Who,
yeah, he's the player that got them back into this match, right?
That's right. It's a roller coaster, but right now
it's going up.
That's a tough break for Pessa. Doesn't have the tennis background, so singles is probably his weakest event, even though he has had some random sprinkled in results.
Yeah, you talk about sprinkled in great results. He's a great mover, can cover a lot of court. But those traditional tennis strokes that you would see from the baseline, that's not him, right? Not going to be what he's showing. Got Oshiro against Valdez here. So we're tied up at 4.
And Valdez had a reasonable opportunity to come forward, didn't take it, so she might be a point of emphasis for her to stay back. Nope, she came in.
Wow, she came in on the next ball.
Oh, we got a challenge here.
And that ball called wide from Valdez, but the Pandas scream out pretty quickly, we're going to challenge this call.
And they have a pretty good look from where their bench is right up the line to see.
Let's take a look here.
Oh, well out.
Yeah, well out. That ball is.
But let's not say that, because I think they're deciding if they only get one challenge. They're deciding if they want to use it.
So the Pandas have decided to not challenge, to your point, Adam, after consulting their team.
Yeah,
good choice.
Yeah, I didn't want to possibly affect the decision with making putting my finger out or hand flat.
Such a great approach shot from Oshiro, and then the experience to say, I'll just put the ball here and wait for you.
Wow, so backhand roll into a dirty drop shot and then a forehand angle out wide. Bobby Oshiro, let's go.
Yeah, she's showing everyone her bag right now.
A lot of tricks in there. That was a miss hit on the return, but I'll tell you what, if that went over, it was going to be a lot of trouble for Frantova.
Two straight missed returns off of the serve from Frantova. Let's see if she cranks another one here.
Absolutely.
Goes for the forehand down the line, just a little long.
Yeah, it was not by much, but she did go for that serve, so she does not hold back. Love it.
1-0.
Frentova just held on the return.
Somebody's got good splits over there. That was good team chemistry over there from the Pandas.
Yeah, she asked out or in. They said good splits. Great two-hand backhand down the line.
And unfortunately for the Pandas, Ryler DeHart has had to say too good a couple times here with DJ Young. Yeah, better spot there from Ryler DeHart. Got in tight to the kitchen. Of course, the quality of the pass a little lower from DJ Young. That was nasty.
That is an insane pickup from DeHart as he, on the move, short hops it down the line.
That's the key. He's moving the wrong direction, and he still puts it in that spot.
Yeah, he's cooking now as he puts another one down the line as they take a 2-point lead heading over to the changeover here.
Yeah, you can see why he played at the U.S. Open. And I'm not talking about the U.S. Open in Naples. I'm talking about the one in New York. The man has some ground strokes, and we saw it right there.
Yeah, of the two teams, he's got the most singles experience out here.
When I can hear it, yes, that's generally my threshold is if I can hear it. If I don't hear it, I don't follow it. If I hear it, I follow it.
Okay, I took the headset off for a second, did some eavesdropping, and we have DJ Young a little irritated about something, possibly someone saying something to him during the point. We'll see. But we're going to play on.
Good ball from Mick as he's targeting that backhand side of Teoni.
Now that is a crisp first volley. Depth, pace, spin, moving away from his opponent. It had all three. Nice job, Hessa.
That return just sails long. Kind of quiet on both sides here. I think both benches can feel a little bit of tension here to try to close this match out.
Nice inside in from Teoni, forcing Mick to stretch further than he wanted to.
I think we had some confusion as they're ready to play another point.
The fellas are trying to play five, Brandon.
They want to finish this match out. Valdez gets the miss from Oshiro. A little wide on that backhand. And the one hand.
Yeah, that's right. She took that second one off, and good thing she did because that was a very crisp volley from her.
What a shot from Rihanna Valdez.
And it has to be a winner. She's so far out of position. And, you know, not the best draw. I actually like the decision from Oshiro, just not the best execution. But what a roll from Rihanna Valdez.
Creating some cushion now are the mashers.
Yeah, that was a nice, really much needed 3-1 for Valdez.
Getcheva to serve with a 2-point lead.
7-8.
One thing we know for sure, Frentova with that forehand is deadly. Off the serve, ground stroke.
I mean, wasn't a terrible volley from Getcheva, but pass too good.
9-7.
was just a great singles point all around. Getcheva almost got herself back into the rally, but that one-hand roll from Frantova put her in position. Tie game once again.
And just a educated guess there from Frantova stepping over to her left, and she had a bunch of court to hit that two-handed backhand into, and she found it.
Oh, and Frantova had...
That was so close, Brandon.
She had Getcheva guessing incorrectly, but just a little too much on that ball.
DJ Young. That down the line two-handed backhand from DJ Young has been on fire.
Something he's really worked at, and now is putting him in a good position in singles. Misses his bread and butter.
No side spin, DJ. stick with the top spin, brother.
A lot of feet shuffling right now.
Yes, and good thing DJ had some stick on that volley because he was very far out of position.
Got the freebie off of the serve as Teone steps up with a 2-point lead here and a chance to close it out for the Mashers. Huge return from Mick, and that's understating what just happened.
Yeah, exactly right. Teone thinking he was going to go with the backhand. He drives it to the forehand, and we have Mr. Mick. I love it.
That's Mick in a nutshell.
Yeah, that's right.
Those last two.
But I love it. I love it.
It's going to give you everything he has.
9-11.
And the Mashers end up winning this matchup off the miss from Mick. Pesa Teone finishes it for his team. What an exciting matchup. The Mashers win 3-2 here. Gave the Pandas all they could handle, and you know they're moving on, right? Great match from them.
Yeah, nice job from everyone. Some players with some slow starts in their respective matches, they picked it up. We had Pesa Teone losing to Andre Mick earlier in that Dream Breaker, and then he seals the deal at the end. I like to see those, those come-ups and those comebacks, and it was a great match, like you said, Brandon. Enjoyed it very much.
That's it for us here on Grandstand Court. We will see you tomorrow. Adam and I will be back. Actually, Adam, I think you'll be on Championship Court.
I think I'm on both at some point. I really don't know.
Kind of the Swiss Army knife. They got you everywhere,
that's
right?
Trying.
Either way, we'll see you. We've got one more matchup coming up. Signing off, this is Brandon Insakpong and Adam Stone.
Welcome to the Grandstand. Cameron Irwin alongside Dominic Catalano as we get set for a win and you're in. The Seattle Pioneers facing off against the St. Louis Shock. And the ladies are taking the court first. It's Megan Fudge playing alongside Lena Maita. I asked her about it today. I said, Lena,
we're going to get this right.
We have done this 100 times, but the problem is her accent. I can't quite mimic. It is really quite incredible name, as she is also an incredible pickleball player.
So say it again.
I'll get there in a second.
Okay.
I'll get there in a second. I got to work into it, all right?
All right. We're good.
Jeannie Arokina on the other side of the net alongside Judith Castillo. Both these teams 1-1. A win here gets them into the knockout rounds.
Yeah, there's going to be no lack of power in this game right here. All four of these ladies like to play fast. They like to play with pace.
And you got Jeannie Arokina on the left side. I'm used to seeing her over on that right with her forehand roll.
And this is kind of surprising to me because Judith Castillo isn't as comfortable on that right side. Oh, nice step in there from Arokina. And that's what she does so well, too, is step in with that foot, or that front foot, and roll that ball in. She put a lot of shape on that ball.
This St. Louis team also rounded out by Rob Nunnery, as well as Martin Emmerich.
Ooh, nice hands there from Arokina. She almost got hit by that ball. That would have been a point to the side of the Pioneers.
Arokina, the third round pick, number 25 overall at the challenger level. Big two-handed backhand.
From who?
Padigamaita.
Padigamaita.
See?
There you go. I was waiting for you to say it again. Now I got it.
That's
Now
fine.
I got it.
Padigamaita.
Oh, nice spot from, much easier, Megan Fudge down the middle with the winner on the little backhand flick. Serve back to Padigamaita.
Point 4.
Wow.
ATP.
She let that develop nicely right there as that ball just carried beyond the sideline, and she waited till that ball was about to bounce and found the back corner.
Good leave. Another point for the Seattle Pioneers. 4 apiece now.
7-4. Point.
There's the reach. Padigamaita needs that, almost reaching outside of her body.
What a dig there from Megan Fudge off the drive from Padigamaita. And they take a early lead here at 6-4. No.
Judith Castillo just accidentally paintbrushed that ball. Fudge was trying to get out of the way. Catches it on the shoulder instead. Megan Fudge, she's got that one-hand backhand that's so dangerous when she flattens it out.
Well, she loves that little 1-2 combo, so she went backhand to forehand right there, and sitting on that nicely, she moves her feet to get into position. Yeah, and Fudge looking at Padigamaita right there, and she's attempting to step in, but she doesn't move her feet to step in and get that. She needs to step all the way over.
11, timeout, 1 minute, switch in. 11, you got
it. Nearly stealing that away is Vida Castillo.
Keep it going, keep it loud. Because we got something special we're giving away. Hard eights, shirts. Let's get wild, let's get crazy. We're throwing them out. Not the best. Not the best.
Ball called out of bounds by Padigamaita, and I think there might be a challenge here. Jeannie Arokina immediately saying that ball is good.
So they are challenging, and for those of you guys at home, each team gets 3 free challenges throughout the match. That's the entirety of all 4 games. 1 timeout per game. They get a free timeout on the end change at 11.
If you like it, fine.
So they're looking at it here. Again, ball called out of bounds.
And I believe that
halfway point. That looks like it might be out.
Bob Swisshelm, our video replay referee here. Onisha Smith is your lead referee. Tom Whitson, your second referee. I believe we have the call. Nice and quick here. I like the timing there. Very quick.
Efficient on the grandstand.
Getting the thumbs up from Bob Swisshelm saying, yes, very efficient.
Ball confirmed out of bounds.
Let's go, Megan. Let's go, Lena. Come on.
Dave Fleming, the GM of this Seattle Pioneers.
Wow, nice. I mean, Jeannie Arokina is every bit of 6 foot tall, and her wingspan's even bigger, and she covers so much court right there. But not only does she cover it, she gets something on every one of those balls.
It's impressive to watch the hands battles right now from Padigamaita and Arokina line to line. These two just taking absolute cuts at the ball.
Point.
Yeah, and I think that threw off Padigamaita just enough right there as Fudge stepped in.
Great contact for Padigamaita.
Yeah, good pressure. She kept Castillo back. They'll get the end change on their terms here, up 11-8. And you mentioned it, Cam. It's win and you're in here for both of these teams. So a lot at stake here in this match, this third and final matchup of the day for both teams.
You know, it's so fun when you watch these 4 women go head-to-head. You think about the international flair for each of them. Jeannie Arokina out of Moscow, Russia. Megan Fudge from Germany as well as England. And not to mention, on the other side, Padigamaita out of Lithuania. And we got one more, Vida Castillo out of Spain.
That is absolutely awesome. That is where the pickleball game has gone. It's an international flavor here.
Hey, we're trying to make this an Olympic sport. We might as well get there.
That's it right
we need
here.
A few more around the world.
We need to take a snapshot of this right here and send it to the USOC.
11-8. The change of end. Castillo, the solid overhead. Plenty of power off her paddle.
Yeah, nice job there from Castillo, and that was not a bad lob. She hits that from at least the middle of the transition area.
14-11. Point. 15-11.
An unfortunate grab for Megan Fudge. I like the move. She jumped in front, but a little too much length.
100%, Cam. You beat me to it. I love the move. It's the right move. If she doesn't hit the tape, that ball's a winner.
12-16.
Oh, Erikina just got jammed up a little bit. She was attempting to come over and take that on a poach, but Fudge kept it soft enough at her feet that she wasn't able to come over and get that out of the air.
Hands battle going the way of Megan Fudge.
Fudge yelling at that ball to go out.
Point 13.
There's a great counter from Padigamaita.
Well, again, what she did right, though, is she slid to the sideline, gave herself enough room because she knows Megan Fudge is pinching so hard in the middle. She knows she's there if she speeds up middle. Great job by Padigamaita.
Point 14. 14-18.
And Padigamaita sitting there tapping on her chest going, that's my fault right there. She let that slip a little too low. She's got to reach in, use that taller frame to get that ball a little further out in front of her.
Castillo putting in so much work, drop after drop, defense after defense.
Well, what I liked right there is the communication from Fudge and Padigamaita right there of who was going to take those balls in the middle. It's there from Padigamaita, but again, it's so hard to keep that ball under control. You get it up there and you want to really punish it, but instead of trying to punish that, just slip that down the line.
Judith Castillo taking the words somewhat out of our mouth, which is that was her first drive of the day.
Which is surprising to see because Castillo, a very good singles player, likes that drive.
It's going to be hard to lob over Judith Castillo when you got Jeannie Arokina to clean things up.
Yeah, and we talked about her length and size. Every bit of about 6 foot. Nice little drop there from Castillo. I think Fudge was expecting pace. Castillo goes off speed, drops that ball in.
Within 2 now.
Game 1 goes to the hard 8. Down to Newell, 21-16. Stay tuned, because men's is coming up next.
They didn't win the point, but I think you saw what I saw.
Go ahead.
Trouble in the middle.
Yes, 100%.
Trouble in the middle for St. Louis Shock and Judith Castillo as they were attacking the middle in the opposition. So watch for that here. And that middle moves and it adjusts dependent on how far Megan Fudge is creeping.
Dr. Captain Blackwood. We're here with the Hard Eights, ladies from the Hard Eights. Eva, you guys have some nice team chemistry out there from what we could see, and constructing those points very well. What goes into such a good team chemistry out there?
You're young, and this is just your back. You have this big guy just going into yourself.
Another great combo after the extended rally. Megan Fudge staying tough.
Well, great patience from all four of those ladies, staying in that point, waiting for the right opportunity. And then the combo, like you said, Cam, on the side of the Pioneers, Megan Fudge finding the right spot.
The exact same thing. When you play somebody like Ella, there's so much freedom to do whatever and once he has an amazing backhand roll, he can stay there all day.
Oh, that's so good right there. I thought that all of a sudden Padigamaita was going to step in and get that, but she was just about a half step or step slow.
Taking the pace off, getting the ball down at the feet. And I'm curious to see where they go. I think there might be some opportunity continuing to send that ball middle, create some indecisiveness then on the backhand side of Megan Fudge. Drop to her here.
Visit their booth for game-winning refreshments during the pickleball match. Come sample some drinks and help them choose the official cocktail of Major League Pickleball. Your choice.
Yeah, Cam, you are like 100% right. It's the middle that's causing not only confusion, but it's causing them to drop step, right? So if I'm Megan Fudge, I'm drop stepping with my right foot and I'm backing off that kitchen line and causing some errors. And it's the same thing for Padigamaita as she's backing off the line and they're creating opportunities. Great adjustment here from the Shock.
And it's interesting too, because I feel as if Megan Fudge, as dangerous as she is with her one-hand backhand at the shoulder and maybe even hip level, off the bounce, I don't think she's more frequent to attack that ball, right? So a little bit more neutralized in terms of the offense coming from her. So a nice ball to kind of get yourself out of trouble, send it that direction, and then maybe find some miscommunication through the middle. But you also have to know it's about execution at this point, right? Not only you can know that there are maybe some opportunities here or there, but at the same time to be able to keep that ball down and away from the speed up of Megan Fudge as well as Padigamaita.
Well, you hit it right on the head, is that Fudge is not susceptible to pulling the trigger off of the bounce. If you make her bounce it, she's going to dink that. So she's going to cut that with her backhand. It's so good. It's just execution at its highest right now. And the best part about it is they're seeing that the middle is creating the opportunities, but they're not going there every time.
No, they keep going to the backhand side because, again, same thing. Megan Fudge is cutting that ball back. Don't get me wrong. They're great dinks from Megan Fudge, apart from that one, which was just a nice drop on the side of the St. Louis Shock. Now with the lead at 19-18.
Erikina, beautiful job right there. You see on the replay coming over and sliding on that kitchen line. Got away with one there, but they will take it and give themselves an opportunity here.
This has been all the Seattle Pioneers in game one. And right now, Judith Castillo and Jeannie Erikina have a game point.
2-1. Point. 2-1.
a come from behind victory for the St. Louis Shock in game number 1.
Wow, just great execution there in the end, finding the right spots by the Shock, and again, that perfect execution to finish it.
All right, Dom, let's get back into it. Men's doubles coming up next. You can see these teams rounding out. You've got Wes Burrows out there alongside Pat Smith. He is a season substitution, meaning for the entirety of season 2, he will be filling in for Brandon French for the Seattle Pioneers. And, I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good if your alternate is Pat Smith. I mean, this guy is one of the vets of the game, so much experience, and right now they're going to have to battle against Martin Emmerich, as well as somebody else who's been around the game and has really dedicated themselves to their craft, Rob Nunnery.
Yeah, and again, great matchup here. I like the athleticism coming from all 4 of these players. You're going to see some really good pickleball. But again, start with the Seattle Pioneers. Great sub here. Pat Smith stepping in to fill in for the rest of the season here for the Pioneers alongside Wes Burrows. Gives him that steady hand to play with right here, so I like that matchup. And then you have Rob Nunnery, the veteran, alongside the rookie, Martin Emmerich. Again, I'm lucky enough to get to see a lot of Martin Emmerich down in Southwest Florida. The guy has really developed into a good player, and I know you have it in your notes, but I'm going to beat you to it. Martin Emmerich was the 48th/96th pick in the draft. He was the last pick on the challenger level for Seattle. But again, do not go to sleep on him. He is a great right-sided player along with Rob Nunnery here, and they're going to give fits athletically and pace-wise to Pat Smith and Wes Burrows.
Well, and also important to note, Martin coming from the world of professional tennis. He was the former world number 35 back in 2013, and he specialized in playing doubles. You can imagine he's not shy to be out there alongside somebody else now on the pickleball court. He's represented Germany multiple times in terms of the Davis Cups. And you can look for him to now find the pickleball court where he picked up the game back in October of 2022.
Yeah, he played alongside Andre Silstrom, who the name we've seen in MLP. That was his doubles partner on tour on the ATP. So those guys both coming from tennis. They had a nice run over about a 2.5-year span where they won a few titles together. So Emmerich and Silstrom recovering from some injuries. We hope to see him back soon. Played for the Arizona Drive.
So Rob Nunnery now on the court, the number 1 overall pick at the challenger level. Pat Smith putting on a clinic from the transition zone.
When you have some familiarity, too, on each side of the net, Pat Smith and Martin Emmerich have teamed up in a couple tournaments, too, so they're very familiar with each other.
You have what it takes to beat a pro. You can show off your digging skills at the Toyota Prius Kitchen Game Challenge. Win a prize, then at a personal touch with custom embroidery plus today's top score.
Just wide on that counter from Martin Emmerich.
Do you know any bad words in German?
Yes.
Because there could be some good trash talk between Pat Smith and Emmerich here. That's all I'm saying.
Being on the court with Emmerich enough, I've learned enough.
After video review, the call was overturned. The ball was in. SoCal will lose a free video challenge. You have 2 left. We'll resume play. Side out, LA serving 7-5. Time in 7-5.
Wow. I mean, that's patience at its finest here.
Mentioned Germany, Pat Smith out of Munich, Germany. He went on to play D1 tennis at the University of Missouri in Kansas City.
UMKC, the Kangaroos.
9-5.
Watch. Watch.
I mean, you can just hear how hard that ball is ricocheting off these paddles.
No, absolutely. A lot of power from all four of these guys. Again, that ball put away from Westborough's.
10-5. Timeout, 1 minute, switch in. 11-5.
Emmerich with the offense.
Well, nice control right there. And again, not overhitting this right here. And you watch him just flip this nice and easy, no big backswing. Creates some nice shape on it and keeps it in.
Trying to find the spinner. Nunnery.
Well, good spot right there from Pat Smith as he had Emmerich coming in for the poach. He went away from him, put a lot of pressure on Nunnery right there.
That ball just got away from Nunnery.
Yeah, and again, immediately he's like, my bad. I understand that was my fault right there. Still early on here in this men's doubles matchup. Nice little hold on the paddle there from Nunnery. Makes Smith commit to the middle and then goes to the right shoulder.
He swung for it. That ball just long.
Nunnery did take a swing at that, trying to get it, but off the tape. Ends up over his paddle and out. Lead back to the shock.
Start out point 12. 12-7.
Emmerich wanting every single contact. He says, get out the way, partner.
A Nunnery with a nice smile and a little tongue wag to Emmerich. Going, nice job, partner.
Taking over from the right.
13-7.
That can never happen.
Nunnery not happy with the phone we heard in the background.
8-13.
Yeah, he stood straight up on that, right?
But that's also where the two-handed backhand would come in mighty handily. Be able to roll that ball a little bit more instead of just cutting it down. Just saying.
Just
off
saying.
the bounce.
Ball in.
Start out point 9. 9-14. Point. Point.
Just waiting for the right opportunity. I'm very impressed by the patience of all four of these gentlemen.
We haven't mentioned West Burrows' name enough. Came out of the 3rd round, the 35th overall pick. Originally from Costa Mesa, California. Attended the great Mater Dei High School. Went on to play tennis at UNLV.
Wow, nice little flick there from Nunnery. Sets up the put away for Emmerich.
Nunnery's been sitting in that cross-court exchange pretty heavily, just slicing that ball back and forth with West Burrows.
I like the talk from Nunnery. He reiterates to Emmerich, make your margins a little higher. We'll be able to recover.
Yeah!
There's, I would say, maybe a little bit of an education process too. Just Nunnery having so much experience in the game of pickleball, just in terms of some of the nuances there.
100%.
Emmerich up at the net saying, you got to cover middle there.
Yeah. Well, because it's Nunnery returning serve, so he's coming up. He's the late one. So Emmerich has to cover that middle. A little long right there from Burrows, and it's as close as it's going to get, Cam, on an end change.
Don't forget, 11-10, and St. Louis Shock picked up the first. That was a wild comeback. We saw Jeannie Arokina and Judith Castillo pick up the win. So right now, the Seattle Pioneers need to put something together. This is win and you're in. 1-1 on the day.
Yeah, like you said, again, what would be the issue here is if St. Louis goes up 2-0, now you put yourself behind the 8 ball, having to win both mixed doubles matchups just to force a dream breaker.
Dave Fleming having some words with the Seattle Pioneers here.
15 seconds, Seattle, first position. Side out, point 16. Right here. 16, 17.
Back underway, you switch ends, and all of a sudden, miss third.
Again, can't have that again. Right here, all square. French fries on the board.
Point. Side out, point 17.
Trying to lip that ball called out of bounds. That was a lot closer than they made it look.
Yeah, here's this replay of it.
Yeah,
that was close.
Do my eyes deceive me? I got a laugh out of somebody in the crowd on that one. Yes.
AB doesn't count. Oh, and Emmerich trying to go tweener right there, but Smith hit that ball a little too hard straight down. Ball comes right up on Emmerich.
So where do you feel like offense can be found between these two teams? Because right now it's just a whole lot of cutting back and forth, both cross-court battles.
It's just waiting and wearing out your opponent right now because these long dink battles, it's waiting for that mistake. We've seen about 3 or 4 really extended. When I say that, it's 30, 40 dinks back and forth, waiting for that one mistake. So it's really not a spot, but it's a movement, and it's a patience of trying to find basically a mistake within each side, meaning I want to go opposite sidelines if I am Pat Smith and West Burroughs and get to the backhands, right, of Emmerich and Nunnery. And if I am Emmerich and Nunnery, I want to go middle with Burroughs and Pat Smith. Try and see if you can find some confusion where they found it in the women's matchup, did Pitagamaite and Fudge, where it was giving them a little bit of an issue. We'll see if they can create that same kind of opportunity there.
A 15-11 lead right now for the Seattle Pioneers, looking to even up the score at 1 apiece. So watch for the outside of the court against the St. Louis Shock versus the interior for Pat Smith and West Burroughs.
21-19, hard 8, take a 2-0 lead against the Mad Rocks.
Foot fault on Pat Smith right there. Unfortunate, they had control of that point.
Right now, go back to center court. Championship for Rob Cassidy instead of Robert Todd and CJ.
You were there, Pat. You were there.
I like this too. Send the return to the side of Emmerich.
Well, 100%. You want to keep the pressure on him. They're down by 4. You want the newbie, the rookie, to press possibly just enough and just a little bit.
All right, I'm here with the men from the hard 8. Let's hear it. Boys, way to pull it out. CJ Klinger, one of our younger players, but no newbie to the game. What's contributed to your improvement in the game?
Not just a 1-2 combo, but a 1-2-3 from Pat Smith.
Yeah, great finish there from Pat Smith as he went. Lots of pressure right at Rob Nunnery. I like that.
Putting in the hard work, and it is certainly showing. Very good display from the great lefty. And Todd going out there, staying big on the left side. The score's getting closer and closer. You guys claw back in. How do you keep the discipline out there?
I put the drive away, put the drop, keep it slow.
The perfect ATP from Pat Smith.
There was not much room right there. He kept that nice and tight to the post. And there was all Nunnery could do is just pop it back up and over and hope for the best.
I'd be curious to see what the pattern would look like. A little bit more West Burroughs going line to line, the short ding to the backhand side of Emmerich.
Oh, Burroughs trying to get to the kitchen line just a little too quick. I like that idea.
I don't think he's going to attack you as heavily on that ball back towards the line, and if so, it might actually create some opportunity for West Burroughs to kind of work around his backhand, find a forehand on a speed up. Just a thought.
Oh, there's that flick, and we have not seen it yet. That's the first time it gets busted out at 14-19 by Nunnery.
The win took that one, 100%.
And there's the look, pulling that ball back to the right side of the court. 14-20.
Big opportunity here for the Pioneers.
Yeah! 21-14. The Seattle Pioneers even the score. It's 1-all.
Yeah, nice finish there from the Pioneers, needing that win to even things up and force both of these mixed doubles matchups to really come down to meaning something here.
So 1 apiece. The next question will be, what will the mixed lineups be? Who's going out first?
For the Mad Rocks, for the hard 8, we got Baba Yana Newell. Let's keep it going.
Mixed doubles about to get underway, and right now Emmerich is warming up alongside Jeannie Arokina. The question still remains for the Seattle Pioneers. Padigamaita is playing, or Megan Fudge alongside who? They're both warming up currently. What would you like to see in terms of a mixed matchup if you've got Emmerich and Arokina out there?
So Emmerich and Arokina, how I look at the matchup would be Fudge and Burrows and Smith and Padigamaita. Who I like against Arokina, I would put out Padigamaita and Pat Smith. And that is where they're going. So again, I like this matchup here. What it does is it goes length against length, meaning Padigamaita and Arokina. I like that matchup a little better than Arokina Fudge. Whereas I like the Fudge Castillo cross-court matchup much better. And so again, I think right now this does give, in my opinion, my humble opinion, the Pioneers the advantage here. Just a little bit and just enough.
Well, as they split gender doubles, there is no doubt we will be going through all 4 of these. So if the Seattle Pioneers want to walk out with a victory without going to the Dream Breaker, they would need both of these mixed doubles matchups.
Just for you folks at home, make sure you get a good stretch in.
We've got a ways to go.
Never can tell when you get tight. We get tight in the booth here too, on our feet, sitting, going back and forth. Padigamaita to serve here. 1 game apiece.
No.
Nice leave there from Padigamaita right there. And again, what this does too is because Emmerich is left-handed, it puts Padigamaita and Arokina face up on each other. Be a very interesting matchup.
Talk about some big backhands, line to line. That is dangerous over there.
Yeah, Arokina hits one of the hardest two-handed backhands. When she's going to go cross-court like that, Pat Smith better watch out.
Return called out of bounds. And the Seattle Pioneers are considering challenging here. And I think they're also curious as to how many free challenges they have remaining.
You don't want it? No. I think. Hey, do whatever you we don't lose anything. Okay, cool.
So they are going to challenge it, I believe. Pat Smith was almost saying, no, don't challenge it, but they don't lose anything. You get 3 free challenges throughout the 4 matches.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, maybe. Yeah.
So they're going to challenge this out of bounds call on the side of the St. Louis Shock.
What do you feel about that, Cam? It's early. It's 2-1. Using a challenge at 2-1.
3. And if you go to a Dream Breaker, you get another 1. You get to utilize 1 in a Dream Breaker.
Right. That ball does look out.
You don't get to take them home with you, so you might as well use them. And
right. You don't get a refund for them.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm not on the, like, Steve Dawson mindset. Like, he doesn't think that timeouts are, like, quite necessary. Like, if you're getting beat, you just got to kind of take it, is the word of Steve Dawson. And I always thought it was so funny having the conversation with him, one of the great pickleball players at the senior pro level. And I'm like, it's kind of the same thing with these challenges. You might as well use them.
Right.
I'm all about timeouts, man.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Use them. My favorite is I love the offensive timeout. Have some nice, good rallies. You have a long rally, earn the side out.
Because you always need some extra time to catch your breath.
Hey, don't judge. No judgment here.
So the call out of bounds stands. Emmerich with the serve.
Oh, Pat Smith has it on his paddle. 2 mistakes back to back there from Pat Smith. Just getting a little ahead of himself.
Nearly clipping the shoulder of Emmerich. 4-1. Shock.
Yeah, Padigamita kind of hesitated right there what she wanted to do with it and goes too high to Arikina. Arikina is going to finish that.
And right now, Arikina is having some success just lighting up that forehand through the middle.
Yeah, and she's going right at Pat Smith right now. She doesn't care who's on the other side of the net. She's going right at him, and Pat Smith has 3 errors out of the last 4 balls he's hit. So timeout here from the Pioneers.
You guys either, hey Pat, either go slower or what do you think about switching sides?
I can hear Dave Fleming, so I'm assuming you all can at home. So hence I'm going to lay out here, see if we can catch any of this audio.
Point.
So Fleming gave 2 options. One was we either got to slow it down, or 2, we're going to switch sides. And I think they went with switch sides here. We'll see if they do.
And this is the next question. So they're not going to switch. They're actually going to stack if need be.
So Pat did give the signal open hand. It works to their advantage to start. They'll take it.
And this is where it, again, becomes interesting as you earn the serve back and as well as the point on the rally. Do you continue to stack? Do you go back to the opposite? Right now, they're going to stick with the stack.
I like it. That's a good opportunity for Smith right there. Nothing wrong with that great drive from Padigamita.
So this puts Pat Smith in front of Jeannie Arikina. Again, she's been really dominant in terms of that forehand through the middle. So maybe it's the backhand of Pat Smith that can do the damage. Going head-to-head with her. Instead, they stay straight up, put Pat Smith back on the left.
For me, I don't get that right there. You had some success right there, and you're almost throwing them off enough. That being Arikina and Emmerich, stick with it.
Nein, Ball weg, bitte! Gute Fix!
You know that?
Sounded like
he was not
broke,
happy.
Let's fix it.
Right. And that was close. He was not happy with the let cord. That's so good, Cam. So good.
10-3 for the Shock.
Just rolling along right now are the Shock. And again, got to have some answers here on this end change. We'll see what the Pioneers and Pat Smith and Padigamita have. We got
Give you a glance around the tournament.
Las Vegas just beat BLQK, so they are 3-0. Just won in a Dream Breaker.
That's out of Group B. So California Black Bears are 2-1. The Las Vegas Night Owls 2-0, or excuse me, 3-0 in that group, which means both of them are moving to the knockout rounds as the ATX Pickleballers are 1-2 and the Florida Smash 0-3. Let's a glance out of Group B. Group C still underway. SoCal Hard Eights 2-0. Seattle Pioneers right here on this court 1-1. The St. Louis Shock also 1-1. So winner moves on.
And SoCal will move on.
And for Group A, the New York Hustlers, the New Jersey Fives, and the Milwaukee Mashers all went 2-1.
And nice finish there from Pat Smith, and that's got to feel good as he's made some mistakes early on in this game. Oh, right off the body of Pat Smith does Martin Emmerich.
Trying to cut that back now. I think you have to almost separate this in change and think this is a whole different match. Reset yourself if you're the Seattle Pioneers.
So now it's there, but she just tries to go a little too hard. And that's what happens. You get in around the post, and you see it so well. But now you just try and really hit it too hard. Just get it to the spot.
That was a heck of a drop and crash from Arokina. Couldn't find the consecutive shot. 7-13.
Yeah, no feet underneath them, falling back, off balance. Nothing was in the right direction for Pat Smith on that drive. Great hands there from Emmerich. The speed up right at his left hip, but he keeps the paddle out in front and just jabs at that and keeps it about a foot inside.
Against anyone else, that would have been a fantastic speed up from Pat Smith, but he's a lefty in front of him.
Yeah, I can't miss that one right there. He knows it too. But again, playing with a lead, you could get away with one or two mistakes here as you have a nice 7-point lead.
The right leave, plenty of power from Emmerich. 16-8.
Point game match, final score 21-16.
Great spot there from Emmerich, and you watch him step into the shot too. He gets on that front left foot and just leans in and pushes to the middle. Doesn't do too much with it. Great decision.
Mix is up next. Big win. Yondu, top hole.
Pat Smith trying to find a little something off the corner there. The leave goes long, and Arokina and Emmerich are just 3 away.
On Arokina, she was trying to get her paddle down, I think, to try and let that ball go long. But a good spot from Padigamaita.
Here with the winners of the mixed match here with the hard securing the match. Happy steady. Finishing that match.
There's there's no way that ball's coming back. There's
Punished.
nothing you can do.
And you got a big overhead, but that is hard right there. Again, that tennis background, those overheads from the tennis players, years and years of doing that over and over again.
I think right now they're questioning whether that ball is playable at this point. Might have turned into a bit more of a square. It's interesting right now. There's still extended conversation. And I'm not sure, do you think that that ball deflated? Is that what they're asking for?
So I believe that's what they're trying to say is the possibility that happened, is the ball compressed and to enough that it affected the play. We saw this about a week ago against Ben Johns and Annalie Waters. It was, trying to remember who hit it, but the call got overruled. The ball did compress enough that it affected play, and they replayed that point.
In general.
So we'll see what the ruling is here. And Cam, too, a little gamesmanship here, down 19-9. You're trying to slow momentum, too, at all costs. Here are the Seattle Pioneers, 2 points away from being down 2-1. So a little gamesmanship from the Pioneers.
Well, as they get things set, it's also important to note that you're not going to want to miss a minute of the action tomorrow, as the Premier level will also begin play. The Orlando Squeeze and Texas Ranchers face off first thing in the morning, along with the Atlanta Bouncers and the Bay Area Breakers. It's the first round of play. Later on in the afternoon, you'll get a chance in Group A to also see the Texas Ranchers face off against the Bay Area Breakers.
Did you see that signing yesterday, or the jumping on board for the Atlanta Bouncers? Trey Young of the Atlanta Hawks jumping on as a part owner of the Atlanta Bouncers. I believe he may be in the house this weekend.
There you go. Let's look at Group A. Group B has Chicago Slice and the Dallas Pickleball Club, as well as the DC Pickleball team and the Utah Black Diamonds. Group C rounds out with the AZ Drive, Columbus Pickleball Club, Miami Pickleball Club, and the Brooklyn Aces.
And then we also have the quarterfinals and semifinals for the Challenger League starting tomorrow.
See if I can sneak close enough to Rob Nunnery to get a word. What exactly is happening here? Are we challenging the deflation of the ball? Challenging the bounce. That it affected play. We just need to get you on the mic. A solid play on the ball. I hear you.
Onisha Smith is our head referee here and explaining to Bob Swisshelm and Tom Whitson what is happening here. We do have lights here, so we're okay.
Side out, point one.
You know why? 48 pick and you were not the one. I stepped on it back there and broke it.
1-1. Yeah.
You're going to do a video behind it.
Can be
Hey,
Point two.
Fun anecdote.
He has a very strong thumb.
Emmerich is now having words with Sam Query, who is sitting at the back of the court on the opposite side.
Side out, point two.
Why would they get a point?
Two.
We would not get a point.
So again, challenging, I believe that this ball potentially deflated or took an odd bounce based off of the play from Emmerich.
Side out, point 3.
If you're just joining us here on the Grandstand and wondering why there is an immense amount of silence, well, that is because we are still in the midst of a video challenge as to whether the ball was indented and unplayable to that point for the Seattle Pioneers after a shot from Emmerich on the opposite side. Our score, as it stands now, is 19-9. And again, just the first mixed doubles underway. Cameron Irwin and Dominic Catalano hanging out with you in the booth.
Hanging out is the key word right now.
Yeah, I'm now.
You're in stands.
This is great. The Grandstand out here got a little cloud cover. Temps dropping. Things are going to start picking up in terms of tempo.
Players going to need a full warm-up by the time we get going again.
I might need a full vocal warm-up before we get going again.
Side out, point 8. 8-5. Side out, point 6.
So, the call from Onisha was that it was not significantly impacted to change the call here. So, point still goes to the Shock. $19-9.
Well, how do you come back from a timeout? Grip and rip there from Jeannie Arakina. Create some nice shape on that.
Game point for the Shock, looking to go up 2-1. Oh, Emmerich wanted a highlight to close out the game.
He had nice ATP right there, but covered by Pat Smith, and he steps back in, but just can't finish.
That one's indented too.
Check that one too.
Get rid of it. This guy needs a ball sponsor.
Oh, no.
That was the dent. It redirected it out of bounds.
Point, timeout, 1 minute, switch in, 11-7. Game 4 mix.
The heavy stuff doesn't do it, but it's the soft touch from Pat Smith.
Well, Arakina, what a dig in the middle of that point to keep them alive. But like you said, Cam, nice touch by Pat Smith on the sideline.
12-20.
Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville.
That was a heck of a cut from the baseline from Emmerich. Another shot to close out our third game.
Do not forget, we are starting tomorrow. Championship court once again, 10 a.m. Miami Pickleball Club versus the Brooklyn Aces.
The Shock up 2-1, 21-12.
Yeah, nice finish right there from the Shock after a little bit of a delay on a compressed ball issue, but they come out on top. Nice job.
So now the question remains, the Seattle Pioneers are down. Westboro's about to take the court alongside Megan Fudge. They will face off against Rob Nunnery and Judith Castillo. How do you see this one shaping up?
This is an interesting matchup here. I like the Megan Fudge, Judith Castillo cross court. I like it to Megan Fudge. She has more experience in doubles, has a nastier, what we would call cross court dink right there on the forehand side. Castillo not as comfortable with it. So that's going to be the matchup right there. And it's going to see, or we're going to see, if Westboro's can take advantage, step in the middle and speed some balls up. So I think that's going to be the difference maker, is Fudge cross court with Castillo.
Be interesting too. I called several matches of Judith Castillo, and to watch her just really cut that ball on the forehand side. She can be destructive with it. There's no doubt about it. She uses it as a weapon. Westboro's again playing that left side. Fudge will also be utilizing that one-hand backhand as a counter. She'll have to deal with the pace from Rob Nunnery coming her direction.
Yeah, and again, you're talking about two players who have played some mixed doubles with each other, that being Rob Nunnery and Megan Fudge on the same side of the court. So very familiar with each other. So we'll see how that impacts strategy for both of them, as they'll be face up right on each other.
Well, just eclipsing the 6 o'clock hour here, local time. Sun still coming in and out. Plenty of pickleball still to come in Peachtree Corners. A full weekend of Major League Pickleball, the start of season number 2 this year. We've seen several players move up. We've seen several players move down. It's been an interesting redraft to see just who made their way up into the premier level. That's what each one of these pros is really fighting for. Chance to be with one of those top teams.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing names that you typically wouldn't see. You're seeing some teams take chances on some players as well. So again, you have the names of Tyra Black, who moved from Challenger to Premier this year. Vivian Glausman. So you have some names that have become a little more familiar now. Now we'll see what they can do against the best competition on that premier level. So it's going to be very interesting at the start of tomorrow.
Well, it was notable, too. Connor Garnett definitely earned his way into the premier level. Just an outstanding performance through season 1 at the Challenger ranks, playing for the Chicago Slice. Now you get to see him with the top dogs.
Well, yeah, you're looking at two of his teammates that are playing for Las Vegas right now. They went 3-0, Emily Ackerman and Susanna Barr, that he played with in Chicago. You know, both of them, too. Emily Ackerman, wow, I mean, you want to talk about someone who's really coming into her own. She is playing really well, really good pickleball right now. And, you know, Susanna Barr just steady as it comes. So, you know, you have a lot of those players that are like right on that cusp of, you know, where are they at Challenger Premier. Right on court right now, we're about to see Rob Nunnery. He's another one who's right on that cusp of Premier Challenger, as he was the #1 pick in the Challenger draft. So right outside that top 48.
Getting to it. Seattle Pioneers in a must-have situation to send this to a dream breaker. If that first point is an indication of how aggressive Rob Nunnery is going to be in this matchup, this is going to get really interesting really quick.
Absolutely, and again, he's going to step in that middle. Great resets from Westboro's. Fudge trying to slide to clear that two-handed backhand. But again, Nunnery knows that move coming from Fudge, so what does he do? He keeps it a little bit more towards the middle of the court.
Missed third for Nunnery.
Side out point 13. Side out 20.
Great speed up right there on a little flick from Rob Nunnery. Again, finding that left hip of Wes Burrows.
3-1 start for the Shock.
Point game now. Final score 21-13. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up.
All it does is take him three. Rob Nunnery applies the pressure.
Yeah, great job by Nunnery stepping in. Again, 1-2 on the backhand, then steps in with that forehand and finishes at the left foot of Wes Burrows. Nunnery can't believe he missed that ball right there. That's popped up right into his wheelhouse.
Trying to lip that back over, almost catches it too close to her body. You can see again Nunnery going up the line, but Fudge is sliding so aggressively.
And that's a tough ball for him to speed up as he's looking at Castillo going, my bad, I shouldn't have sped up from that position. You heard Castillo in the middle of that point going, you, where even though that is on her two-handed backhand, she knows Nunnery's going to be able to punish his forehand in the middle.
All right, we're here with the heartache with the dominant performance here. To my right, the left-handed Riley Newman with pickleball, CJ Klinger, congratulations.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun playing for my teammates. They carried me all day. They played so well. I would like to give a shout out to my friends at the shop.
Oh, Fudge coming over right there. Had it on her paddle. But again, in that situation, you want to try and end that with an exclamation point, but sometimes you go just a little too hard.
Confidence in your game and playing with such a great player like Ever, where you feel comfortable taking over the way you did.
Yeah, he's such a good player. Puts me up a lot.
Pushes it wide again. Just give one more ball back. Does Judith Castillo, and it pays off.
Well, yeah, you just get frustrated that every single ball is coming back.
Started another MLP event. You've seen the finals before. Your team is on a path. How do you feel about it?
I've heard of a paddle clank. Have you ever heard of a hip clank? We just witnessed one.
Playing on a team and playing in Atlanta, my hometown, right now.
A way to hold that till the last minute did Nunnery, and he saw that Burrows kept coming. He went right at his body.
From all four players, congratulations to the Heartaches as they move on, and we're going to send it back up to Michelle on our way out. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Congrats to the Heartaches once again, and that wraps it up for today. But guess what? Tomorrow, 10 a.m., we are starting once again championship court.
Nunnery with the effort. He goes into the wall.
That's tough. That's good movement there from Fudge and Burrows going sideline to sideline.
It was 1-4. The Pioneers were down now just by one.
Thank you once again for a lot of fun.
Oh, that ball is good! Nunnery showcasing the gas, no brakes motto.
Unbelievable. Rob Nunnery all over the court, then flipped up that lob, and both Burrows and Fudge looked at each other and going, are you taking it? Am I taking it? It lands back on the baseline. Pure scramble mode.
Somebody called Rob Nunnery a timeout. Let him catch his breath. One more.
No timeout needed.
Like he's on a pogo stick. That was one heck of a celebration there for Rob Nunnery. Words now at the baseline between Fudge and Burrows.
Wow, he is just all over the court right now as Rob Nunnery playing super big.
And he continues to attack the backhand side of Burrows as they have now hit the timeout at the 11-8 mark. The Shock, they want to get this done right now.
Yeah, they do. They do not want to go to the Dream Breaker here. Again, I mean, looking at team to team, I think it's pretty even as far as a Dream Breaker would go, so I don't give any strong advantage either way. But again, you do not want to go to that if you don't have to. And the Shock, up by 3, looking to end this after this mixed doubles matchup.
Shock win this. They will move on to the knockout rounds. The loser is done.
So hard to say that, too, is they've been here. It's their first day of competition, and then you're done after the first day. But that's the reality.
Cutthroat here at Major League Pickleball. Come on now.
That is the reality of it. Second place don't get no trophy.
I think they do get a little something, though.
No, nothing.
Okay.
They get a little money. Yeah, they do.
I was going to say.
But
15 seconds.
So scores are still being updated. The SoCal Hard Eights picking up the win out on championship court. So they are 3-0, as are the Las Vegas Night Owls 3-0. Several 2-1 teams.
I think that would give the Hard Eights and Vegas that bye right into the semifinals. Good finish right there from West Burrows, but again, it was advantage St. Louis throughout that point until the very end. I'd like to see Fudge try and go a little more cross-court to Castillo, get her involved. They're involving Nunnery just a little too much for my likes.
Another extended rally. I mean, these two teams are just battling tough right now.
And we want to talk about grinding out right now. All four of these players, again, the ball is not going to the same spot more than once or twice. What a setup there from Rob Nunnery, and he is known for that little flick here on this backhand to set up. As you see him, he steps right back in knowing that ball's going to come back to his forehand. Well, sneaky forehand right there from Nunnery. Fudge knows that that's coming. Wow, the fact that Nunnery and Castillo got that point back to neutral was amazing. Burrows hit 3 overheads that he couldn't put away.
You know, it's wild as I look through the standings right now, 1 through 6. 3 of those came from the same group as it stands right now until the conclusion of this match, in which the winner will be moving on. But in that group, you know, you look at some of the tiebreakers as 3 teams went 2-1. It starts at matches won and lost, obviously, then games net, and then comes down to points won percentage. The Mashers being edged out 51.89 to 51.43 in that group. So the Hustlers and New Jersey Fives are those top 2 coming out of that group.
Wow.
By less than 0.5%.
Unbelievable right there. That is absolute crazy. Big finish there from West Burrows. Good setup there from Megan Fudge.
Right at the foot of West Burrows, that's the location you want to look for.
Yeah, Fudge is going to drive. She's got to drive from the transition area. She doesn't have a whole lot on that drive right there from the baseline. Nunnery's just sitting on it, waiting to counter.
A great cover, but unfortunately Nunnery finds himself on the opposite side of, and responsibilities get a little muddled.
Yeah, exactly. Castillo not really used to playing that side with Nunnery. Obviously, she doesn't know that that's her ball right there on a good setup from Rob Nunnery.
Continue to look for the same speed up. Not a lot of opportunity for Rob Nunnery, but he continues to kind of look for that backhand roll back to the cross court.
Yeah, and the Pioneers hanging around here, now just down by 1. That's a good setup from Megan Fudge. She had exactly what she wanted right there and just goes a little long on that second counter.
17-15. Shock up.
Come on now.
And we've seen actually a handful of missed thirds from Rob on those drops.
Yeah, 100%.
Probably 3 in this game. Changed the location, and Fudge was all over it. So well prepared. 17 all.
Way to hold her ground here. She steps back off the kitchen line. She clears some space and is in control right there. Nice job by Megan Fudge.
And this is where it gets tough, right? If you're the Shock. you start to feel like you have to press. If you're Rob Nunnery, you're kind of starting to play a little bit more outside of your space.
Oh, and he ran through that. As soon as he went to hit it, he knew he dumped that in the net. Got to set your feet, make good contact.
Oh boy, here we go. 18 all timeout called, and just like that, we are nearing a potential dream breaker to close out day number 1 of Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville here in Atlanta.
Wasn't this the spot?
Margarita sounds great
Doesn't it right now? Because the sun's baking us right now as we stand here. We can't hide from it.
Nope.
But isn't this the spot where Sam Query said this is where players are made? If you can
Ironically,
play,
he's sitting in the corner
right on
right
the
now.
sideline, where he said it's the players who can play the game like it's 5-5 or 18-18 and can play the same with the same kind of confidence. Those are the players that are going to come out on top. Those are the players that are at the top of their game.
I think if you're Rob Nunnery right now and Judith Castillo, you have to settle in, kind of take control of your side, your responsibilities. Don't try and do too much. The opportunity presents itself, then attack, but until then, try and play a little bit more conservative style. You haven't really seen the Seattle Pioneers attack until now, but you gotta go for it on that ball. Laid up, taken out of the air.
Right on cue, Cam, as Westboro steps in the middle, just gets enough topspin on it and finds the baseline. Not the decision Nunnery wanted right there. And again, now all of a sudden we're 1 point away, Cam.
Game point, Seattle Pioneers.
It hit Burrow's foot.
Oh, man.
He was set up for it nicely.
Just an absolute dagger right here. A doink.
Cam gives the doink, is it, or double doink? No,
Not playing
just one.
football.
Just one.
Just one. Seattle Pioneers come from behind to send this to a dream breaker. Now it really is. You got to win or you're going home.
That's it. And we are, like I said earlier, it seems to be pretty evenly matched here in this match as far as dream breaker goes. Two really good singles players on each side.
All right, well, we're going to step aside for a few short minutes as they set their lineups. We'll be right back with you with the dream breaker. All right, let's get into it. Dream Breaker played at 21 points. It's now become a singles competition. Seattle Pioneers and the St. Louis Shock. It is win or go home. And to start us off, Megan Fudge versus Rob Nunnery. The Seattle Pioneers reacted.
Yeah, right here. Pioneers put out Fudge against Nunnery. I like it. I like the matchup.
So just to clarify again, the Shock start their lineup, and then the Seattle Pioneers pretty much get a rebuttal to say, hey, this is who we want playing against you. Ball out of bounds, but Fudge already put 2 on the board. Hands battle in singles. Fudge walks away 3-1.
Finds the hands off the tape right there. Good adjustment.
Fudge probably the only in this group for the Seattle Pioneers that still plays singles. And Pat Smith goes, Cameron, watch what you're saying.
Wow, nice ball right there from Pat Smith on the backhand.
Just rips that thing short angle cross court. Just like that, a 5-1 start. Make it 6.
Well, right now, the inexperience of Martin Emmerich in singles coming to play. Pat Smith, the veteran of pickleball, knows what he needs to do and is executing perfectly right now. Oh my goodness, that was a great return from Emmerich, but just perfectly placed back down the line from Pat Smith.
The Seattle Pioneers may be wearing blue, but currently they are seeing red, 7-1. For West Burroughs.
Too good right there from West Burroughs. Oh, Castillo had it on her paddle right there. Great time to come in.
You need a couple more of those right now if you're the Shock.
Nice.
Incredible shape. Incredible shape on that ball. Here's the replay. This was called out of bounds.
Ooh, it actually does from the naked eye. Looks like it might be.
And I believe, I want to just confirm that this is getting challenged. So just one challenge during the Dream Breaker for each team. So even if they had remaining free challenges previously, those do not come over to the Dream Breaker. Here's a look at the ball. So immediately the Shock calling the challenge here. And you know what? I don't think this is bad regardless of if they win it or they lose it.
No.
Because you need something to slow the roll.
Yeah, exactly, because they're all the momentum on the side of the Pioneers right now. And if this is upheld.
And I think that's just before the bounce, I believe, on the freeze frame. There's the look. What do you think, Dom? That's looking out of bounds.
I'm thinking out.
Because right there. Great job by our crew.
Yep.
Because I see the halfway point of that ball, and it looks like it's beyond the line.
I agree.
Yes. Yes. Call on the court is confirmed. Onisha Smith, our lead official.
Lena, come on.
So now it comes down to Lena Padigamaita and Jeannie Arakina.
Jeannie utilizing the entire length of the court there from right to left.
You hate to say it, but Arikina needs all 4 here. Just stealing possibly 1 right there for Pickles is huge.
11-3, so they're going to take a second before their rotation. If you're just joining us, each of these pros gets a chance to have 4 consecutive plays against the same opponent. Those lineups are set prior to the Dream Breaker. And in this case, the Seattle Pioneers had the chance to react to the lineup of the Shock. Ball called out of bounds, 4-11.
Yeah,
she
nice.
has long arms, but not long enough.
That's a good ball right there from Pickles as she goes down that line. Again, she had Arikina sideline to sideline.
Back to the top of the order, Fudge and Nunnery. Fudge won the first round 3-1. Right now, she's up 4-1 on Nunnery. In terms of a combined score.
Good read from Nunnery. He was moving to that spot before Fudge even made contact.
That was a great volley from Nunnery. One heck of a drop from Fudge.
And a good change of pace, like you said right there on the drop. Instead of all pace.
Unreal. Megan Fudge showing why she's one of the top singles players in the game of pickleball.
Too good right there from Megan Fudge. Now, Emmerich's got to make and get some points back here.
Pat Smith, I mean, he was electric in the first round against Emmerich. It's not easy to maintain the rhythm, too, when you have to step off the court for that many plays. 12 until you're back out there.
Oh, now again, Emmerich decides to stay back on his return now. Pat Smith comes in and he goes a little two-handed backhand right off the foot of Pat Smith.
That could have spelled danger, but instead, Pat Smith stole one.
Emmerich,
Oh, go ahead.
No, Emmerich needs this one here to give Castillo and Arikina a chance. Well, much better job right there from Emmerich. Instead of returning sideline to sideline, he returned to the middle. He doesn't give enough angle for Pat Smith to hit as he was earlier. Just too good up at the kitchen line from West Burrows. He's controlling that line so well.
19-7. Again, Seattle Pioneers looking to book their ticket to the knockout round.
Great job there from Castillo. She held that on her paddle as long as she could. She made Burrows commit to his forehand side, and then she pulled that back cross court. Nice job by Judith Castillo.
the women play singles, and they can hit some wildly sharp, short angles. You see that in the game of women's singles right now. That was a great look from Yuta Castillo.
Wow, what a ball there from Jeannie Arakina. That ball cleared the tape at about a half an inch.
Okay, this is interesting. Jeannie immediately saying that ball's in. Called out by Lina. What do you see? Ooh. Out of bounds. Match point. And the game match goes to the Seattle Pioneers. They're moving on to the knockout rounds.
Wow, what a battle right there. Great job by the Pioneers handling the single side of things in the Dream Breaker. And they punched their ticket.
Hey, but don't go anywhere. Tomorrow we'll be back with more. The premier level will be in play. You're not going to want to miss a second of the action here for Major League Pickleball. Thanks for joining myself, Cameron Irwin, as well as Dominic Catalano and the rest of our Boxcar production crews. We'll see you back here in the morning.